And so I walked up and they were just like, what do you want us to do? And I was like, well, if I could ask for two things. And he goes, yeah. I'm like, I want a documentary on Roller Coaster Tycoon and a documentary on Dwarf Fortress. And as of now, they've done, I guess they're doing both of them. Because they did one on Roller Coaster Tycoon a while ago. And now they're doing one on Dwarf Fort. And it's very frustrating to me that they're doing it right now during release, because I would totally just get on the bus and go down there and yell at them if if it wasn't when I'm going to be streaming 19 hours a day. But anyway, let's play some dwarfs, shall we? All right, chat. So we know the weight of a Urist, right? I have a question for you, a very important question for you. How many of you are aware of the wonderful, important, detailed, very useful, extremely helpful internet website, which I haven't found yet for some reason? There it is. The very useful website of Banana for Scale. So, like, you know, how many pounds do I weigh, right? I weigh what, 139 pounds. So I can convert that into 525.44 bananas. So can we get a Urist for Scale website? Can we make that? Can we make that into a thing? I'm just suggesting. Okay, fine. Not freedom units. Okay, well, kilograms. Okay, 52. I think I'm actually 56. What about stones? I mean, I'm pretty sure it has stones, does it not? No, maybe it doesn't. It does not calculate stone. This is an imperfect website. So, can we make a Urist for Scale website, please? I mean, you see, most people don't live in Great Britain. Most people don't use stone. I'm sorry. You are not a form of measurement here. We doing dwarfs.
What we doing?
The fortress is on year 136, meaning the fortress is 131 years old. And people use bananas. Bananas is a meme, dude. Whereas stone is old. You use kilograms because kilogram you can actually understand? Yeah, true. What should we use the site for? So that we can use Urist as a form of measurement for other items. So how much coffee do I have? I have, 250 milliliters of coffee in this container, right? I want to know what that is in Urist. All right, so Longdeath. Longdeath is a fortress that we're trying to keep alive for 1,000 years, and this is probably the last stream I'm going to do of it before Premium's release. And this means something pretty simple. It means, because it's probably the last stream I'm going to do of this before release, it quite literally means that I won't be playing Longdeath for a while after today. Because tomorrow we're going to probably do Stonewater, and the day after we're probably going to do Stonewater. Because Stonewater is pretty close to being done, so I would like to finish Stonewater. So that is my priority, is to get like a cool epic ending for Stonewater that I can finish up and have done before release. And now I've got Longdeath, right? Win the new version on the 6th. But Longdeath is never going to move to the new version. Longdeath is going to stay on this version. When the new version is, it's been 1 week since you looked at me. That, yeah. So 1 week from now. So the kind of, I don't know what I want to achieve today with Longdeath. I just kind of want to run through some time and just do more Longdeathy things. You know, this fort is pretty much self-sufficient, pretty much impenetrable, and more or less unbreakable. So we'll just read through the dwarves that are alive in the fort, and then we will play some Longdeath. Navy, Grave Stench, Rolf, Curses, Erebrella, Poimu, Mr. Mac, NetJam Jr., Shenryon, and Farana and Jimmy Tibby. Of course, we also have Nyako, Deadliest, Hops, and Arch the Second, Paranoid Metroid, Stone, Rory, the Skoid, Hoshan, and Bloodcat, Zindros, Lilum Katsu, Mist, Cannon Fodder, Pilot, Aquafunkalistic, Bootywap, Ayer, Diamond Destruct, Havoc, Disco, Malden, Anthony, Letharticus, Fight Attack, Anonymous, Tygo, Volleylol, Dragon, and Lemund. Yes, and you know what we have now, Stone? Modern forms of measurement that are more accurate and better, which we choose to use now. So yeah, currently the fortress is in late summer, the 10th of Galena in the year 436, and we appear to be putting a lot of stuff away because we just got sieged. Yes, so that is what we are doing right now. We are putting away a lot of metals. Did yours die? Long time ago, Bastet. Like maybe 70 years ago, and you haven't had a new one in a long time. But you've also had more dwarves than the majority of people here, so I've been ignoring you when you've been asking for new ones. Those aren't modern forms of measurement. Those are American forms of measurement, which means they're, like most things that are American, irrelevant and pointless. But to anybody who hasn't seen this fortress, it's time for a tour, shall we? I think one of the big things I want to do today is I want to find the third cavern layer. It's one of the big things I want to do today. So we have bees up at the top. Then we have the upper tavern layer, as well as throne room and library. Then we have the outer walls. Then there's the old fortress down there in the kind of bottom part of the screen. And then as we scroll down a little bit, you'll notice our trap structure over here on the left, and where we're making obsidian in that kind of little cross thing. There's the actual trap hallway down there. And then down here's the main level, which includes our Titan Zoo, which has giants and ettins and cyclopses and minotaurs. We have the main storage area. When did I call Zach and Tarn irrelevant? What? I said things that forms of measurement used in it. Okay, fair. Actually, never mind. You got me there. Maybe I kind of did call Dwarf Fortress irrelevant. Anyway, moving on. Activision Blizzard sure is. But no, Dwarf Fortress is in the Museum of Modern Art, making it not irrelevant. There, I've redeemed myself. There's our water drainage. What a labyrinth? Yeah, there's a labyrinth there because I built it because I was bored. That's like episode 30. That's like early days. And then down here is a big room that I wanted to do something with that's probably never actually going to happen. And then further down is this, which is where we make our lava from the forges. Then we go down through the first cavern layer and down into the second cavern layer. And I'm thinking about digging down to the third cavern layer today. I think that would be fun. I did say, like most things that come from America. Yeah, there you go. Thank you for redeeming my definitely didn't think about what I said rambles. All right, so now that we've... Oh, God. I just saw something pop up on a different Discord that I'm in, which I... Actually, no, it's public, so... Anyway, now that we've done that... What's up, everybody? Norstat, hello. And then there's me where I'm just like way too thin. And knew he didn't mean to be he didn't mean me, so he definitely didn't mean them. Yeah, no. When I'm referring to terrible things that are pointless that came from America, I mean like Facebook and Instagram and Reese's Pieces. The world would be such a better place without Reese's Pieces. Imagine how much of a better place the world would be without Starbucks. Or some of the worst coffee I've ever had, like Dunkin' Donuts. Also some of the worst donuts I've ever had. And Hershey's in general, yeah. Yeah, the world would be a better place without Hershey's. The world would be a better place without most of the massive pharmaceutical companies. Beer? As if beer came from America. Assuming that's what you're referring to. True, although the world would be a better place without Bud Light. Sounds like we don't hate America, we just don't like corporations. True, yeah, well. I'd say Amazon, but they sign my paychecks, so. Yesterday you figured out how to construct a roof, and you hope that one day your dwarves will never again have to deal with the frustration of being in rain. Hold on a second, are you saying you were building walls without putting roofs on them? Oh my god. That's sad. Oh no. Well, Dwarf Fortress. Video game. Congratulations. I'm so happy for your dwarves. Although, yet at the same time, Longdeath is an open pit fort, right? Like, this is large portions of this open area. You can actually see it getting rained on right now. Like, those little speckles appearing, that's rain coming down. You know. Also, to those people who comment in that one thread about how Longdeath is a good example of why Dwarf Fortress is not a good game because I've kept this fortress alive for so long with minimal threat to my actual fortress. Tell that to every single player of any creative Minecraft server. That's all I have to say to that. An elephant is 83 eurists, a human is 1.07 eurists. I like this already. Can we get a link to it on gremlinformayor.com? I want to know how much gremlin is in eurist, actually. I have to read the last Discord word story. Okay, it's time to have a seizure. BRB, 2 seconds. Which is perfect because an ad's about to start. As I scroll up. When was the last day I streamed on? The 24th. Okay. Find me under the moonlight night. Shade will biscuits bring me to top. What? Super confusing times, but cake's still great filler for dinner today. Dancing in the cavern could ruin the ambience. Feed me the turkey. It must have been Thanksgiving that day. Hecking blinds stream for crime cable time around midnight tomorrow. Honey has work to remove goblin diseases. Gross profits make sadness especially poignant. Plump people taste awful. Plump helmets. Plump helmets spawn seeds. Crawdads boil nicely when seasoned after tasting. Stock. Smile at pork teeth smoothly. Get smiled at for not doing evil spaghetti. Beneficent llamas make wonderful noises in the spring season. Beatific scenes are awake and happy. All caught up. What the fuck did I just read, chat room? The actual fuck. World would be a better place without wet socks. I have a pair of very, 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 very dense socks that are like very thick wool. And they actually get warmer when they're wet. Fun fact. They heat up when they're wet. Like they're unpleasant to wear when they're wet, but they feel warmer when they're wet. Ever done a... Are you asking if I've ever done a castle-style fort? Because you wrote don't there. I'm assuming that you meant done. Okay, yeah, there you go. You corrected yourself. Have I ever done a castle-style fort? I've built castles on the surface, yeah. I tend to lean towards, like, deep cavern forts. Actually, like, my plan for my first fort in Premium is I want to build a castle in the caverns. Also, it's fall. Heads up, Stone. Anyone know why dwarves are so resistant to mercury poisoning? You mined a lot of cinnabar and you ended up making every floor on board. It's because dwarves don't have problems with poisons outside of, like, animal venoms and forgotten beast poisons, there is no toxicity of metal. So you could make all of your furniture and like not cutlery, but like you can make your entire fortress out of lead and your dwarves would have no problem. It's because it's not a mechanic that the game processes. But yeah, I built a castle out of salt rock once, which was pretty fun. What? Say that to any accomplished dwarven scholar with multiple books written, and they would be very offended. Solican. There are some very intelligent dwarves out there. Just because you're calling out Eurist McMiner, who's done nothing but whack blocks with a pick for the last 119 years, don't be mean to your glorious dwarven scholars out there who have discovered the act of probing, or wind patterns, or animal reproductive habits. Yeah, I like to make goblets out of lead. They're pretty good, like, craft material. Really? I'm like 181 centimeters. Or 1.8 meters. Yeah. Lead goblet. I make tons of them. You just imagine that dwarves evolved a metal toxicity resistance, except like humans don't have problems with metal toxicity in Dwarfort. How long do dwarfs live? I think it's anywhere from 160 to 170, isn't it? Or is it 150 to 170? At some point between 150 and 160, they start developing a chance to die on the 1st of spring every year, at which point they will just like appear dead randomly. But they can only die on the 1st of spring, which is a mechanic I hope gets changed one day. Oh, hey, look at that. The enemy have come and are laying siege to the fortress. Well, that's inconvenient. I guess we're not trading with the dwarves this year because there's going to be a siege on my front patio. So let's check their clothing and make sure that they're still from the same place. So on this engraved iron helm, or encrusted iron helm, this is a well-designed image of an alfalfa. The image is a symbol of the Confederacy of Sport, a human civilization, and it's made from kuntzite. Well, that says a lot about them. What Zapdos said. People who likes variety, I would say. Oop, time to pause the game. Getting some weird lag immediately. All right, so need to pull that lever. I need to scan this and make sure there's nobody gonna get stuck back here. Okay, good. Okay, good. Okay, good. Okay, good. I need to pull this lever. And what was the other one? Oh, this one. It's been a week. Let's follow this glob of human. Curious about how many spawn, actually. They are booking it. Jesus. $150 to $170 years. Yay! Yeah, the humans are the only people at war with us right now. The speed at which they were booking it makes me hope that they... Why are there still dead humans in that tree? Serious question. Genuine question. I'm going to have to chop these two down. Because there's these two trees right here, and there's these two bodies up here. I really want to get those down and out, because those were spooking dwarves earlier. Most enemy AI are really good at walking into traps. All right, so the report from the humans. Stone, shout if you want me to screenshot it for you. Guys, to be serious for a moment, can we get those corpses out of the tree? It's lowering the resale value. Well, I mean, the armor that they're wearing's value is getting lower, that's for sure. Apparently, I am eligible to get sword camo skin for Warhammer 40,000 Darktide and to get your loot to claim by December 5th. How about no? That's my statement there. How about no? Okay, so you want me to screenshot it here? I'll send you the screenshot. I'll send it to you in DM, Stone. Right now, Alfalfa Lee. Oh wow, almost 2 pages. Not quite. Starting at those 5 red spinach leaves. Hey, shout out pig spleen. It's everybody's favorite. Cultural delicacy, even. All right, so now we need to make sure that those humans make it out. Actually, there's quite a lot of siegers here. So the question is, which direction do they go? They appear to be going in the wrong direction. Actually, where are they going? I'm not even sure. Thinking about height. That's fair enough. 10 hamster blood. Everybody's favorite. Rolf. Everybody's favorite. So now they've turned around. Their pathing's going haywire here, I think. They're like, where do we go? Speaking of where do we go, there's a big old blob of humans up there. Everybody loves a big old blob of human. Yeah, okay, they're not going to get out before the humans get in, that's for sure. Benny Hill theme intensifies, sure. And I will be popping up Drinking Industry as our background music for when we turn on the burner. Which is everybody's favorite bit. I love how they run all the way up to that gate there, and because they were going to originally path around this side because it's faster than, you know, going around this way. So they run all the way up there to then go back and tell their boss that, hey, guys, the way is shut. And then the others just continue forward. I'm always amused by that. And then they mostly go get caught in the cage traps. Dwarf Fortress really needs, like, a parody Benny Hill theme. Maybe, like, if they do more music for Adventure Mode, when Adventure Mode releases, they should put, like, an equivalent of a Benny Hill theme for, like, running away from something. Just, like, we just need a good horn, just tooting really loudly and quickly. It'd be very entertaining. I support the need of a Benny Hill theme equivalent in Dwarf Fort. So, Clino, how's moderation been this past week? Are things still an absolute cluster, or have they, like, calmed down a little bit? Also, Diamond, I would like to inform you that the voting form Vote Now thing doesn't work. The Vote Now button on gremlinformayor.com currently doesn't work. Gives me a weird error, but I'm going to mute my background noises to turn on this. Because there's humans coming in pretty quick. We're going to need to burn them. And unfortunately, I'm probably going to need to burn these two as well. I mean, the link in the top right works. The other one doesn't. Clino, I'm fighting off the hordes as we speak. I mean, Clino's like the last line of defense between our sanity and like the Dwarf Fortress community. Went through and answered several of the big... I want to know what her DMs look like, because she, like, did kind of put out a public call saying, hey, if you mod Dwarf Fortress, email me. All right. Brave human fights off the first human recruit. Probably going to take out the first one. I don't expect him to make it through all of them. Or was that a... Oh, wow. Recruit became a wrestler almost immediately. Second human shows up. Fortunately, the merchant seems to be neutral. So I have a feeling the merchant's just going to make it through. I might actually have to bring my military up and fight them this time because we didn't have enough time to get traps installed. Because the last siege was not very long ago. Depending on how many of these actually have traps in them. I think some of these do, but... like, a lot of these just didn't get traps installed. Which is a bit of a shame. I really should put, like, a trap stockpile over there on the right, which I'm probably going to do in a moment. Let's just bring my military up. Are you going to get caught in a trap there? No. Okay. Let's actually bring them up to here. A little further up. I have to be very careful about how many of them actually walk in, because that is quite a lot of dudes right there. And I don't really want them fighting all the way up the hallway. Also, our human, very, very brave human, unfortunately has passed. Rest in peace, brave human. You were brave. All right, where's my soldiers? The day you will attempt to learn how to manage your animals and do more than a grazing zone. You'll make me proud one day. I mean, anybody who attempts to learn Dwarf Fortress in its current state makes me proud. All right, where actually is my military at? All right, they're almost here. Why are you carrying a crown, Tygo? Actually, Tygo seems to be bling as fuck based on the amount of earrings and things, but is just carrying a crown because you can. Also probably why he's moving slowish. All right, so they collide with this human wrestler. Human wrestler, the elite wrestler strikes the human wrestler in the lower body with some weapon that I'm not familiar with, and bruising the muscle and bruising the right kidney through the large rope reed cape. The elite wrestler then strikes the human wrestler in the front right hand with his, again, weapon that I'm not familiar with. What is that? What are you wielding? They've named all of the weapons so many times that I can't keep track of what's what. Bashing him with a bronze shield. Okay. Well, I mean, he seems to have done well with that bronze shield, considering only Zindros has used it, and he's got 17 notable kills with it. There's a few different streams that have streamed nothing but the FAI, which I'm always entertained by. I love how Clinodev, the human, and the self-replicating AI swarm is just Clinodev, but with numbers replacing certain letters. Started learning the game recently to prepare for the Steam release. It's been fun, though you did fail your first strange mood because no yarn. I mean, I fail strange moods sometimes. I've got thousands of hours in this game. All right, well, Spearmasters are arriving. We've got more than just wrestlers now. I guess we will take out these... That dwarf up there was carrying a book. We'll take out, like, these three that are coming through here, and that'll probably be about it. Because how many more are still coming down? Yeah, okay, there's still a few up top, but, like, not many. Yeah, there's still a few up top, but not many. So basically, we will fend off these last two, and then we'll pull the levers and begin the burning. Absolutely, you can smash invaders with bridges. Bridges are, like, the most effective weapon in Dwarf Fortress, to the point where a lot of people refuse to use them because of how fucking busted they are. Except trap avoid things. Things that are trap avoid can't be crushed with bridges. Alright, let's send the military away. And very quickly pull these two levers. And hope they get pulled quick. Otherwise, I'm going to need to kill this recruit. Actually, I think I'm still going to need to kill this recruit. Okay, recruit comes through. Put the kill order in. Get him, boys. He just starts to run. Look at that. Kind of sad. Hopefully we can get this drawbridge done. Otherwise, we have to smack one more. Yep, we have to smack one more. It's the most work my military's had to do in a while. Very too close to that bridge. It's making me nervous. Okay, perfect. Bridge is closed. Top bridge is closed. All right, let's pull the important lever. And now I can turn the music up. I was hoping it would time, but it doesn't seem to. There it goes. Waiting for an email, Plano? I really hope that human actually burns. I saw one catch fire and then keep moving. Ah, I get you. This hasn't stopped being entertaining for me yet. It might have become, like, dull for you guys, but it's still entertaining for me. All right, so that's how you kill an entire human siege with minimal dwarven casualties. So now that they're all in there, I can just do this. Let's let the dwarves go. We got, what, 5 humans that we got to clean up over there in the end? I mean, now it's just kind of like a horror movie. Like, look at that, this spear dwarf here, or this pikeman, and this recruit just hanging out, like, with just the lava coming towards them, and just, like, trying to dodge around it, and petrified in fear, and then just the wall of fire just kind of engulfs them. It's kind of horrifying, actually. Like, truly. What'd you miss? Humans attacked me. So I'm burning them. All according to plan. It's fine. You know, it's funny because, like, there's some people on the forums who are just like, and like in my YouTube comments, who are just like, man, I'm kind of sad they don't move smoothly like in RimWorld. It's like, yeah, it's still dramatic though. Just huff and puff and blow the smoke out, Taurus. It's been a while. How you been, dude? I don't like seeing people making memes about war crimes in my chat to the point where I'm going to just ask you politely to please stop referencing it, maybe, P. A couple people have today, and I don't like it as a joke. I don't think it's funny. I don't think it will ever be funny. And especially in the way the world is currently, I genuinely believe it's an unacceptable thing to use a joking term, you know? If you want to joke about other things, sure, but, like, let's not use war crimes as your specific joke term of choice because it's not funny. And I can't believe that I might actually have to add that into my stream's rules. I'm going to quickly restart because there's a weird bug where lava doesn't burn things entirely and a lot of clothing is just burning. So I'm just going to quickly hard save and reload. It's the best way one could hope for. True, actually. Inhale the smoke and faint due to lightheadedness and then just simply not wake up. Best option. When given a bunch of shitty options, it certainly does seem like one of the better ones. Unfortunately, saving in this is kind of slow. I'm really hoping that the World Gen speed increase stuff is also going to make saving quicker. Also, Aqua, I'm going to pin that post you put in Discord. Just an FYI. If things change about that, let me know, and I'll pin new things. Because like burning to death would be so incredibly painful without asphyxiation. That's what they did to witches. But anyway, we can just let those do that thing. I have a question. What's up with people asking people to release things early? Just, guys, we're all adults here, right? I think the majority of the people watching this stream are adults here, right? Then why are you guys less patient than a child on Christmas Eve? Like, what the hell? Yeah, no, we've been pondering toxology and endemic disease for a really long time in this fort. It's kind of badass. One of my personal faves. They first were pondering pandemic diseases and various other diseases and diseases spreading and other things, which since have had books written about them and the topics have been completely discovered. You can't wait till Christmas? Really? I can't wait until Christmas is over, but your big children, fair enough. Hey, Keewer, I'm having some difficulty with your fortress and you can't figure out what's happening. All of your dwarves are getting interrupted while trying to drink or eat by other dwarves. Okay. Sounds like you have a loyalty cascade. And then they die of dehydration. On individual people, they are terrified because of a conflict and they get interrupted by ex-dwarf. So what's happening is you've got some sort of internal, like, loyalty cascade going on. There's either something in your fort that is scaring them, like an animal or a creature, but if they're being interrupted by other dwarves, something has caused a portion of your faction to split and become hostile against each other. There's several different things that can cause this. Crimes being witnessed in your fort can cause this. Dwarves tantruming can cause this. So essentially, if it's a loyalty cascade, you've got a civil war on your hands. And all you can really do to fix it is figure out which dwarves are hostile and expel them and hope that they leave the map. But if it's closer to the surface, there could also be like a Kia or like a cave crawler or 5 Crundles in your tavern lair. Also, it looks like somebody, speaking of, just tantrumed and then got a disorderly conduct. Yep, it's Farana. Farana's been getting disorderly conduct issues for a while now, so I keep on having to throw Farana in prison. Jer Henning, hello. What's up? It's good to see you. Yeah, you've been pretty far gone for a little bit now. You've been haggard. The main issue that you have is you seem to just get into arguments constantly. And then you tantrum, and then you commit crimes, and then you get loathing upon being beaten, which is like, you have some of the most angry, cruel thoughts a dwarf could have, and it's been pretty rough to deal with. But yeah, when it comes to if it is a loyalty cascade, they will eventually just sort it out themselves. But it'll take a while, and a lot of dwarves will die. And they naturally prone to arguing. It certainly seems that way. Raz, thank you very much for the 32nd month. Welcome back. Constant state of internal rage, which is a strengthening? From the year 419. Never acts without prolonged deliberation, even to her detriment of those around them. Find something humorous and no matter how serious or inappropriate. That's not true. Is prone to hatreds. Develops negative feelings. Isn't moved by art and natural beauty. Easily falls in love and develops positive feelings. Cracks easily under pressure. Apparently can be happy and optimistic. Not often lustful. Yeah, I don't know. This is an odd dwarf. Gotta be honest. But how you been, Raz? There might be a spy in their fort that's also turned one of their current dwarves, right? So, no, I mean, like, if dwarves are being canceled, like, if dwarves are being canceled, like, dwarves' jobs are being canceled and they're refusing to drink and stuff, somebody is hostile. And the only way to fix it is by expelling them. It's got nothing to do with villains. That's a loyalty cascade, dude. If there isn't an animal there, there's a loyalty cascade happening. There is always the option of just, if you have military dwarves in your fort, activate your military dwarves and just let them execute all the dwarves that are causing problems. But that could make it worse, too. Because they will just kill the dwarves that are hostile. You just woke up, but you're good? Cool, cool. I'm exhausted from this weekend. Hot potato is always exhausting. Like, I feel like I haven't had a day off, even though I definitely did. Well, I mean, if you crack down with your military, it can cause more loyalty cascades, which means you might only have your military left by the end of it. Also, investments are up again, for anybody who cares. Maybe some places you could learn a thing or two from the... I mean, most things in Dwarf Fortress are just learning experiences and things that you can take other stuff away from later, right? And reasons to, you know, keep practicing and working at it and trying to understand the game's mechanics, because there's a lot of them. Who's my captain of the guard right now? It is Diamond. Diamond wants me to make anvils? That's a new one. Because Diamond got elected mayor and is a very busy dwarf now. Because Diamond's spouse was mayor and then Diamond's spouse died, so now Diamond is mayor. Living on a prayer, Diamond. Living on a prayer. Well, I mean, also if you happen to have, what do you call it? Necromancers in your fort, it's a really good way to suddenly have a fort primarily filled with zombies, maybe. For everyone, indeed. Zapdos. Wow, living on a prayer. Take my hand, we'll make it, I swear. Wow. I can do a weirdly good impression of that song. I just don't want to blast your guys' eardrums out. Because this microphone is like weirdly loud. If I were to just full blast, like shout sing that song into this microphone. But I also don't really want to obliterate your guys' eardrums. Sorry, merchants. I feel so bad, but like, you guys are idiots. You know, if the other human faction goes to war with us, we know why. It's because the horse that's currently on fire is neutral to us. That's why. How about that? Kind of cheese puffs ad? I'm sorry. There's a thread on how to block ads on Twitch on Discord if you're interested. I've pinned it for Aqua too. It's just in general. Use zombies as a defensive measure? Well, I mean, if they're friendly zombies, they're just normal dwarves, right? If you're talking about hostile zombies, I wouldn't. How do I drain the lava tunnel? I'll explain that when I drain it. It drains off the side is the easy way to explain it, but... Good win, Diamond. Good win, Stone. Good win, Peter. Also, hi, Peter. I hope you're doing well. But yeah, basically, long story short, it flows off the left side of the map. Take my pick, we'll make it a... We're halfway there while living on a prayer. Lines. Nah, it doesn't work. Doesn't work, Diamond. Doing well. Good to hear, Peter. Dumb quit. Keyword, thank you very much for the Prime subscription. Enjoy the ad-free viewing. And the Dwarfy emotes. Dumb question. Can you, like, beat people down and capture and recruit them? There's no way to recruit enemies that have moved onto your map, no, if that's what you're asking. Not a dumb question, but there is no way to do that. There is no imprisonment. Well, there is permanent, lifelong imprisonment, but there is no recruitment beyond that point, which is something that I really hope Dwarf Fortress improves upon in one day in the future. But also, you could make a adventurer party of 15 goblins and then join your fort with that. So, you know, if you want to get like weird dudes in your fort, that's kind of what adventure mode is for. Yeah, this isn't RimWorld. Factions in RimWorld are a lot more gray and optional. In Dwarf Fortress worlds, it's kind of like leaving your faction is like trying to get a devout Catholic to go be Protestant. Good luck. Or actually, less of a devout Catholic being Protestant, and more of it's like trying to make a devout Catholic into a Jehovah's Witness. Good luck. Oh yeah, absolutely. 800 MTV, and I'm looking forward to it. Hopefully it'll be faster than 6 months. I mean, I'm expecting it to take a little while, especially upon, like, I don't know if any of you guys listened to it, but, like, the interview that I did with Sakantarn, and then also the discussion that was on the DF Roundtable podcast, which is a smaller podcast run by a couple good dudes who've played way too much of this game as well. They had Zach and Tarn on, and, like, Zach was talking about how they haven't really designed anything in a while, which he also spoke about on my interview. It's like they haven't really designed anything in a while, so this is going to be them, like, not relearning, but they're going to have to basically start the process again that they just did to make the premium graphics, right? They're going to have to do that again, but with Classic. Or not with Classic. They're going to have to do that again, but with adventure mode, which is going to take time. It's not going to be instant. Is that miasma? That is miasma. They'll survive. It's just stinky. It's like walking into the bathroom after somebody's just used it, and you're like, whoa, God, damn. Hi, miasma. How are you? You did, in fact, hear your name. You always make sure your elf petitioners become woodcutters. Why do you need so many woodcutters? What are you, some kind of noob? Just use lava. Come on, you don't need that much charcoal. I guess maybe for bins, but even then. I usually, honestly, elves in my forts usually become writers. Actually, I usually put them in when I have elves in my forts, they usually become scholars or tavern keepers. And the reason I make them into scholars is because they usually have pretty good writing and reading skills by the time they get into your forts, because especially if they show up as part of like a performance group or something, they probably have pretty good performance skills. So I usually either make them into like risque dancers for the dwarves to laugh at, or librarians generally. Yours usually become molten. Yeah, that's also a valid option. But, like, I don't know. They operate exactly like dwarves when they're in your fort. So, generally, they're actually lovely little additions to your fort, especially because they don't age, right? So you can, like, just have, like, an incredibly intelligent, like, elven author in your library, which is quite helpful. And they do wear dwarf-sized clothing, so they're pretty easy to clothe, unlike humans. Humans are just significantly more tedious to keep, what's the word I'm looking for here, clothed. This is also why, like, I like having goblins in my fort, and I like having elves in my fort, and I like having, like, all of the critters that fit the same size clothing as dwarves. But the second you start bringing in, like, humans, and it's like, I have to make clothing for you. That's the point where I usually go, oh, I'm good, actually. Are you getting tended to? Do I not? Hold up. I don't have a chief medical dwarf right now. Huh. Rory, you've gotten a promotion. You're no longer a sage. You're now my doctor. I mean, I know you're pondering toxicology right now, but get down to the hospital and go tend to Farana's sore wounds. I'm saying that just like in... Okay, never mind. Not Rory. Rory's too way too into the thing he's pondering. So instead of Rory, oh, wow, I could go with Jimmy Tibby. Let's go with Jimmy Tibby. Jimmy Tibby's an interesting dwarf. Are you currently active? No, you're not, but you are melting metal clothing. Can stone block up a lava flow? Yes. Actually, a constructed wall? Yes. A block just sitting on the floor? No. A block will probably melt, actually. But animal house things. How you been, sir? Also, just something I feel the need to state again for anybody who's not subscribed to the stream. Today is my first day, like, attempting automated ads, which is kind of tearing a piece of my soul out. So if you're annoyed by ads as I am, there's a thread on the Discord server in general posted by Aqua of a couple of ways to block ads on Twitch. I genuinely don't care if you do. So I'm just saying. In fact, I kind of prefer if you did. It's mostly so that people coming in from raids don't get stuck in a pre-roll, and people hate that. It really kind of nukes the effectiveness of raids, which is something I've actually been getting recently, because for years I've been the channel that nobody raids because nobody understands how to watch Dwarf Fortress, so nobody raids me. But recently we've been getting more, and I'm assuming that the amount of raids we get up is going to go up over December because of, you know, obvious reasons. I have to remove you from furnace operating, I guess, in order for you to actually do all of the doctoring jobs and give you diagnosis. Yeah, the pesky pre-rolls. Is correct. Unrelated, most of your elves end up becoming mayors. One of the things that you've wondered about fantasy setting is the practical application of each race in a shared society, like in reality. Being of one race is essentially irrelevant, but in fantasy there are real differences. Moral questions become interesting. Yeah, it is kind of interesting. Got to go. Friends asking for help. Go do what you got to do. You're stupid. Things good. Did good deed today. Customer left bag behind. Was near closing. So you were afraid they left, but they were in the clothing area. Luckily, you were super stoked. Oh, hey, so you were able to get a bag back to them? I'm fucking stoked because the charity event that my team runs for RimWorld, the Hot Potato charity event, raised $125,000 for charity, which I am stoked about. I'm very, very happy about the amount of money that the group raised. So feels good. All right, so this... A little life hack for you if you have dwarves that hate being in prison. Put your prison cells in your tavern. Or places where dwarves hang out. This is a guild hall. And this is a prison cell. It's just a chain in this guild hall. So this dwarf's sitting here and socializing. So yes, they are in prison, but most of their, like, prison anger is being quelled by the fact that they're in a public space and can socialize. Also, thanks for the reminder, Clino. For those of you who use Reddit, this little website, I think from now for the next 2 hours, Toadie's doing an AMA. So to those of you who are like, hey, blind, modding stuff, get over there and ask questions and yell at me if he answers them. Because, be on your best behavior, but there's an AMA. There's 2 happening today. It's like one for the next, I think it's 3 hours, and then there's another one later this afternoon. And I will be streaming during both of them, and won't be asking any questions. I'm just gonna say, hey, Tarn, just wanted to say thanks for all that you do. Well, last year was our total at the end of the year was like 86,000. This year, the total at the end was $125,000 for Doctors Without Borders. $125,000 for Doctors Without Borders, which is pretty good. What? How am I blocking sock questions? What? Go ask questions about whatever the fuck. It's an AMA. Dwarven Civs never subscribed to Geneva Conventions or workers' rights, for that matter. Or OSHA, or work safety procedures, or railings. Yes, in 1 week. So 1 week by Bare Naked Ladies has been stuck in my head since I saw it tweeted by Kit Fox this morning. Rocket, it's just stuck in my head now, and it's a thing. It's a thing. If you like burning in lava, don't touch it. If you don't like burning in lava, don't touch it, is Dwarven OSHA. It's in your head. So, fun fact about my life. When I was a little kid, I used to take part in the Greater Vancouver Kids Robotics Club, which was based out of BCIT, and which is a school that you can look up if you want. And we would build robots. We did stuff with Lego Mindstorms. We did stuff with little pre-built kits. We made sumo bots. We made various other little toy robots and had a lot of fun. One of the leaders and founders of that group was a guy who was a touring bass player. Okay, so he was like a roadie / touring bass player. And his claim to fame is he was the backup bass player for the Bare Naked Ladies on almost every tour they ever did, and performed with them a couple of times. So, and he would use like guitar strings as part of his robots too. He had like, because like we needed like sensors for certain robots where it's like if it would like complete the circuit, then like the robot would turn around and like go in a different direction. And he built like this little weird walking bug robot thing that had like these really big guitar, like chopped thick bass strings that would stick out of the front of it, and it would use those as sensors. Most of us would use coat hangers and stuff, but he used bass strings for everything. We just snip the bass strings and use those. Organizing 35 people to do anything in perfect sequence is difficult, let alone 35 streamers. Yeah, 35 streamers who like all have the attention span of a walnut. Like, you know, like I'm not trying to like offend anybody, but like, we had Ambiguous Amphibian on, right? And like he was set up maybe an hour before the event happened. Like before he was on, like he had like nothing ready, and like there was just like this Discord conversation of just like him setting up his thing. It's like everybody's just like pitching in and helping. It was good. A bunch of walnuts can get some cool things done, myself included. It was fantastic. And if I have anything to say about it, we're going to do something with Dwarf Fortress with the same thing. Anyway, same format, but Dwarf Fort. If I have anything to say about it, I'm going to make that happen, God damn it. Amphibian was great. He did such a good fucking job. The toe reveal was incredible. I was like, I was falling out of my chair crying, laughing during that whole bit. You're not allowed to lick the lava. No, that might cause spontaneous tongue combustion. Highly possible. I'm just skimming through because, like, Tarn's questions about AMA are great. Just skimming through to see if he says anything cool. Oh, hey, Toan's asking about music. That's interesting. They have several event triggers, Siege Beast and Death Spiral, breaking into cavern, losing, etc. There's also a system that interludes between big songs, and 23 ambiences. It's the ambiences that I'm excited about, because like he mentioned on the Dwarf Fortress Roundtable about how now there's the possibility that they could get the correct bird songs for different types of birds. So depending on what birds you have on your map, they theoretically could give you the correct bird songs, which would be really, really cool. Did we? I love it when this happens. So Farana repents, which is the best possible mood you can get when a dwarf goes to prison. When a dwarf goes to prison, if they are repentant, they will stop being depressed like immediately. It's like, I repent of my sins, and they just like relinquish all of their stress. It's so good. It's so good. Hang in there, Farana. Hang in there. How long are you in prison for, actually? 45 days, damn. I mean, it was quite a lot of damage you did to the fort. So people were asking how I drain the lava. I'm going to show that now. So the way the lava drains... Actually, here, I can stop it filling, and then I can show it how it drains. Let's pull this lever. But the way the lava drains is off the left here. So there's these drawbridges that are made out of iron. These drawbridges fall to the left, and it flows this way. This at the end here is fortifications, and fortifications on the very edge of the map allow things to flood off the edge of the map. So these down here, this down here, and this down here is all connected to lava-safe bridges with lava-safe mechanisms, and then all I need to do is pull one lever, and it just drains off the side of the map. Amphibian was a walnut in the past, I'm pretty sure. Also a cucumber. Well, that's good to know. Yeah. The more you know. Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola. I always... My brain ceases to function when I read your username. I apologize. Happens when I'm watching RNG, too, and you're in chat. I'm like, Coca-Cola, Coca-Cola. There we go. Between chickens and ravens, you don't like the idea of bird sounds? Buck, 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 buck. Constant. I'm assuming you'll be able to just mute them. Yeah. Lava drain. Although my forts tend to be full of turkeys, and just hearing gobbling sounds would just make me laugh hysterically if I had to bet. Normal dwarf fort sounds. Gobble, 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 gobble. What, people's brain ceasing to function when they read your username is a normal effect? Seems like not a positive one. It's gonna be a really busy thread. I'm actually gonna post the Arn Adams AMA and Dwarf Fort talk if it hasn't been. Oh, it's already been posted. Sweet. Let's see, what else do we have? I'm actually gonna sort by new instead of top. Man, he's 20 minutes back already. No, here's everybody's favorite question of multi-CPU support. Or, they say multi-CPU support, but I'm assuming they mean multi-threading. Imagine Dwarf Fortress supporting multiple CPUs. I want to run Dwarf Fortress on a server with 6 server CPUs. Let's go. Screw multi-threading. I want multi-CPU. Some of it is a bit faster. You updated the compiler, which always adds a great deal of world gen. Isn't really a FPS death, but it's much faster. And the solution is multi-core, which remains the same. There's a display thread and the game thread. And the game is a single thread. Yep. Well, but only one thread per CPU, which wouldn't Well, I guess. Yep. Yeah, I can't even say that out loud, Zapdos. That's such a mind-bending pain. I'm just looking through most recent questions to see if there's anything interesting. Someone should go ask about DLC, just so that I can tell people that it's probably a no forever. Because when I asked Tarn directly about DLC at PAX, he was basically just like, unlikely. Maybe music. But that was kind of it. We'll just let that finish draining. You know, George Takei has an account on Mastodon, and it makes me happy because I can still get my random George Takei tweets about like sandwiches, except on Mastodon. Makes me feel good. I like my random George Takei tweets. Is that a bear or a wild boar? There's a dead boar in this tree. This is a weird forest of just like weird corpses and trees. All right, let's check in on my. This has to be ready to go. Lava 3 of something. Yeah, it's all ready to go. Perfect. Let's bring in some water. You want dwarves to start writing books about simulation theory? But simulation theory is just a creationist theory for assholes. That's all it is. It's literally just like the equivalent of a creationist's theory. That's all it is. Or it's a creationist theory for atheists, whatever you prefer. Mind, thank you very much for the 38th month. Welcome back.
Whoop whoop.
Whoop whoop. Back at you. Sup, man? How thing? How thing do? How thing be? And people who went on a drug trip while watching The Matrix. As somebody who likes to get high and watch The Matrix sometimes, I can confirm that that's not everybody who's had a who's had a drug trip and watched The Matrix, because I don't believe in simulation theory. I think it's fun to read about, but it's bleh. You've been listening to Braid music. That sounds fun. Hell yeah. Jack, come on. There's 128 of you watching right now, and there's 2 people posted beers. Type in the word beer, or Crypt Burr, which is my follower emote, or the beers emoji, or HS Cheers, or any other variants of beers. Thank you. Much better. I know that you're probably all just like going, but Strimmer, I'm staring at this AMA. And you know what? That's totally fine. But I'm still going to complain at you. It's all good. You have one job. It's not like I'm paying you for it, H2O. A lot of questions coming in. I have this feeling I'm going to be scrolling up and down this AMA for a while. Mercury and lead-infused beers for all? Yes, it'll make your brain wider. Once you're decomposing. Spills beer. There you go. Do I have a music recommendation list somewhere? Okay, what do you mean by recommendation? Like, just music that I like? Because, like, if you scroll down, there's a link to my Bandcamp profile and my Discogs profile in the description of this stream, which will give you links to things that I own. But if you just want random music chats, there's a room on my Discord called Music Talk where I will sometimes just be like, this is the shit that I'm listening to. And it's usually either some weirdly edgy mid-2000s new metal, jazz, or, I don't know, random electronic music from middle of nowhere. Question from Name, Lips, and Tarn's Answer are both great reads. Can you link them? If you're gonna refer to specific ones, could you either like copy paste the question and answer into the chat or link them? Would be helpful. If it were necessary, would you and Zach be open to becoming brains in jars or perhaps similar cybernetic measures? Thank you, Trevor. Asking the important questions. Question is adding depth versus breadth in DF, for example. We're adding new features that rather than fixing bugs. When we're adding new features rather than fixing bugs, we're mostly thinking about what will improve player stories. But of course, if you can take any direction, if you can take this in any direction, you can just add to the pick. I will get caught up on chat in a second. You can just have a pick like you can roughly do with villains and then army, siege, and mathematics and relations. Can be done almost any order. I should probably stop this from filling. I understand now why you said it's a good read. Question you've had for a while, but you've probably gotten frequently. Why, for the love of God, is the I lowercase? Because people were reading it as Blindrill before. I've come to terms with the fact with my username there is no winning. I either get called Blind Girl or I get called Blindrill, and that's if I keep it uppercase. And I got tired of being called Blind Girl. So I made it lowercase, and now the vast majority of people get it right with it lowercase. They realize that there's like a break in the sentence, and that's fine. Also, when Twitch had an IRL category, the I was lowercase. I mean, Gloryhammer is fine, but they're certainly not my favorite, like, silly power metal band. I much prefer Grail Knights when it comes to, like, goofy power bands. You can call me Blindy. I really don't care. Just don't call me Blind Girl, because that just makes me want to smack you upside the face. I'm a dude, okay? But at the end of the day, like, it's just call me Blind, because that's my actual username. If I could get twitch.tv/blind, I would, but it's literally never going to happen. Let's make some obsidian. So I've just kind of accepted that I'm never going to get it. It was funny when someone with a serious HR department with your personal mail was Dick Mind and not DLCC Mind when we all thought, oh. Okay. I am your favorite. Yeah, that's a thing that I've gotten over the years is like, do you stream Rocket League? It's like, no. No, I don't. I actually don't like Rocket League. I played it a little bit and I thought it was kind of bad. Not big on sports games here. And there be some more obsidian. Twitch has some old-ass accounts, and Twitch also has a lot of people that are sitting on accounts. Like, the person who has twitch.tv/blind has said that they'll sell it, but it's like 6 figures they'd want for it. So it's like, a lot of it's just people sitting on old account names, and yeah, it's not worth it. Or Cocker, as a friend of mine likes to refer to it. Leno. I mean, Dwarfs is sports. Come on. Have you never heard of the great game of our Dwarfs, head kicking? Where you kick a head down a hill? Aaron, I love your work, but what's the biggest barrier to bringing Dwarf Fortress to Steam? Answer, we crossed that barrier right when we started making the decision to go with our publisher, Kitfox, and they made this all possible. We had no idea how to do personal stuff and no clue about the ins and outs of that. And with the barrier removed, suddenly, well, after some years, we have graphics. Suddenly, boom! Yeah, like 4 years later. I know that is cool. Yeah, have you never seen DF child tossing? It's a well-known sport in these parts. Good old-fashioned kitty toss. It's for sale by a squatter, $5,000. Yeah, exactly. No, it's like, I have the name that I have, and if you want to call me Blindy, that's fine. But just realize that my username is Blind. Primarily. That's the name. That's the name that I like. That's the name that I want to stick to. But I just, there's no way in hell I'll ever actually get Blind on any platforms. You want to know one of my favorite recent comments I got? I got this, like, set of comments from this person who was just being an ass, right? Like, absolutely just mad that the game was going to cost money now, right? So I won't go into too many details, but one of the lines that they stated was that they've basically saying, I've been betrayed, and you've gone with a shady publisher. I just want to say that out of all of the publishers I've worked with over the years, as somebody who makes bullshit videos on the internet for people to be entertained by, that have absolutely no long-term value, Kitfox is one of the least shady publishers I've ever worked with. They're like one of the best, nicest, easiest to work with, most open, quickest to respond publishers I've had the pleasure of working with over the years. So, mad that the game optionally costs money. Mad that the game optionally costs money and they've paid lots of money over the years for it. And apparently they're making enough money and don't need to make more money. It was one of those classic instances of somebody who just doesn't understand housing and costs in the place where Zach and Tarn live, and cost of living and inflation and the value of the American dollar versus like the value of food. So yeah, no, it's weird. Does that mean I've worked with Bethesda? You know, fun fact, for a very long... Actually, so one of Bethesda's community managers who is the community lead for Starfield as of last time I checked, I assume he's still there, I haven't talked to him in a couple of years, used to be the community lead for Elite Dangerous, which was a game that I streamed quite a bit of, to the point where I'm pretty sure I have contacts at Bethesda. But I've never worked with Bethesda. Because I have no interest in any of their games whatsoever. Just like, period. It's really strange that it's like playing the game 1, playing the game 2, and this series gets out and they don't like it, so now they have to stop playing game 1 because they're screwed up the genre or something. Yeah, it's very strange. You did your part in the AMA. Have you asked when Gremlin will become mayor? Did you make a Gremlin for Mayor account too, specifically to post in this AMA? Because I'm assuming you did. Need to refresh and see if you did. Also, this thread had 120, and this thread had 82 comments. I refreshed it at 120. Oh, okay, no, you didn't. Any plans on adding a gremlin as tutorial mascot or another creature as like a little helping mascot in the tutorial windows? I agree. They need like DF Clippy. I should read this article at some point. I'm gonna save this. Actually. Debug from air? Damn right, dude. I mean, okay, so I want to know, if I mod a random creature into Dwarf Fortress and I leave the tile set on, are they just going to all show up as debugs? Also, does that mean that I can just make Debug Creature a creature that's like a playable adventurer? Because the adventures of Debug in Debug Land would be pretty great, where everything is Debug. I'm just saying that would be a pretty good like April Fool's something. Oh yeah, no, World Gen will be much faster. Zach stated that on his laptop from 2014, he can generate a 1,000-year-old world in, it was like under 20 minutes, or is it just over 25 minutes? It was like 26 minutes or something, which previously took like 4.5 hours for reference. You should know more about publishers and stuff. That's the whole point, right? They don't want you to know about publishers because they want you to sign a bad contract and make them a shit ton of money and not make you any money. Reality. Saw somewhere that there was a mod that makes untitled generic items sprite that takes any incorrectly directed sprite that would potentially crash stuff and generates it as a sprite. Oh, that's interesting. Well, I'm just wondering if debug is just going to pop up as the default because, like, in one of the times that I spoke with Tarn, he's just said, I'm like, what happens if a sprite is missing? He just says, well, debug will appear. So, which makes me wonder, it's like, is there going to be like a Dwarf Fortress equivalent of Missing No, where there's just like a really weird occasion where like a Forgotten Beast shows up as debug guy? Just a giant debug fills the side of the screen. Sup, Gus? Those things. Because that would amuse the ever-living crap out of me. Cannot wait. Genuinely cannot wait. I'm also, like, still halfway reading this in the background. We've hit spring, by the way, I think. That or we're in the middle of winter now. Actually, yeah, no, we're in winter because we've crashed through fall now. Sup, Bionic? I just, like, had to pause and be like, what's that? What's that badge? That's one I've never seen before. CSGO week? Assuming tournaments or something? Getting this obsidian out of here mighty quick. The stream for the last 2 pre-undies streams? Well, we're doing Longdeath today. And my goal for today is we're going to actually dig down to the 3rd cavern layer, which I haven't seen yet, and we're on year 436, so that'll be fun. What else do I want to do today? I'm all right, Miss Runner, and yourself. And then tomorrow and the day after, we're going to be trying to finish Stonewater is the plan. Because when Stonewater's done, it done. Like, it done. And it's done. And I'm looking forward to that. For Stonewater, yeah. No, we're going to dig too deep. I mean, with Stonewater, I've got access to the underworld, right? So because we've got access to the underworld, I'm going to try and fight them. Your back went out big time? Oh no, that's unfortunate. Your back feel better? Then it shows up. Yeah, exactly. It's Forgotten Beast, and it's and a demon from the underworld has 6 brave raven wings and a mouth with 4 rows of teeth and flesh and metal red skin. It shows up looking like a little derpy dude with a kind of put off look on his face. Oh, also chat room, something that I can tease, but without saying much about, is I've got things in the works with another DF creator. We're working on a thing. That's about as much as I want to say. But there's so TLDR, I guess, without giving any details away. I need to figure out things that we can do on YouTube that are interesting for people. That isn't, you know, just DF news, because at this point it's like I got DF news, I've got Future of the Fortress, and then the occasional interview. And those are not super frequent or common. So I'm trying to think of other ideas, and there's another idea in the works. Hopefully you guys enjoy it when it actually happens, but we're a little bit of a ways off of that still. Yeah, I'm making a sing-along series. I'm going to be doing sing-along videos of various songs from the soundtrack, clearly. This might actually seal off this side. It doesn't. Is there a bug that you haven't told about? And he said, somebody just submitted a dwarf without any skin color, which means you wouldn't notice in the text version, but now they have no flesh, no skin, just clothes like an invisible dwarf. I think I've seen that before, actually. That's horrific. It's funny that he... Wow, actually. It's like the Invisible Man, but a dwarf. Huh. It's actually, you know what it's like? It's like this bug from Assassin's Creed Unity where people would spawn with no face. Like where their faces just wouldn't render. And they just looked like nightmare robots from hell. It's like that. That's very amusing, actually. Or they live. Oh yeah, true. Yeah, that too. Also, they live. Yeah, this thread's getting pretty biggins. Also, it looks like Crabman's answering questions, so shoutouts to Crabs. So you can keep track. I'm just going in chronological order. Because you can sort by popular or you can sort by chronological. Let's go by chronological. Okay. This lava's almost done emptying, so we can claim all of the armor in here and set it to melt. Because it is all large. And I'm assuming, yep, the humans all got chucked in here. So we're actually going to pull this lever and then pull it again, and then we're going to get everything dumped again. Meeting time? Boo. On such an important day, the day of Tarn's AMA, you should inform your the people that would be at the meeting and be like, sorry, but we have something much more important. Hey, Crastator. Yeah, it is a lot of lava. It's okay, though. It's contained lava. So thanks, Clino. I don't know if I'd necessarily say that I'm narrating Cream of the Crop, but I'm certainly reading some of them. Lava melts certain types of armor, but there are things in Dwarf Fortress that are classified as lava safe, meaning they aren't melted. One of those things is iron and steel. Or two of those things are iron and steel. So iron and steel are the only materials that I'm actually getting out of it. So it's like iron, steel, adamantine isn't melted. Basically the super value. I think, oh God, what's the name of that stupid material? It's a precious metal, but really heavy. I'm mind blank. It's the heaviest material in the freaking game. What is it? True. Blind making fun of dumb questions isn't quite throwing off the thing, but... Platinum, that's it, yeah. Platinum, I should have been like, they made Bayonetta. But yeah, no, platinum. Platinum is also magma safe. There's silver isn't, like there's like a lot that just like dissipate off. And then also if you drain the metal, if you drain the lava really quickly, even melted metal can actually be melted down. So you can have like copper get melted and then immediately just use all of the copper, which I've done before as well. Yeah, no, it's a neat little system. While we let this fill in the background. And then I'm going to go look for more questions. Let's see what other things people have written. I like how somebody's going around and downvoting all of the questions that are just like irrelevant, like Reddit questions. Like I love questions like this. Do the dwarves prefer cereal or milk first? It's like, do you put the cereal in the bowl first or the milk in the bowl first? Like that is an important question that we need to get out of an AMA. I mean, come on. Why would you downvote that? What's wrong with you? You have a weird feeling that your desk, you want your desk to have a fluffy layer on top of it as it would be comfy feeling. You don't think your mouse would like it though? That's why you put a mouse pad on top of the fluffy layer. Let's upvote it. Definitely upvote it. Come on, guys. Let's work on the important questions. I mean, you want to know how I eat cereal? I have a glass of milk and dry cereal. I put the cereal in my mouth and then I take a swig of milk so that my cereal stays crunchy. Not even joking. Like that. Like as an adult, that's how I eat cereal. As a kid, I used to just like, mom would just hand me a bowl of pre-mixed cereal. But now that's how I eat my cereal. Exactly. I want my crunch. God damn it. Like, what do you even... If I wanted soggy cereal, I would eat oatmeal. You bet all the multiplayer questions are getting updates? I haven't seen a single multiplayer question, actually. Although I haven't done, like, a Control-F multiplayer, so... If a tree falls on a dwarf and there's nobody around to hear it, does it make a sound? And Tarn's response is, it doesn't make a sound, even if somebody's around. Capybaras make sounds and people talk. I'm not sure what other examples there are. So trees don't make a sound when they fall. So if a tree falls in the woods, doesn't make a sound. It's a true story. You also like the image of a meal as you also like the image of that meal as a kid of deconstructed porridge. I mean, I've never had deconstructed. I had porridge for breakfast, actually. It had blackberries that I picked this past summer and put in my freezer and almond milk, and it was tasty. I don't like crunchy oatmeal. No, I actually, if it's a hot breakfast, if it's like a hot porridge, I do not like it crunchy at all. No. If it's cold, I like it crunchy. I'm just gonna pause this so it can fill all the way up. Actually, because right now it just, yeah, it's getting. I need it to get some pressure on it so it fills faster. Block that off and let it do its thing. All right. So now that this lava is draining, I can pull this lever. I can also go up here and pull this lever and this lever. And that'll open these gates down here and up here and also open that front door. Start getting in here once the lava goes away. Yeah, frozen berries is good. Investments are open. Exclamation point tickets to see how many you have if you want to know how many you can invest. If you want to participate in random game in chat that does nothing except for allow me to track how many hours you've watched. That's all it is. I read somewhere that you have an extensive mathematical education that has helped you make Dwarf Fortress. What is it? Oh, okay, he talks about his history. Here's a question about bringing on more people to help with bug fixing, and Tarn's response is, it's all reasonable, and we've outsourced wood densities in various colors, etc. And it really helps when we do, since there's much more to do there. Interesting. Maybe one day. I don't know. Look at your calendar, Strategy Informer. Hey, Strategy. Tarnams is doing an AMA on Reddit. And I know you do website and Twitter things, so maybe there's some gems in there for you. What are you gonna... I like this question. What are you gonna do with all of your free time after release? Free time? And he just starts laughing. Free time? What's that? Bug fix. Yeesh. Asking about maybe getting a new cat. Tarn is not planning on getting a new cat in the near future because he might be moving elsewhere again, but wants to be settled first, and Zach and Annie may be getting a second tiny dachshund. Oh, that's good! Jojo might get a sibling. No, right now is the AMA. Right now, right. I'm looking at it, right? See, that's from 14 minutes ago. So Scamps passed away earlier this year. It was very sad. The community collectively had a funeral for our Lord and Savior Scamps. Unless you're, if you're watching on YouTube, it's over. But the archive will exist. Last crew, what's up? It's good to see you. Hello. Rip Scamps? I don't know. I mean, I can't remember if I mentioned it in my videos. It was one of those things where it's just like, it was posted on the Bay 12 blogs. I think I might have read it in one of the news videos. It's just, I don't talk about it much because, like, it's somebody's pet dying. You know? It's like, that's not super relevant to game. It's not something I need to discuss frequently. It's not something that I need to constantly be reminding of, you know? You know, it's like, yeah, Tarn's cat passed away. Cool. Also, damn, everybody's winning tickets today. It's almost like the bot decided to be nice to everybody. Is that blood? Or is that wine? It is, in fact, blood. Murky Dimple. What a last name. Imagine your last name being Murky Dimple. You won back your losses from earlier? Damn right. That's how the house keeps you going. You lose some, you win some, you come out with less than you started with, and the house wins. Ports? Now, when you say ports, do you mean... God, that account username. When you say ports, does that mean... like ports to console, or you mean to like Linux and Mac? Because yeah, of course, on the second one. Console would be surprising me, but Linux and Mac, yeah, of course that's planned. Okay, I'm just going to make an empty cages stockpile right here. I want to say that it's like furniture has cages. Turns out, nope. Finished goods, maybe? Chains are in here, which would mean... Nope. Traps, maybe? So many weapons. That seems unfortunate. It's like, what have I done, is what I feel when I read that username, Diamond. The port's answer is here. It's nothing really specific. It's expensive, but we're definitely going to need somebody for the ports. So when he says the ports, he's talking about Mac and Linux. And that ball is now rolling. Yeah, he's talking about Mac and Linux. And that's known and confirmed and been confirmed and known for a while. If the launch goes well, you'll be expanding beyond that. Bugs, certainly optimization and mod support, and perhaps more. Yeah, no, he's talking specifically about, when he says ports, he means Mac and Linux. I think he's like expanding on like the idea of maybe adding to the team as well, which, you know, is something they've talked about on and off for a while. But like that's something that's just like straight up never going to happen until they have more money than they know what to do with. Once they have more money than they know what to do with, I have this feeling that it's going to suddenly become a lot more viable. I'm realizing I have no idea where cages are in this menu. Does anybody know where the fuck cages are in the stockpile settings? This is why this UI needed to be redone. Is it in furniture? I literally just went through that and I didn't see them, but then again, this is me we're talking about. Where exactly in furniture? Is it animals? But like it asks for like animal types. Is there just an option for cage in animal? Like empty cage? Do I just have to like scroll through this until I find it? 'Cause it's literally every single like possible animal in here. Also, this is interesting. Bones of Lal. Or Banes, I guess those are angels.
Crypt comfy, crypt bear.
And Lal's attendants and warriors of Lal and chaos monsters. Excellent. Chaos champions? Death slayers. Good shit. I'm learning about random critters I've never read about in this world before. I love the death slayers. Metal as fuck. Sama, thank you very much for the 16th month. Welcome back. You are correct. Thank you. I didn't see that. It me. Whoop. Thank you. I generally just make animal stockpiles, but I don't want animals there. Does not stop the ads. Refreshing the page would. Also, if you refresh the page, you'll get your sub notification, and if you do that within a minute or within 4 minutes, it's halfway to a hype train. The sub features mostly don't become active until you refresh the page anyway. So there is that. The thong problem is in fact a thing of the past, yes. Or will be a thing in the past, because dwarves will be able to make their own underwear. Oh no, it certainly will. I mean, me and Tekid were talking about Dwarf Fortress running on Linux the other night. He's not even remotely worried about being able to get Dwarf Fortress to run, and he uses Arch. So if Tekid can make Dwarf Fortress run on Arch Linux, and even more so if I can just like pressure him to make a tutorial on how to make Dwarf Fortress run on Arch Linux, like I don't think that'll be a problem. I mean, he plays the Windows version right now on Arch Linux. So, like, if you could do that, then yeah, I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure it's fine. We know that it runs great on an M2 Mac in emulation. Yeah, I know nothing about M2 Macs. As far as I'm concerned, if you use, and this is just me being a gatekeeping elitist, if you're playing video games on Mac, you do not have the right to complain about it not running well because you're playing games on a Mac. Only use Windows for some games? Yeah, it's basically just games with obnoxious DRM that you need Windows for, right? It's like games that have de novo. And last I checked, Dwarf Fortress isn't going to have any DRM, let alone de novo. Hey, Cam, what's up, dude? What, for me? I don't have any. Premium release is my most desired feature. I don't know what that means, but I'm assuming it's related to Linux. Alchemist, I think is how you say that. What's up, Nowhere Mesh? Or Now Here. I always want to read your name as Nowhere. Is it Now Here or Nowhere, actually? Now that I'm staring at your username, it's like really tripping my brain out. Arch user repository? Can you tell that I'm just like a normie, I play games on Windows person? Because I am. We're loading cage traps. That's what you like to see. Sweet, thank you. At least it's obvious what I am. It's a mystery that'll never be revealed. So you're okay with us just picking one and sticking to it? Because that's all I'm gonna do. There's no shame in it. The only shame is just like not knowing what people are talking about and asking for clarification. But that's just because I like to appear smart as a person on the internet, because then people respect me more. But I'm the furthest from smart, so it's fine. I just play too many video games, which also doesn't make you smart. What, Now Here Mash? Instead of Nowhere Mesh? Or Mash? Nowhere Mash? Auhi? Auhi. I mean, Auhi is in fact two words that are in there. I mean, you can't spell Nowhere Mesh without Nowhi. Also acceptable. Okay. I mean, I just get annoyed when people call me Blindrill, so... Auhi is now is. Yes, Auhi now is. Speaking of Auhi now is. King, I don't think I've asked you, how excited are you for the release of Dwarf Fortress on Steam? I feel like you're probably one of those people who's like, I keep playing Classic. See, I'm fine with blind ERL. Fine with that. Like, that I can deal with. Blindrill just makes me want to, like, launch my head through my monitor. Those quick, on-point, no-fluff meetings? No. How's everybody's month been? We spoke yesterday, sir. How's everybody's month been? Can you engrave walls in that lava corridor? I mean, most of them. Some of them are constructed, though. I mean, those are engraved. I engraved the gems. Oh, with pictures of people screaming and burning? I'd rather not, because I don't feel like going through... Well, I mean, I guess I could like make one image of a person burning and screaming and then just like mass engrave that image everywhere, but that would be tedious. If you add an A in between the two D's, and then yeah, sure. Sounds like a funny name. You're coming off a week vacation B-Day and kill turkey day. And yesterday was a lot of welcome back, Athros, and so good. How have you? How was your vacation? For 3 or 4 hours of meetings? Oh, God. Yeah, no, fuck that. At least they're through all that shit. You're not sure you'll enjoy the new look, to be honest, but you're excited for Tarn. He deserves to do well. Yeah, well, I mean, you'll be able to play premium with the class. Honestly, that's the thing that I want them to get done stat, is like get ASCII done stat, get classic out stat. I really hope there's no major bugs on launch so that they can just like focus on getting classic out, because that's really what needs to be done as far as I'm concerned. Maybe my priorities are in the wrong place, but my priorities are get classic ready to go right away. He's done AMAs on /r AMA before, so I mean they have a scheduled break around for lunch for like 2 hours, and then they'll come back and answer more. So it's gonna be a lot of questions. Yeah. There we go. That's what I needed. I needed a bit of pressure in that. Look at that. Look at all that lava. That's how fast I want that to fill. I mean, think about it this way, right? Generally, I try and respond to every single YouTube comment I get. Generally, H2O. But recently, I've been getting enough comments that when I put out a new video, I will respond to 5 comments, refresh, and there will be 12 comments to respond to. And when that starts happening, that's when I stand up and leave the computer and just go do something else, because it's a waste of my time. That just means that you're getting a good amount of responses, and that's a positive thing. Hey, Sigma. What's up? Let's just drop the lava down real quick. You cannot fortify... You cannot fortify floor. No. Only walls. Probably a holdover from the 2D days. I didn't just drop that on a dwarf, did I? The game lagged weirdly, and I was like, certainly wasn't looking, so... Yeah, but they can't shoot through them. Like, I think that's like the requirement for fortification is, can they shoot a projectile through it? But they can't shoot through grates, so... Yeah, he's done them before. It's the only thing he does on Reddit. It's the only, honestly, the like high profile AMAs on Reddit are one of the only things that are actually of value on Reddit. I'm confused. Is classic fort mode or free? Is classic fort mode or free to have? So there are 2 forks of Dwarf Fortress as of next week, or fan club. There's classic and there's premium. Classic is referring to the version of Dwarf Fortress that you will get when you go to bay12games.com/dwarves. Dwarf Fortress Classic. It'll be free, and it won't include the music or the fancy pixels that you've been seeing in all of the news for Steam. And then there's Premium, which can be purchased either from Steam, here, when it loads, which can be purchased either here from Steam or from itch.io. So this is Premium, and this is Classic. They're the exact same game, except Premium includes all of the, the UI stuff and all the graphics. So when you hear people say Classic and Premium, they're referring to free and paid. So Classic is free, Premium is paid. They're not referring to a particular mode in the game. Also, I should just have Tarn's Reddit account open and just read his responses. That's actually what I'm going to do. How many cats is too many cats, says Ricci. This is a very important question. And Tarn's response is, Zach and Annie's cats, Tuckless and Evie, are about enough since they can flank both sides. Sometimes Evie sits on your chest, and it's quite heavy, and 2 Evies would be too many in that situation. So 2 cats is enough cats, according to Tarn. Very important information that needs to be informed. You know, I used to know a streamer, Animal, who at one point owned 40 cats. This was during the pandemic, but... Hey, grave stench! The dwarven child has been possessed. I think also just became old enough to be possessed. And for clarity's sake, she lived in like an 8-bedroom house with her like sister, her husband, her sister and her sister's husband, and her parents and their grandparents, and they lived on a farm. But like, yeah, they had a lot of cats. But it was one of those situations where they just had like 8 cats, and then people just started giving them cats. Yeah, I mean like 40 cats in real, like they had, it was about 40 cats was the way she described it. And there was one stream that she did where she actually like carried as many cats as possible into her room, and it was like, it was madness. Although some of them were like outdoor only cats. No, I wasn't talking about in Dwarf Fort. I'm talking about like real life cats. Yes, she is a lady. Because you really want to watch that? She hasn't streamed in like 2 years. She stopped streaming around the time the pandemic happened. Lol, 2cat. You know, I never thought I would see ClitoDev say lol shoot 2 shens meme in my chat ever, but this is the world we live in now. League of Legends memes are happening in real time in my chat said by ClitoDev. Lol, 2 shens? Lol, what the fuck? 2 shens? That's where that came from. Good old days. Good old days. I watched that live, in fact. Catastrophic, truly. You have 4 and it's already a lot of slots for house pets. I used to live in this apartment with 2 cats and my ex, because it was her cats. And they were lovely, but I don't ever want to live with that many cats in such a small space ever again. Maybe in like, if I ever live in a house in the future, at that point I'd be okay with living with a cat or 2. But even then, cat would not be allowed in my office. Period. Cats are nice, but I do not like them in enclosed spaces. I was pretty ready to just get rid of those cats around the time they moved out. And as much as I miss the fat one that we had, I don't miss the other one at all. She was a bit of a bitch. And, yeah, I miss Felly. Don't miss Tuna very much. Tuna was a horrifically obnoxious, asinine animal. So much hair everywhere. Yep. My neighbors have cats. Actually, like, multiples of my neighbors have cats. So there are, during the summer when I have my sliding glass door open all the time, I have multiple home invasions a day of my neighbors' cats just, like, walking in and being like, hi! So I do still get to, like, witness cats appearing in my apartment that I don't own and don't have to feed and don't have to clean the litter boxes for and don't have to pay the vet bills for. Which, honestly, as far as I'm concerned, is the optimal format of cats. It's like a cat shows up, but I don't actually have to like, do anything except for pet it. Best kind of home invasions. Oh, it's great until they have a half-dead rat in their mouth, which has happened because Charlie was a dipshit and didn't know how to kill them yet. Charlie's this like very orange resting bitch face, Siberian long hair. And, he was like, they got him this year and he was a kitten at the beginning of this year. And like midsummer, he started figuring out how to catch like rodents. And Charlie brought me a almost dead rat once, which I picked up by the tail and whipped out my door. It happened while I was streaming too. I just mentioned I've got a home invasion I need to deal with, and I got up and there was like a partially still squeaking rat, which was mangled in my. It was unpleasant. Anyway, since then Charlie has brought me 2 sufficiently dead rats as well as a dead bird. So thank you, Charlie. Fucking stop it. I don't mind. I'm not like my mother. I don't like keel over in tears when I see a dead like baby bird or something. Like I like emotionally it's fine, but it's just like I stop bringing that shit. Fucking animals. Charlie is a very generous provider, but also I much prefer when I'm like outside, like smoke hitting my vape or something, and Charlie will just like come up and nuzzle my arm. Then Charlie's a lovely little individual, but my God, when he just brings me dead animals, I wish that entire species didn't exist. So someone wants to know about Tarn's favorite bugs that have been discovered during development. And Tarn's response was, they've pretty much been weird graphical ones. This time around, as you might imagine. And I mentioned elsewhere in the Invisible Dwarf, and naked visitors are so much more prominent. Bald people standing on their own hair. Bald people standing on their own hair. Care to elaborate on the standing on their own hair part? Like, what? What else do we have here? Oh, hey, he got to my comment. He said you too at me. What else do we have? Oh, maybe. Talks about boats, the classic. Time travel. How many cats are too many cats? So I've been running the free version on a very old shitty laptop for a number of years now, and barring the usual FPS killing kitten apocalypses, I haven't had any issues. Could you speak to how different the overall burden on the system has changed between the 2 versions? And Tarn's response is, I don't have any reports of it changing significantly. There's more rendering now, and that's probably an issue of some older computers, but then again, no reports of this mattering. Display is on a different thread, so hopefully it won't affect the game at all. Canadian Pagan, thank you very much for the raid. Chat, can I get a round of beards for the raiders so that they stop charging and instead accept alcohol as a peace offering? But Tarn Adams is doing an AMA right now on Reddit, if you guys are interested. And the more I'm sitting here staring at this AMA, I'm kind of tempted to do like a Future of the Fortress bonus where I just read it all, but that'll take a billion hours, and I don't know if I actually have time to do that. You will accept the offering of beer? Hell yeah, man. How was your stream? What were you guys playing today? I'm blind. I stream way too much Dwarf Fort, which is releasing on Steam in like 7 days. So if you like Dwarf Fort or have questions about Dwarf Fort, this is a good place to be. Or if you maybe want to play Dwarf Fort. Kid Fox, aren't you supposed to be monitoring an AMA right now? Why? Actually, does watching my stream count as work, or is this strictly a lunch break thing? All of the meads? I might actually have some mead in the fort. Unlikely. What do I have for booze in this fort right now? Where is that? Drinks. Let's see. We have split beer, barley wine, which is a personal favorite. Rye beer, also very good in real life. Quinoa beer, I don't think that exists. White mullet beer, potato wine, turnip wine, cranberry wine, blueberry wine, blackberry wine, raspberry wine, dwarven ale, prickleberry wine, fisherberry wine, apricot wine, plum wine, dwarven wine, and a large amount of strawberry wine. may or may not be doing 5 things at once. And typing beer, I like that one of the important things that you have to be doing with your time is typing beer in my chat. Much appreciated. One of these days, you're going to accidentally tweet crypt beer, and it's going to be my true claim to fame. Cheers, Groove, for continuing that sub. This is your treat your treat task for the day. It's like your cheat day where you're just like, it's my day I get to eat a cupcake, except it's my day where I get to spam beer. Honestly, I would drink some quinoa beer. I'd try it. Padinsky, what up? Yo, Padinsky, have you applied to get a key for Dwarf Fort yet? Because you're someone who should. Child has started creating an artifact. We've got emerald cut blue jades, quartzite blocks, 2 pieces of pigtail cloth, raw green glass, alder logs, quartzite, and wild boar piggy bone. We ready for next week? I'm just sitting here and like, so I have a very part-time job. I work for my parents. And it's like usually Sundays I go over to where their business is, and I'm basically their janitor. They own a school for little kids, and I clean it because they legally need to have a professional contract cleaner, and believe it or not, that's actually accreditation I have. So it's kind of that they get a cheap cleaning service, and I get some money on the side to go over there and clean for them. I've told them I might not be able to, depending on when I'm able to play premium. Which I still don't know, but we'll see. So I will either be sleeping a lot this weekend or sitting in an editing hole that I don't leave from whenever till release. So am I ready? Ready as I'll be, I would say. Plotting things behind the scenes. The hot potato just finished, which means I can rest easy again, which also means now I'm reaching out to people with the possibility of maybe making a hot potato, but with Dwarf Fortress in mind. What did you just say? You'll after seeing a human's dead body. Oh, it's probably here, I would guess. Let's just crush that real quick. Cheers, Pagan. Enjoy your lurks. You're gonna buy it anyway so that you can play it right away. You know, honestly, I'm assuming I'm gonna get like a Steam key, right? I'm gonna buy it on itch. Buy it on itch is what I'm gonna do, and that's gonna be my fuck around and find out version where I install weird things and see what I can make happen. I'm gonna buy it on itch.io and like see if I can, you know, make some videos using that version. Or are making a documentary. Well, I mean, the documentary is not going to be out. Like on the no clip, what would you call it? Patreon, they said sometime in the first month or 2 of next year. So it's going to take a little bit. But yeah, it's cool that they like pushed it up to their first priority. How much coffee and how many frozen meals have I stockpiled? None yet. I'm doing that this weekend. But I do have 3 bags of coffee because the coffee I like was on sale. So I got plenty of coffee. Coffee's not an issue. So you can make them play too? Yeah, same. I mean, both of my sisters are getting Dwarf Fortress for Christmas. Which is fine because like my little sister has like 12,000 hours on The Sims 3 and my older sister has similar numbers in The Sims and also has like 700 hours in RimWorld, so I'm sure they'll both enjoy it. Grave Stench, the dwarven child, has created Aloth Nomal, a wild boar bone crossbow, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Mincot Clasped Treaty, which was one of, I think, their parents? It's usually their parent. Yep. It's dad. Who's still around, too. Don't mind stirring things up, he says. Imagine getting an artifact dedicated to you. A crossbow, nonetheless. It's worth almost nothing, 15,600 Zathel. Is the name of the kid? Yes. It's named after somebody from Twitch. Don't ask. But I don't know. I'll probably be well, actually, this weekend I'm gonna go buy like 2 weeks worth of pasta, and maybe 3, and also like a bunch of oatmeal probably, and then just like a couple extra loaves of bread and some cheese, and I'll be good. I ordered a refill on my meds, which I have to go pick up tonight, which should last me through December, so should be good. Yeah, I'm not gonna leave the house for a while, that's for sure. On the item is this is a wild boar bone crossbow. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted. It is encrusted with oval quartzite cabochons and decorated with pigtail and encircled with bands of oval cut green glass gems and pigtail. This object menaces with spikes of wild boar bone, quartzite, and blue jade. On the item is an image of Muthcat Bell Spillers, the dwarf and dwarves in Alder. Muthcat Bell Spitters is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the appointment of the dwarf Muthcat Bell Spitters to the position of diplomat of the Ignited creation in the early autumn of 393. To resupply the gas? What the what? Oh, also, this is the unicorn pen right now. It's the population is recovered finally. So the humans murdered a lot of my unicorns, and my unicorn population went from a good, healthy, large number of unicorns all the way down to like 4. But the population has since recovered, which is excellent news, frankly. I don't know what we would do without them. All right, chat. There's an ad break starting in 18 seconds. I'm going to go take a leak. I will be back in a moment. Don't go anywhere unless you really want to. BRB. I'll be back in like a minute and a half.
Let's take a lovely fruit, the tomato. Remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit garbage shit sugar and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
Bring out your dead! I'm gonna cut your heart out with a spoon!
Why a spoon, cousin? Why not an axe?
Because it's dull, you twit. It'll hurt more.
You know, I sat down right after Kodiak typed that in, and now I'm like freaking out going, did it go off? I'm assuming it went off, right, Kodiak? All right, anyway, I'm back. Hi. What is the Smurf saying? Okay, that's good. I'm always just like worried going, oh God, did it not go off? I mean, tomato paste is fine, but tomato paste ain't ketchup. Also, Alexandra, if you're still here, I'm curious. How's the DMs looking with the open invite to modders to send you emails? I'm really kind of curious. I want to know how much stuff is going to be on the workshop before launch. Although I don't know if that's something you can actually answer. I'm just really curious. What kind of stuff is this? These are all dimple cups? Ooh, we can make some dye, actually. Plump helmets as well. Still melting down stuff. There's a few countries in the world that refer to tomato paste and ketchup interchangeably. It's hard for them to say. Tarn needs to write up a guide. Quick, someone throw that in the AMA. Tarn, can you write us a guide on how to on how to get stuff on the workshop and what needs to be done? Looking for stuff I haven't seen. Oh, you asked him already? I mean, that doesn't change the fact that we can throw it into the AMA as well. Oh, this is interesting. Do you intend to update the geology simulator in the map rewrite? And if, how so? We have a list of geological features that we want to support with the map rewrite, such as actual canyons, mesas and stuff like bathylisks, etc., as well as fantastical ones. And I'm not sure if we'll get all the way to the geological process while doing this, but it should go well beyond a simple elevation map. And I'm not sure the geological layers will be much more dynamic, or if we'll get into anything like geological time. I really, really hope that. You know, one of my like dumb wants for Dwarf Fort is I've always wanted to be able to see how old a tree is. You know, like in real life when you chop a tree down, right? You can look at the veins in the tree and you can kind of figure out how old the tree is. I would love if you could figure out how old trees are in Dwarf Fort. Spoken like a true elf apologist, as I say. Archipelagos. Archipelagos is one of my favorite words that the internet's taught me in the last 10 years. There's definitely something that I saw pop up, I want to say, while playing Tropico, and then it was just like... Actually, no, maybe it was Anno. It was either Anno or Tropico. Can't remember. Anyway, I was playing one of those two franchises, and I saw that word, and I had to Google it, because I'd never heard the word archipelago before. I was like, archipelago what now? It is a good word, though. Canyons. I know, right? I want to play a fort in crayons. How do you feel about ketchup? Oh, no. Don't ruin my relationship with Bay 12 with one simple question. Ooh, someone about languages. Been wondering about the Dwarven language. Has it always been part of the game? Do you have a system for adding new words and keeping them consistent? Thanks. Looking forward to the release. And Tarn says, yeah, 4 languages been since the beginning. I think they were a very early addition in any case. I have a little program I use for new words that keeps one letter groupings and frequencies constant and handles duplicates, though we'll need more than that if we're going to have the chance to make grammar, etc., and more complicated later. Ooh. The question asker there not only has the best tile set, but has an awesome geology mod. They're oh wait, really? Was that Vedlinger? I'm not looking at who's asking the questions. You know, the longer I'm staring at this AMA, the more I feel like I should make a video of it. But like, I've got another Future of the Fortress coming up in like 4 days. You know, generally what I find when it comes to asking Zach and Tarn about Dwarf Fortress, everything's on their radar. Like, there's nothing that really isn't on their radar. You got your paid time off approved for the 6th? Fuck yeah, man. Is it just for the 6th, or do you have more than the 6th? And you have a stark interest for rocks, on the other hand, though, rough, angular things. Wait, actually? Huh. Vetelinger does make quite one hell of a tile set, though. I'm surprised it's not more popular, honestly. Maybe it's because, like, it's a bit of a trickier one to set up, but... Conducting meeting? Who are you conducting a meeting with? Who's depressed? Nobody showed up to trade or anything. Just curious about who my mayor is meeting with. Your wife will also want you to spend time with her. How dare she remove you from dwarves for a few hours? Yeah, no, it's fair. I'll get a few hours in at least. Well, that's good. You'll be able to, like, generate a world and, like, get a fort started. It's enough time to have some fun. Yeah, no, the last one was the last one. The one with Sal was the final one. Aqua. You have holidays on the 6th and 8th. It's also like Finland's Independence Day. Oh, man. It was Pilot and then Pilots. Pilots utterly harrowed by the nightmare that is their tragic life, but they are relieved after crying on somebody in charge. Sad face. Constitution Day? That sounds like a thing. Not familiar with Spanish holidays. Let's pour more water. Get another round going. I mean, I know what I'm doing. I'm gonna do a cavern fort. Probably layer 1 cavern fort will be the first one. The first streamed one anyway. Will be a cavern fort. And the reason it'll be a cavern fort is I want to see. Well, apparently Zach lost a fortress to poison dart attacks from fish people. So if he can lose stuff that way, then there's reason for excitement. What am I most worried about going wrong on release? Having to deal with war crime memes? Genuinely? Like, honestly, that's the only thing I'm really worried about. It's just people being annoying. Making me crunky, which I'm not a fan of. But genuinely, like, Dwarf Fortress is a game that spins up the imagination a lot, right? And it's a game that's capable of some incredibly powerful, cool things. And I'm always going to be worried that people are thinking it's more than it is. Like, there's definitely an audience of people that have watched Krug Smash that think that the game feeds you information. And this isn't an issue with Krug Smash or the way he makes his videos. But, like, I've had people tune into my stream before and ask questions about how to acquire some of the things that he does. And I just have to blatantly tell them, like, he's making that shit up. Like, that's him using the game as an element of directing a story, not the game spoon-feeding you this story. So you need to interpret things in a way that is interesting and exciting. And I think that that's maybe something that certain portions of the audience might be a little bit misled, if not misled on, not interpreting. So... the full song of Drinking Industry won't slap as hard as the Infinite Loop. I mean, the Infinite Loop is pretty fucking good. Diamond did a great job. The elves are here to trade. But yeah, genuinely, that's like my biggest concern, is that there's people that are worried. Quick Smash makes up stories and Santa isn't real. Sure. And boat murdered was over a decade ago. Last week for a one-shot tabletop RPG, did World Gen and pulled out Legends mode to fill everything. So good for imagination. It really is, yeah. No, like, people need to realize that Dwarf Fortress is a game that's kind of like playing solo D&D with yourself, and you're the DM, which means you need to figure out the direction and you need to make the fun. It's a sandbox that allows for that, you know? And, like, I was digging through that thread that we were talking about on Discord, the, like, RimWorld versus Dwarf Fortress depth-wise thread, and there was a lot of people that we're talking about how like Dwarf Fortress isn't good because it doesn't force you into particular strategies and lets you find the fun. And I haven't jumped into that thread at all because honestly, I don't want to take part. But the thing that I kept coming back to in my head while I was reading that thread was just, you know, tell that to literally anybody who plays Minecraft on a creative server. Tell that to literally anybody who plays Minecraft in creative mode. Huge portions of Minecraft's community play the game in creative mode. And also, Dwarf Fortress can be played in ways that's definitely a challenge. Go settle in a resurrecting undead biome. Over a decade, 16 years ago? 17 years? Or something like that. No, I completely agree, Whamek. I completely agree. I don't know how long ago 2007 was. Time is liquid and has no meaning. Slightly more than 15 years ago. You feel old more now? You're younger than me, Rockcat, aren't you? Go settle in a resurrecting undead biome. No, I don't think I will. Yeah, it's probably wise. Go settle somewhere where just like weird clouds of mist float across the map once every other day that turn everybody into weird husks. One of my least favorite marketing tactics is when companies use RE colon at the beginning of an email, so it looks like the email they're sending you is something that you've already responded to. Admittedly, it just made me open an email, but also consider blocking the sender. So, you know, just how to be not popular on the internet. Do that. Go fuck yourself. You clicked on this, Lamau. Exactly. I feel. Scrolling through this AMA still. Oh, also, chat, someone has to get, because we've got 6 days left, right? Perfect opportunity for 6969 as well as 6666. So I'm just saying we got to keep an eye on the Gremlin for Mayor stream today. Only 8 hours until 6969. You fear about the problem is like there is parts of the Dwarf Fortress community that will get along real well with the worst parts of the RimWorld community. But you know, it's just something that every game community has to deal with. We've already past 6666? No, we haven't. That's not how hours in the day work. It caps off at 24, sir. Or 23:59. And there is no 66 minutes. So, or 66 seconds. It would be worse if there weren't. True, you need the idiots to balance out the sane people so you realize that there are still sane people out there as well. Okay, I just need that to fill up a little bit more. Filling pretty quick. least get him affiliate. I don't think we're going to give Gremlin affiliate. I don't think that's the plan. Although you'd have to ask Diamond. Diamond Destruct in chat owns that account. Actually, is Gremlin at 100,000 followers yet? Or not 100,000 followers. 1,000 or 100 followers yet. Is he? 100 followers. Words. My brain. I'm staring at like Reddit numbers. 101 followers on Gremlin. Shoutouts to Gremlin. Gremlin for Mayor has reached 100 followers. 101 even. Yeah, Dwarf AI is quite powerful, Aqua. Is that your biggest fear is that they will write a lot of negative reviews saying stupid things like DF is copy of RimWorld? I don't think you'll get that because also there, believe it or not, Steam moderation exists for reviews. And if a review is literally just, this is better than this, that's a reason to delete them. So, fast scrolling chat. I mean, I could put a 1-second timer on chat if you want. See, does that do it? 1 second. So now people can only type every 1 second. Could do that. Which shouldn't affect subs, question mark. I want to keep the chat readable for myself. And I can't read chat super fast, so. Okay, we've got the water blocked. Your spamming capabilities are new. Any what? Zapdos? Maybe it was just for you? Only if you type the same line in repeatedly. But, I mean, there is 155 people watching the stream right now. Kraftwerk ripped off Coldplay? Yeah, right? Kraftwerk ripped off Coldplay is a sentence that you could only ever read in Twitch chat. It's great if you want to make like an anthill that's Dwarf Fortress. But yeah, hopefully the slow mode isn't too annoying, chat. Not very slow. I mean, I could up it to 5. Would you prefer that? Here, you know what? Slow. Let's just give you guys 3 seconds. Should be able to just sell most of this clothing. I just have to make sure that it's not, like, encrusted with wood or something. Remember, it doesn't even affect subs, guys. Clino, that looks awesome, but still player-driven rather than each dwarf makes their own decisions and such. Well, I mean, it's a video game, so to a degree it has to be player-driven, right? Diamond, don't make me time you out. We're trying to make chat more readable, and you deliberately, like, just negating that does one thing, and that's make my eyes roll into the back of my head and then mysteriously grab my mouse and slam on the timeout button that just happens to land on Diamond. And then when I wake up from my brief possession, I go, chat's readable again. Strange. You am impacted as sub? Hold on, let me see if I can disable that. RNG, thanks for gifting out a sub and it landing on Tredge. Tredge is actually one of my longest running subs, who I think was like a day 1 sub, actually. So that's for 60 months. Cheers, man. He usually does like the Prime sub, but never gets it like right on the days, so he's like slowly losing months, but Thank you much for gifting a sub and being the first person to gift a sub this stream. Appreciate you. But how's things, RNG? Pericus! That's a name I haven't seen in a minute. Thanks for the 13th month. Welcome back. It's good to see you. Hold on. I'm going through viewer rewards thing. Because you guys shouldn't be affected by slow-mo. Randomly decided to tune in. It's that time of year where people suddenly start watching streams again. But yeah, there's a Reddit AMA going on right now. This is kind of the only real big DF thing today. Thanks for the $1, Frog for Hire. Yeah, I wonder if I'm suddenly, like, Twitch just has this habit of, like, hiding shit in places where it's like, I can't find it. And they've moved a lot of stuff around. So now I'm just sitting here going, like, did they remove that feature, or can I just not find it? Which is both are definitely a possibility. Allow subscribers to chat freely when chat is in slow mode. Yeah, you guys should be allowed to just ignore slow mode. You guys shouldn't be affected. Subs should not be affected. Tarn's got free time. I'm pretty sure that doing an AMA counts as work. Oh, a buzzard was fighting with a scribe. That's fine. I was like, why is there a combat log? That's concerning. Okay, these should all be safe. Buy plums and apricots. Thank you, elves. Simple, small trading sesh this time. Should you sub to me? That is up to you, friend. It does get you ad-free viewing and use of mildly annoying emotes to be used around Twitch. You can spread the good word of Crypt Pog to everybody. The reason Brim's asking is because Brim already supports the Patreon. Let's get all that mined out. Just make sure that I did in fact do this. Yep. Why is there a buzzard in this room? Oh, there you go. You don't need to sub now. You have 6 months of subs. Thanks, animal. Well, there you go. You're subbed for the next 6 months. Don't need to worry about it for a while. As somebody who also doesn't like ads, I feel that. Thank you, animal. Dwarf is chasing a buzzard, and buzzard is dead. I mean, that's a choice that you made, and that's perfectly acceptable, Rockcat. Beer is getting service to you? Yeah, there you go. It's not Chain Brain, is it? That's the only guitarist I know. Shoutouts to Chain Brain if it's not. This feels weird. No one's stopping you. Will Fox? That name seems familiar. I don't watch a lot of music on Twitch, though. Suddenly wondering, it's like, why do my frames get a little... Oh, probably because of this. Animal, thank you for gifting 6 months of sub to Rockcat. Oopsie, Kappa. Animal's doing all the heavy lifting here as per usual. Appreciate you, dude. Beer, what the fuck, Animal? You've been in this chat long enough to know that Animal does things sometimes. That'll put you in prison if you do that in a schoolyard, though. Animal, careful. Careful, you. Mining up more obsidian. I mean, you know, it says the number of subs you've gifted in chat every single time you gift subs in chat, right? It's actually, I think, 750 something now. I don't think they do. I might be wrong, but I'm like 90% certain they don't. Uberflood. I mean, maybe like if you do the classic, you know, dig out an entire layer, smooth the entire layer, and engrave the entire layer. It does, yes. So it says that you've gifted 6 subs, even though I only get paid for 2 of them this month. Or 12 subs, even though I only get paid for 2 of them this month. Okay, so then it was 725, and then you gifted 6 more. Got it. The funny part is, Animal, you rocketed past 6969 with no remorse. No remorse. Anyway, I just feel like saying something, so.
Flobberdobberdoggadoggies? Cheese for everyone!
For everyone. I don't know if the Great Padinsky's still here, but he has a cheese button in Skyrim that just makes him shit cheese everywhere. Not quite subs for everyone, no. Subs for everyone is when Animal and Navy both go nuts at the exact same time. I'll still be on in 4 hours. And that'll be 8 hours into the stream. We'll still have 4 hours left at that point. But yeah, no. Subs for everyone is when Animal and Navy go nuts at exactly the same time. And then it's like, well, okay, 500 people just got subbed to the channel. I'll shift. Pretty much, yep. Yep, no, it just doesn't stop. I stream for long hours. Also, welcome back, Hex. This is fascinating. I've never messed with automated ads before, and I have a snooze button. So I had a button that popped up about 1.5 minutes ago, right when the hype train was starting. I was just like, ads starting in 1 minute, snooze for 5. So I've just snoozed my ads. It's a weird sentence. I snoozed my ads, chat. Meanwhile, in RimWorld, you got 2 visitors while your hunter was hiding from some ibex next to them. Are you playing RimWorld just to like... Now that you mention it, yeah, it is a Rammstein logo. Hey. Interest. I was listening to their most recent album last night. That album is really good. It's just a convenient shape to cram bridges around, so. Good band. Would it aggravate your viewers? You know, there's a lot of things I thought I wouldn't be able to do when I started streaming on Twitch, and then I realized pretty quickly, it's a job. And when you realize that it's a job, you do what you need to do. Sounds like procrastinating during maths homework. Yeah. I always wondered why people say maths as plural. I never said maths as plural. And it's always perplexed me. And as an adult, like, I realize now that people use plural maths a lot. Yes, but RNG is not British. I know about the Britishism of maths. That's the one, like, usage that makes sense to me. But when I see, like, Americans or Canadians saying maths, my brain just, like, ceases to function for a second. I'm like, I'm sorry, what? Get rid of the mechanisms that are sitting down here. No, I'm aware about in the UK. You don't need to be quiet. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just strange to me when I see non-UK based people saying that. The internet mashes cultural language together. True, which is why everybody says yeet for some fucking reason. Although the real internet speak thing that genuinely drives me crazy, right? Like, swearing is like a psychological thing that humans do, right? Like, when you say a bad word, when you swear, it releases specific brain chemicals which relieve stress, and it's like a reaction / response thing that we just do. And it bothers the crap out of me when people take a word that isn't a swear word and use it in place of a swear word as a swear word. Most common example is the word heck. Drives me bonkers when people are just like, heck that. It's like, okay, so if you're going to be a Puritan bitch and say that you can't swear, that's fine. Then don't swear. If you replace a different word that does the exact same brain bullshit as swearing, it turns it into a swear word and gives it that meaning. So you're not swearing. You're still swearing. And it hurts me. It hurts me inside. I hate it. Like, just fucking curse, you children. Yes, rabbits and hares are different animals. Hares have pointy ears and rabbits have floppy ears and are often domesticated, aren't they? Hares have longer back legs and are bigger and more slender. Rabbits are fat and dopey. Exactly. Replacing a blasphemy is still a blasphemy. If you say, oh my gorsh, it's still blasphemy. I used to get slapped in church for saying that. It's still blasphemy. More oh, actually, no, it's the buzzards. That's the reason frame rate dropped. Get him, Dwarfy. Of Fantastic Mr. Fox with a dialogue uses cuss in place of swear words. I mean, I just think of comic books, right? Where instead of swearing, it's like at symbols. It's like, I know what you mean. Same thing, I suppose. You know, for me, rabbits are cute until they yawn. Their mouths are way too big. They're like cats, where it's just like, you're like a small little animal, but your mouth is big enough to fit my entire hand in it. And that is scary to me. It's like when cats yawn and you realize that they have a jaw the size of Stitch from Lilo and Stitch, and you're just like, kid, well, you really are a monster, aren't you? Only with consent, of course, animal. Which is why I wouldn't do it. But cats are murder machines, and bunnies are... Well, I mean, actually, I've seen Watership Down. I know how that ends. They're just too small to murder us. I was reading recently that cats believe that cats believe that you're prey if you run away from them. So if you see a cat and it's like mean to you and you run from it, they think that you're prey and they will try and eat you by chasing you. This is an interesting little question on the AMA, which is, congrats on the release. What will feature in the Army update that is to be released alongside of Villains Part 2? I saw this on the Steam roadmap and was very interested. Armies moving on the overland map in a larger multiple pieces on the zoomed-in map, and participate in command and in adventure mode, command in dwarf mode. Ooh. And if you have a squad leader there, many siege improvements to fort mode, and probably some political strategy stuff and maybe some logistics, though we have no economy, and it won't be able to see the scene in fort mode until after the map rewrite gives us multiple cameras. Looking forward to it. Man, map rewrite's going to be exciting. I'm just going to say this again because I just saw another thing on this topic. God, I'm happy Elon didn't buy Discord. Nobody tell him Discord exists. Economy will be back? No. Doubtful. I don't think that's what that comment meant. Some economic things, though we don't have economy. I guess thus meaning bringing back traders is something he's talked about a lot. And by traders, I don't mean the caravans that show up. I mean like traveling markets and shit. Hey, Civ, what up? Why was the economy so hated? It wasn't hated, it was broken. The economy worked too well and simulated a perfect form of libertarian consumerism, or capitalism, rather. Libertarian capitalism, which essentially means you'll have 4 dwarves, right? And let's just say, for reference, they're called Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk, Warren Buffett, and Bill Gates. And then everybody else who's so poor they can't afford socks. Because it worked so well and was such an efficient simulation of capitalism, they removed it from the game because it broke the game. Like most things in Dwarf Fortress, they overthought it and made it too accurate to how the actual system works, which means it doesn't work. You want to offer... I'm sorry, what? I have a bot spam? Command? You just taught me something. All right. Yeah, no, it wouldn't be. I don't know what the last version was because honestly, I've forgotten. But there are ways to go download that version of Dwarf Fortress if you want to see it in action. I've never been drunk on mead while streaming. I've had mead while streaming, but I've never been drunk on mead while streaming. Did I? Okay, I mean, that's possible because I haven't been drunk on stream in ages. I have, however, been drunk after stream and done things in my bot without really considering it. I need to reapply oil to my bot. Got it. I'll apply it directly to monitor. I'm sure that'll be fine, right? I like how you actually beat me to that ban, by the way, Clino. It's also been forever since I've seen one of those, so it actually caught me out because they, I guess, have new wording now. Okay, let's take a peek at... All right, I'm thinking, yeah, so we've hit 1, which means the AMA is now on break for, I think, 2 hours? Am I in the Matrix? Yes. What? Clino Dev is just a lovely nerd like one of us who is volunteer moderator for the forums and subreddit. Who probably should be hired by Kit Fox, but doesn't because conflict of interest, blah, blah, blah. The mod who's too good and we don't deserve, frankly. Also Steam forums, yeah. Which means that probably has copy of game before anybody else. Clino, honestly, if you aren't taking advantage of like early key to game and just like letting the game run 24/7 around the clock, I just want you to know that you are missing an opportunity of having funny internet points when you have 15,000 hours on the game saying, it's tight. Did I request my key? Yes. Why is that even a question? Stops to talk, who is a fellow at the grocery store who everyone stops to talk to out of genuine admiration, banisher of Karens and Ekender of chat. I don't know what that means, but was today, not yesterday. It was definitely yesterday. And to give you, and I even mentioned this to RNG when I was in his chat, but I fill out so many of those forums to get keys that my web browser autofilled every piece of information in the forum without me even having to type anything in. My web browser is just like, ah, yes, this bullshit again. Done. Game did not like that water falling. Yeah. How do you do that? Let me show you, RNG. I was watching that just like in dismay, giving up. That's my email. That's proof I am who I say I am. My email is also in the description of my stream. So if you go to my stream and you scroll down, that is proof that I am who I say I am when I respond to one of those. That's it. That is all that it is. It's not something that needs to be weirdly overthought like you did. It's literally just a make sure you have thing in your description. That's it. It's that simple. Yeah, and I was literally explaining it to you in your chat. You kept reading it and going, I don't understand. It's like, bruh. Put your fucking email in your fucking bio. That simple. For reference, RNG literally like linked the VOD that of the current stream with the timestamp for where he was filling it out. Oh, of course it can be spoofed, but you got to do as much as you can. This is probably going to seal off the side and we're going to have to dig through it again. That's fine. I mean, like, if you're a maniacal asshole, you can get bullshit for free, but that doesn't make, like, it an impressive maneuver. You have 600 hours, mostly legit? God damn it, wow. Jealous. I'm surprised it didn't make a obsidian wall there. Yeah, anything can be spoofed, even a Bored Ape NFT. Right-click save. Right now is a great time to be a DF fan. Maybe now when you play DF with graphics, your family won't think that you're insaning when... You know, the one real loss with this Cosmic is the, oh, I'm working memes are going to go away because the game will actually look like a video game soon. Largely. Which is kind of a shame. There goes more obsidian. Although once ASCII mode is a toggle, maybe we can hotkey it. Maybe we can make like an ASCII hotkey toggle mod that just like you just have to hit like, I don't know, numlock or something to swap to ASCII. Like enable your numpad and it goes to ASCII. You may have fallen asleep with Stellaris running, but your laptop was in your lap. Well, that's fair. Yeah, I mean, you could play Classic, but Classic won't be out initially. Also, the vast majority of people playing Dwarf Fortress won't be playing Classic. Like, let's be honest with ourselves for a second here. Like, actually, chat room, show of hands. Press number 1, or type in number 1 if you're going to play, like, with graphics on. Type in number 2 if you're going to play with in ASCII, Classic or otherwise. Yeah, see, like that, and that's why the memes are gonna dissipate, is because the vast majority of the player base is moving to or going to play, you know, with 3 undecided. Sure, or then there's me where I already have a hotkey that makes the game swap between a tile set and ASCII, so we'll probably just stick with that. Just swap interchangeably depending on what I'm doing. ASCII hurts. Change your colors and it won't hurt. It's literally the colors that hurts, not the ASCII. As somebody with eyes that barely function, it's the colors that hurt, not the ASCII. Wait, really? That's interesting to me, RNG, because you play with one of the most graphical tile sets out there right now. You like Vedlinger better? Vedlinger just fits your headcanon, Kleno. How did I get the hot swap working? I play in, it's not a DF hack feature. No, I'm completely vanilla. There is no DF hacker therapist running here. So it's literally just I set one tile set as windowed and one tile set as full screen. So when I swap the game between windowed and full screen, it jumps into tile set, or turns out, in this case, disables it, because full screen is just curses. So when I hit F11 and F12, it swaps to this. Yeah, super simple. And you can do it in real time. It literally is a hotkey, though, Animal. The best kind. Technically correct. Technically, you were right. I'm happy that Farana's staying sane, so I can turn depression off, which is the sentence I just said. So that means Farana will be able to go do other things now. Let's follow this dwarf and see how they feel. We also need to brew more drinks. You've been in the depression wet wrestling squad for quite some time, having to do nothing but, or be able to do nothing but just like take care of your needs. So we're actually going to permit you to go do work again. Are you excited, Brana? Would I kindly turn it off for you as well? As somebody who also deals with depression, it's just something you deal with, man. It's something you deal with. Some days are easy, some days are not. One day at a time, right? Although I'll say this, I also deal with chronic pain. I would rather just have depression again. Because, like, for years, it's like, oh, it was just like I would get really depressed occasionally. And now it's like I have depression and chronic pain, and it's like, man, if I could pick one, like I got the worst of both worlds. Time to insult an elf and start a tavern brawl. We haven't had a visitor in like 250 years, so if there was an elf in my fort, I would be surprised as all hell. Less likely an elf, though. More likely the mayor. Time to go insult Diamond. Tell him that gremlins don't matter, and Gremlin will never be elected mayor, and then Diamond will beat you up. Physically painful? Oh, it's painful. It's a different kind of pain, though. It's a very different kind of pain. I have nerve damage, fan club. Probably hasn't helped. The last 2 years probably haven't helped either, hey? After Logic. After Logic is Elon Musk. What? After Logic, written on the item is an manual entitled After Logic, authored by Tiny Goliath. It concerns deductive reasoning, something Elon is incapable of. This object is heavily worn. Yep. Checks out. Late spring, by the way. It can be. The one similarity that both of those things have is both of them, for me at the very least, can be treated with small amounts of THC. So, a little bit of THC, pain goes away, brain shuts the fuck up. It's quite nice. Unfortunately, it's not legal everywhere. Dropped his meds? You should go pick them up. Unless, like, you know, it's for your benefit. I just had to make the joke. It was right there, okay? 5-second rule for the win. I don't even know what kind of meds you were on. As somebody who, like, refuses to take antidepressants, I do feel you there, though. All right. We're turning on the pumps so that we can have mist. So that the dwarves can do puzzles. Because everybody loves mist. More of a fan of real Mist, personally, if I had to play one of those games again. You'll answer when you get back. I think you're allowed to go AFK for extended periods of time without announcing it, though, Clino. Appreciate you, though. You know what kind of bothers me, though, is, like, they haven't opened up the Steam charts yet, so we can't see how many people are playing. It's like, I want to know who has keys so that I can, like, not just get a server error when I click on this on Steam charts, which just shows player counts. God damn it, I want to know how many people are playing right now. That's how I feel about a lot of mental health meds. But then again, you know, like, I also know people who probably wouldn't be alive right now without their meds. So meds work for some people, but not for others. It's almost like all of our brains are different. Oh, how do you not have get visitors if there's a cap? Is there a cap? So if you have more than 3,000, this is something I hope has changed in Premium, and I don't know if it has. If you have more than 3,000 dead in the game currently, you stop getting visitors, and you stop getting migrants. You still get sieged, but you stop getting visitors and migrants. That's something that I hope has changed about Premium. Hey, Clino. Sup? The med should be a crutch to get you through dark times. In my opinion. Like, if you're particularly far gone, meds is that's what meds is for. Rest of the time, generally, most of us can get by. Anyway. On more less depressing notes. Yeah, this is why I don't get visitors. Depends on how deep in the code it is, Derek Blake. Also, they didn't solve trees making holes bug. That was a strange wording on Tarn's part. It's not a bug. That's an intended feature. It hasn't looped yet, I don't think. So, yeah. No, that's a long list of things. Sounds like somebody just dropped a television or something. Really big piece of furniture just went thonk. Life with probing. Everybody's favorite life. But you have a good night, Rockcat. Also, 23 past midnight? What time zone are you in? It's 1:38 here, so wouldn't it be 38 past midnight? You must be on, like, one of those weird halfway time zones. But it's not up to you, alas. Yeah. Yeah, I know for sure. All I know is sooner people get keys, the better the content is. You know that you've always been a bit torn over the graphical update for Steam. It looks like really good sprite work, but a lot of what you've seen has like black backgrounds to tiles and so much more has a look to it, and you like these tiles and graphs. You know, it's felt out of place, and you like the new graphics, but you also don't. It's just a weird spot for you. Anyone else feel similar? I think this is probably a game you've played for a very long time, and change is scary, and I agree. But also, it's making the game... It's like, it's one of those, this is not for me kind of feelings is how I feel about it, right? It's a, this is not for me, and what is not for me is that tile set is not for me. And that's fine. It's to bring a new audience to the game, right? And when you make a product, you have to expand that product's audience from time to time, right? And that's what they're doing. They're expanding the audience. So while I look at it and I go, okay, there's parts, like I don't use graphical tile sets because I find them almost impossible to follow visually. And I'm worried that Premium might have that same problem. I don't know yet. That's something I'll find out once I've played it. But like, for me, it's less of a, oh, I don't like that, and more of a, oh, that's cool that that's an option now. Because it doesn't actually affect me, really. What about aliens? Oh, true, yeah. Like, I'm on insulin. That's not temporary. Unless I want to die. Then just stop taking insulin and I'll waste away. Which Canada has a shortage of right now, so they keep swapping the types of insulin that I'm on, which is fucked, but anyway. Rat aside, what's up? It's good to see you. Hello. How's things? Oh, yeah, no, it's not aliens. You know that there's a medical procedure called probing, right? Probing does not automatically mean aliens. Well, I'm happy for you. Most people do, right aside. I wonder if there's any players who are mad enough that they will try to get to know every... I wonder if there are dwarf players who are mad enough that they will try to get to know every one of their dwarves, even in bigger fortress. I would, but then chat would all stop watching. Well, there's different brands and there's different speeds of release. Think about it this way, right? There's many different types of ibuprofen RNG, not to just sit here and talk about my meds all day. There's many different types of ibuprofen, different strengths, different amounts, different types of lozenges. Some of them are quick dissolve, some of them are slow release, some of them are like gel capsules that are really quick, some of them are like little hard capsules that are really small, some of them are very tiny pills that I might need to take 4 of to make my headaches go away, stuff like that, right? And some of them are made by different brands, even though they're all owned by Eli Lilly, which is like fucking monster company. But, you know, monster company that keeps me alive, so, you know, mixed feelings, like everything. You started playing DF in like April and you haven't touched ASCII since they revealed the date? Oh, that's fine. Rare sightings? Well, Dwarf Fortress has a moon. The dwarves are aware of a moon, so they could be coming from the dark side of the moon. You know, this is why I always don't like talking about insulin and medical shit, because then we're going to start getting into, like, costs of healthcare. We're going to start getting into malfunctioning pumps, like the thing that you just mentioned. We're going to start talking about, like, all of these super detailed, esoteric, like, diabetes problems, which I don't want to do. Like, if you really want to, I can start talking about pumps, which are fucking dangerous, that I really don't like, that have a bad habit of breaking down and snapping tubing, and the fact that you can't take a bath or swim in a pool if you have one, and all of that like stuff. If you really want to, we can do that. Otherwise, we can just change the subject and move on. You know that a fair point that you keep forgetting. I wonder if you could ask a dumber fucking question, Raticide. Jesus Christ. You know, you can make this thing, you can get this thing called an IV, right? And you can IV anything you want into your bloodstream. But if we're going to talk about putting like that into an insulin pump, you are a fucking moron. Just put it under your tongue like normal people do with weed. That's what you're supposed to do with weed oil. Jesus Christ. No, you can't, because I'll time you out if you ask a more moronic question than that. Sorry, but that just, like, made me viscerally angry. Don't fucking do that shit, dude. Put your brain back on. Christ. Yeah, they're not absorbed through the bloodstream, Frog. I feel you. I used to be in Discord and everything brought up to the lead of a huge debate, bringing up like GTA 6 leak and bringing up other convos from time to time. Jail time and Destiny. Wait, what? I'm really bad at spotting a joke. It's got nothing to do with spotting a joke. There's things that are funny, and then there's things that's just like that is directed personally at me and not funny. I state specifically I don't want to talk about something, and then you just start making stupid statements based on that thing. There's nothing funny about that. There is no joke there. That's not good, Trizuka. The heck is going on? Nothing much. NetJam, yourself? It's just me trying to make chat understand that I don't want to talk about a certain subject. Your dwarf, though, is disgusted after being nauseated by the sun. I feel that. Yeah, well, I mean, it's very difficult to read into certain people's obtuse, moronic sense of humor under the brim. At least make it clear that you're joking, instead of just saying dumb shit that makes me angry. Even if it's like intended as a joke, jokes cannot always be funny. When the person tells you explicitly change the subject and you make a dumb joke about the subject that I just explicitly said, please talk about something else, and you wonder why I react negatively. It's almost like I'm human. Last time I checked, it was like 2,800 stone, mostly in this room. Well, I mean, we do have captions for a reason, Brim. Although you might also be watching in a format that doesn't get captions. Anyway, talk about anything else, chat. That's all I ask. It's a simple request. How's the lava doing? Did it dry up? It's not going to be falling. I want people to randomly get torched. Is it set to automate? No. There we go. So Twitch has the capability to accept captions, but you need a plugin in order to use them. And I finally got it updated over the weekend. It's a OBS plugin that literally just takes everything that I say, pings it to Google Text-to-Speech, and then embeds it on the stream. That's literally all it is. Or speech-to-text, rather. So every single time I speak into my microphone, there's a little signal that's sent from my OBS to Google, and then back to OBS. Because speech-to-text has open API. Do they have to pay to use it? I have no fucking idea. Well, I don't have to pay to use it. I don't know if and the plugin is open source, so I would doubt it. It's just like a GitHub thing that I download. Speaking of DF, WoW Dragonflight looks really good from what you've played so far. I've never played WoW. Your December is going to be full of DF and... Oh, TF and DF. Please don't ever refer to Dragonflight as DF again. Thank you. Because that game does not deserve that acronym. It's just like nobody can refer to... Trying to think of something else that has... We're all hoping for. WoW is doing the best job of being the best WoW killer that we've all been hoping for. So you're going to nap if you don't feel great. Well, sleep well. Hopefully you feel better when you wake up. Someone broke open the postal mail cluster box, and you have to get our mail from the post office? Well, that blows. Someone crashed into the mailbox once in the place where I grew up. Like, it was kind of out in the middle of nowhere, and the mailbox was, like, down our driveway and then across the street, and then, like, basically just, like, in a little gravel thing, like a little gravel pullover, and somebody, I guess, pulled over onto the shoulder and didn't see the mailbox and just drove right into the side of it, or they were just drunk and drove right into it once. And so we woke up once, and our mailbox was, like, 200 meters up the street, which was pretty good. It really is, NetJam, yeah. Speaking of annoying crimes, there's signs popping up in my building saying that somebody's stealing Amazon packages, so that's cool. I read that as good morning initially, Metalhead. I was about to be like, bruh, it's 2 p.m. And I thought you were ahead of me. Anyway, what's up, man? How's things? Why is this the last Longdeath stream? Are you not streaming this week? Are you not streaming this week? I am streaming right now, and it is currently this week, but I will not be streaming this next week because Premium will be out next week, and I don't know when I will be returning to this after Premium. Like, genuinely, I do not know when I will be returning to this fort. Probably not for a while. At least for this year. Longdeath hiatus, not soft dead. Because, like, me streaming Longdeath next week would be redundant when, like, Premium just released. Because this is not going to move over to Premium. Has their own police force to investigate it? Interesting. Just imagining the U.S. Postal Service secret police. It's like putting out... Okay, so you know, like, bait cars? I want them to just put up a bait mailbox now. Like, you try and break into the mailbox, and then just, like, a little dude jumps out and just, like, beats you up and arrests you and says, "In the name of the law!" Make Premium move to Longdeath. I'm not sure what you mean, but... I will say I might have to make Longdeath take a lunch break soon. No. NetJam Jr. Because I haven't migrated it over to the current version right now. It's currently running on 47.04, not 47.05. So it's not even on the most recent version right now. Longdeath is staying on the version that it's on until it is completed. But because I upload the saves publicly, so you guys can do whatever you want with them, I will, I mean, theoretically, one of you guys could move it over and take a look at it if that's what you want. But will I personally be moving it over? No. Longdeath will continue at some point. It's going to become a weird long-term curiosity instead of a current running fort. Although when it comes to really long forts, I know Sethados of Archcrystal fame has been stating that he's going to go make, what do you call it? He was saying in my chat a couple days ago that he's soft planning on making another really long fort. It's no joke. They're one of the very few police services that can go around warrants, and if there's mail in the premises, they can look at it. Wow. Huh. Fascinating. Well, I know that, like, opening somebody else's mail is like a federal crime too. Like it's like legit time in prison kind of deal. Thanks, Diamond, for taking the screenshots for said video. Also, isometric is spelt with an I, not an A. That would be asymmetric, not isometric. Can I walk through my fort defense? Like, personally, no, because I will burn to death. But I can give you a tour. So, there's these 4 stairs up here on the surface. They go all the way down to here, right? And then they walk in here, and then this drawbridge can close by a lever, okay? And then they walk around here, they walk around here, they walk around here, and then they walk all the way up here. Then they walk all the way up here, and then they walk all the way down here, here, over to there. And then here they go all the way down through here. And these traps are all cage traps, which don't actually kill them, but they stop them. They're full of iron cage traps. So there's that. And then there's this. And this is a big old puddle of lava, which is filled all the way up to here, which is filled from a pump over here. And this pump goes all... Okay, I'm going up, not down. All the way down to here, which fills up from down here. And then the pump itself is powered by water, which is... almost there. By water, which is here. So this is the water that drains from my 2 mist generators, which flows all the way along here and then all the way off the map, which powers all of these water wheels, which powers that pump stack, which fills this with lava, which fills this with lava. The drawbridges are all made out of iron, and the mechanisms are all made out of gabbro, 2 lava-safe materials. The pumps stack, I want to say, is mostly made out of iron. I'm like mostly certain they're iron. Any questions? Hopefully that was of assistance. But yeah, it's pretty simple. Pretty simple overall. You know, I'm reading one of Tarn's responses, which I quite like. Response to question 1, which is about playing other games. Zach plays Prison Architect. I don't know that Factorio and other factory games were inspired by Dwarf Fortress at all, but if I recollect, they came through a Minecraft mod, so indirectly, those are probably my favorites. And 2, we love working on it, but side projects probably help, and engaging with media outside games surely helps a lot. That's on reworking on the game. And I also read tabletop RPG books at random without playing them. You know what's funny? I've read tabletop RPG rule books without actually playing them, with no interest in playing them. Like, I read the rules for Pathfinder without playing Pathfinder for like 4 years. And then I played around with Pathfinder. It was horrifically unpleasant because the people I was playing with were terrible, but... You read an AMA? I should go read some more of these, actually. I really like the armies question. It's going to get so much karma for this. Do you have a code backup or a better version control system? You know what they say, there are 2 types of people who do backups and people who will start doing backups. I know that one of the game modders who lost their code on his PC and a backup USB stick, both fried by a single lightning strike. Just saying, I don't want to hear that one day DF code was irreversibly lost. And Tarn says, a single lightning strike could not destroy my backups. Many coordinated lightning strikes probably could do so. And I think maybe a single or 2 nuclear weapons as well. So the system is imperfect. Okay, so it would take several nuclear weapons to destroy all of Tarn Adams' backups, for those of you who are worried. That's very amusing to me. Also, we should trade with these humans. I think it's time for me to make more clothing, considering that, like, I have no clothing to sell. Hopefully he doesn't piss off Gandhi. Yeah, no pissing off Gandhi. He might erase DF source code. Shopping list. Gandhi. That or Thor or Zeus. Either or would be bad to piss off because several coordinated lightning strikes could take out Tarn's backups. Insert old bug, nuclear cat. Thermonuclear cat explosion. We should just get him, like, someone needs to get Tarn, like, either a pop figure or bobblehead of Thor, Zeus, and Gandhi, the only people that can destroy his backups. I love that that's the first place chat goes. It's just, don't piss off Gandhi. Hey, curses. We've just learned that the only thing that can destroy Dwarf Fortress's backups are several very well-timed lightning strikes or a nuclear weapon or two. How's your day been? Tarn is doing an AMA on Reddit, which is where I'm pulling that from. Also, Dragon, what's up? It's good to see you, man. How's things? Got finals and papers due, but that just means that, you know, you're busy, which just means Dwarf Fortress releases quicker, so that seems like a positive to me. Hell yeah, dude. Have a good lurk. Here's a question about multiplayer for all of you hooligans. So this person named Space Alternative asks, Tarn, thank you for being you, and sincerely a Dutch couple who will buy your game twice and have donated before, and we have introduced all our willing friends to the game. It's hard to describe to people what your creation is, though. I call it a book you read by playing. We hope all the best for you, and we play multiplayer sometimes with a mod, but it seems unlikely that you will go in that direction in the future. Maybe you can support it by allowing the game to be modded and read by modders, though. How do you feel about multiplayer LAN for couples, regardless of realistic goals, etc.? And Tarn says, thanks for supporting the game. Yeah, we're not personally going in that direction, but it's cool when people figure stuff out, and we've supported modders in the past and have tried things out. That's today, the AMA. Yeah, no, it's currently on break. I think it'll be back in an hour. I need to look at what time it's back at, but Clino might know that if he's still lurking. Questar trader. Trade with these humans. He does the Future of the Fortress, which is like a really, 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 really small scale AMA. He doesn't generally do public Reddit AMAs because, well, let's just say that the Future of the Fortress is usually like 15 to 30 responses, whereas this is like, so, and I'm pretty sure all of this is from today. Scroll until it says years ago. 4 years ago. Okay, so last one we did was, what, 4 years ago? So all the way up to 4 years, 3 hours. Okay, so it's a lot more than he does. This is like basically a really big Future of the Fortress. What can I buy from these humans? Let's buy brass. Or iron, why not? Brass, silver, brass, bronze, electrum, electrum, bronze, brass, bronze. And I'm thinking just like, probably actually not just food. Let's buy a bunch of yarn and thread. It's great for marketing. Oh, I mean, I'm not saying it was a criticism. It read like a question. But yeah, no, I mean, this is just like, to give you an idea, in order to participate in the Future of the Fortresses, which maybe you do, I don't know. But in the Future of the Fortresses, you have to make an account on the Bay 12 forums, which isn't a quick thing. Like, it's still an approval-only base forum. So you have to go make an account, and your account has to be approved. And not that many people, I think it's literally just Tarn that approves accounts. Anyway, so it might be like 2 weeks before you get your account approved. And then once your account is approved, you have to then go ask a question in that thread, and it has to not get buried by other questions in that thread. So, like, it's not a super efficient format of doing an AMA. It's more just like a very boutique, small group of, like, people in the community that are asking questions in those AMAs. To the point where, like, I'm seeing people that are normally those regulars on the forums asking questions, answering questions in this AMA. You make up different names every time? Oh, really? Yeah, I always wonder about some of those names, because some of those names are just like, Jurist McDorf person and stuff. It's like, okay, is that like, is that somebody's actual username, or is that somebody making up names? Somebody once asked a question, is John Doe, too, which I thought was pretty funny. Hello, person who I still can't pronounce the name of because Welsh is from outer space. It's respectable. I know that you've like told me how to pronounce your name before, but every time I look at it, it's just like my brain just turns to molten wax and ceases to function. But sup? How's things? True, Clino. But there's also not that many asked in the first place, right? But yeah, that's why not many people are in there asking, is because people forget, and also it's a forum, and who uses forums in 2022? Unless like it's like a Discord forum or something. Nobody uses forums in 2022. Pink Fluffy Llama, thanks for the 21st month. I'm doing all right, yeah?
Arrow.
Arrow, what's up? Do you do? Nerd. I mean, forums are a superior format of conversation. It is kind of a fact. Although, honestly, like, the closest thing I use to forums these days is Reddit, frankly. Like, I lurk on forums. Like, I have accounts on a couple different forums that I check, but I don't ever post. Like, ever. He'll pre-write half of it the night before. Oh, really? Okay. So clearly it's superior social media. This is true. We should get a Dwarf Fortress Mastodon instance up and running. It can be dwarfort.lol or something. when it comes to superior forms of social media. Any larger form of conversation is better. Short messages don't let you fully convey yourself and have the expectation and fast response. Yes. Return to the BBS. We shall all go back to Telnet because screw this modern internet bullshit. Okay, so picks up at 2 p.m. East. 2 p.m. Eastern. Okay, so they're currently on break for 2 hours. It's a 2-hour break. So he'll be back, I guess, in 45 minutes. You know, I actually got somebody really offended at me the other day when I called them a nerd. Like, genuinely, it's the first time I've ever had somebody get mad at me for calling them a nerd. They're like, I'm not a nerd. Don't accuse me of that. I'm like, sorry, what? Like, it's not like I just called you a slur. I just said that you like specific things, which is true. It's like everything I know about your personality makes you a nerd, but it's a term of endearment. Yeah, in some places so is cunt though, so that's not a really good example. I'm absolutely a nerd, but in person I'm not that nerdy, if that makes sense. I have the personality traits of a nerd, but what a dirty mouth you have. Dude, nerds are delicious. They come in a little box. They have 2 different flavors, one on the left, one on the right, made by the Wonka Company, which I don't believe is real. Have I ever played Unreal World? Not in a while. Excuse me. Whew. And it looks daunting. It is daunting. It's one of the only games that's like as absurd as Dwarf Fortress in its development time. It's also apparently a Finnish national treasure. Well, I mean, mostly I was referring to the use of the word cunt based on the Australians that I talk to on a regular basis. Must be protected. Jokes aside, have you ever seen the history of swear words hosted by Nicolas Cage? It's a Netflix show. It's literally just a Netflix show where Nicolas Cage just sits there and says the word fuck like 20 times a minute. It's literally like I think like an 8-part edutainment docuseries about like the grammatical history of cursing. And each episode is based on a different word, and it's hosted by Nicolas Cage. If you have Netflix, it's one of the few things that's like worth watching on Netflix these days. It is very, very amusing. I assumed. I can't understand what Scottish people are saying, Tiny. So, like, they could be swearing, and I wouldn't notice. It's not totally true. But, like, it's kind of like, that's why they don't get anything done. No, I mean, I've never been to Scotland, so. But I have definitely spoke with Scottish people in the past online and just been like, I beg your fucking pardon, what? Although it's not as bad as Newfies. I have a harder time understanding what Newfies are saying. But when you start throwing slang in, it's just like, what? People called you a nerd, so you went and started making money doing nerd stuff? Yeah, and also got to take a picture of you in front of a pointy plane. Very, very, very pointy plane. I mean, that's kind of like me too, right? I was bullied for playing video games as a kid, so now I make a living playing video games. That's just my job, though, Clino. Incoherent shouting. Also the job of most metal vocalists. Very pointy nose plane. That was a good picture, though. Kind of jealous. Looked like a really cool venue. I don't know if Pink wants me to out Pink, but Pink was at a work party in an airplane hangar, which is what I'm referring to, and posted pictures on Discord. In the subroom. I had some okay white wine and some really shit red wine. I've definitely been to events before where it's just like, oh, so you splurged on the venue and then just bought crappy things. Chat, we have a command for this. Chat, we have a command for this. You know what to do. What's up, Eve? It's true. I don't. But considering there's a form where people can apply for key and it says that they will be shipped out on the morning of release, that would be my bet. So I'll see you on the 6th. It's going to be a busy morning. Oh, God. Should I change that to might be thrown or might fall into or something so it sounds less vile? I won't share pictures on stream, no. I generally assume things posted in Subroom, unless it's Hobo posting it, I'm allowed to post. I'm not allowed to share it. And things posted anywhere else in the Discord is fair game. I mean, I might. I just don't know. Tessa. You can just watch me while you're working. True. Yeah, and have an information head start. There you go. Yeah. No, generally if it's like a person's face, I'm gonna like if it's just like, I don't know, something you saw on a hike or something, then yeah, might share it, but I would always ask for permission first. Mm-hmm. It does. 800M. But I don't know when I'm getting key. You know what also makes sense? It makes sense for people to not be allowed to say what they have access to and what they don't. Don't you have a door key? I have a front door key for my apartment. Yep. Mm-hmm. And a mailbox key, in fact. Which I guess also technically is my work key. I also have a key to my parents' house. What's something I have key for? But yeah, no. In this industry, there's a lot of things that you're not allowed to answer honestly about. But I don't know when I'm getting key, so. The real trick isn't to take off the 6th, it's to take out the 2nd, the 7th, so you can sleep. True. Also, if you're in Europe, it releases at 1400 hours UTC. So, like, keep that in mind when you're booking time off. You have to plant some seeds and collect from the post office before they go and bin them. Oh, no. Working in law? Sure. Yep. And there's lots of things that I've signed paperwork for and promised people that I've said that I will not talk to. Or talk about. Which is why all I can say is I don't know when I'm getting key. Oh yeah, plenty of moments where I've had to hide info from the rest of chat. And unlike XQC, I don't accidentally launch the game in the background. For those of you who don't know, one of the biggest streamers on the site launched Overwatch 2 like 2 months before it released accidentally. Because dude's a moron. You see, hypothetically, stream creators can't stream new DF for a time, but they can have banked up YouTube clips. I mean, potentially, but I can't say anything. I don't know when I'm getting key. Accidentally? Yeah, accidentally. Fucking child. See, like, there are creators that you can trust with shit, and then there are creators that you can't trust with shit. And the creators that you can trust with shit will clearly just say, I don't know when I'm getting key. Unlike XQC, who just fucking launches the game while he's streaming. Goddamn morons. No, fortunately, I haven't signed any NDAs. I'm just good at my job. Tiny. You ordered some seeds for one of these? I mean, I just ordered seeds. Ooh, that's cool looking. I just ordered seeds for Ring of Fire hot peppers. I don't know when I'm getting key, Diamond. I don't. The funny thing is I actually don't. Like, I'm not even lying to you guys. Like, I'm not even bullshitting. I can scroll through my Steam library right now. I do not have it. Like if I just go to Steam and type in Dwarf Fortress, I don't have it. It's not there. It's also not on itch either. Although I do have Lord of Dwarves, which is a video game. I mean, I will get review key. You know, like the public forum says in the morning of release, and then I'll probably buy it on itch. Or no, I will buy it on itch. I can tell you that for a fact. The latest, I mean, I don't know when I'm getting it. Nobody knows when they're getting it on December 6th, but people are getting it on December 6th. I don't know when I'm getting it. This is a dangerous subject for me, lads. I mean, why would you want to get a Steam key through itch? That does nothing but hurt the developer. Because if you redeem a key for a game and then leave a review for it on Steam, so say you buy it on itch and you redeem the key through Steam, then your review doesn't count towards the full review score anyway. So that's one way it hurts it. Two, a lot of people will then just buy it on itch and then sell the second key for like a 30% discount on G2A or something, meaning that they make their money back mostly, and then somebody else doesn't pay for the game and the devs don't get a cut. So there's literally no winning with that. Yes, it's a nice gesture, but the only time that really makes sense is if you have a game on itch that's only on itch and then do a Steam release and you want to give it to all of your previous like itch purchasers, which is generally a pretty small number of people. But stuff like that is very heavily abused. So don't necessarily agree. You'll meet your future wife by spotting her playing Dwarf Fortress at the airport on a Steam Deck. Maybe if I believe hard enough, it'll happen. You know, I keep hoping that too. And you know, I've been single for a while. Also, I don't go to airports that frequently, so. I feel like meeting somebody at an airport would be horrible because you'd realize that they live on the other side of the planet from you. Why is you depressed? Want to do abstract thinking? Did I go? Okay, well, I'll put you into the scholarly jobsy. This is a dwarf I've never seen depressed before, so I got to keep an eye on him. Unless you're both going home. True, if you meet somebody on the airport on the airplane home, that's different. But I always imagine just like seeing somebody randomly at the airport, just like in a different bay going somewhere else. That would be the worst. Although some of you might know Tom, Unsanity Live, aka this guy. He's from the other side of Canada. Like, he lived in Toronto for a really long time. I'm actually not sure where he lives these days, but he lived in Toronto for quite some time. And I ran into him at the Vancouver airport on the way to TwitchCon. Like, literally, like, walked through security, took a left, took, like, 4 steps out of security, and there was just Tom sitting there talking with a bunch of Square Enix employees. And I was just like, I know that man. Just walked up to him and said hi. I'm like, you raided me yesterday. And he just looked at me. He's like, motherfucker. And that's how I met Tom. The language she defaults to is, yeah, I trust that person. Also, her language she defaults to, yeah, I trust that person. Also from Victoria, I know that there absolutely are shared visits of never gets another key from anyone. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, no, if you like are told to not leak something or not share something, and then you share that thing, yeah, you'll never get a key again. Actually, a friend of mine, Cringer, accidentally streamed something that was under NDA, like, the other day. He was what's the name of that game? Nixion? Ixion? Like the city builder thing? Because they sent him an email copy without an embargo. Yeah, so it was like, it was the PR company's fault. Yeah, this game. Which is a city builder that is releasing the day after Dwarf Fortress. Good luck. That's all I have to say to that. You used to be a Mormon missionary? Oh boy. You did learn to make friendships with strangers? Oh, fair enough. Fair enough. I mean, yeah, you have. I'm not gonna comment unless you're no longer a Mormon, in which case then I will comment. But unless you have like skin of iron, but. Can I link that city builder? I mean, it looks cool. Note that it's already. Speaking of things that are under embargo, it's already in my it's already in my library. I need to play a little bit of it over the weekend, but it's not off embargo until the 7th, I think. Actually, when does the embargo for that thing lift? Yeah, it's embargoed until this December 7th, so I'm not gonna play it. Also, it's $5 more expensive than Dwarf Fort. But yeah, I'm not gonna play it because it's like the embargo lifts after Dwarf Fort. I mean, there's actually a few games that are releasing the same day as Dwarf Fort. Yeah, it's Ixion, not Nixion. Ixion. There's a few games that are releasing the same day as Dwarf Fort. Like, hold on, let me look at my calendar. Kinseed is also releasing. This game's leaving early access the same day Dwarf Fort comes out. I don't know. There's quite a few games that are releasing on that day, and every single time I hear about another one, I just go, or like within like a day and a half of Dwarf Fort, I'm always just like, well, you're going to lose a large portion of your normal streamer audience because none of us are going to play that. Bye, humans. Be nice to have my frame rate back. I don't know. I actually don't subscribe to Mick Whiskey, so I don't know if he does. Everything that I've seen / played of Ixion, Pink Fluffy Llama, is like it's Frostpunk in space. So like very linear narrative focused city builder. Which is kind of rad. Like it's a cool ass idea for a sci-fi game. I'll probably play it like 2 months after it's out or something. Just wait for a while. Just not bother. Let it do its thing. You were born into a Mormon faith and you left it to great personal sacrifice? Oh yeah, no, I know. Now you study physics and program? Congratulations on getting out of that cult. But also at the same time, like, yeah, no. I understand how it's life destroying because I've known people that are stuck there. There's a very large streamer on this website who's Mormon, who I've heard things about in the past, but I'm not going to state out loud because I don't think it's actually public knowledge. It's just like not quite hearsay, but it's like it's hearsay that you know is true because somebody told us somebody who told us somebody who told us somebody who told us somebody who told us somebody. But there's a particular Fortnite streamer that got kind of popular for a while and then went off to a different website because a big company paid him a lot of money. Anyway, yeah. Yeah, they pulled the demo a while ago. Demo, like, usage is strange these days. Some people, it's like, the demo's out, and it's, like, exclusive to a Next Fest, and there's other people like, the demo's out, and then it just never goes away. I don't know. You know who I mean? Exactly. Actually makes a lot of his, like, weird antics make a lot of sense when you hear about that. Mm-hmm. Arlzor. This is correct. You usually just lurk? Yep. Seen your name before. I was actually kind of surprised that that was a first-time chat. But fortunately, I wasn't saying anything bad. Also not mentioning any names. Could have been referencing a lot of different people, frankly. All right, where is this going? As long as you don't say names, it's okay. Huh? It's also why, like, when people do moronic things on this website, and people are just like, rhymes with, and then just like says the name but replaces 2 characters. So true story, 800M. Somebody my dad used to work with, or one of my dad's old bosses actually, over time started getting like more and more stressed and started losing his hair, and then his wife left him. And then at some point randomly just quit the industry that my dad worked in, which was injection molding and tool and die making at the time, and just vanished. And then a couple years later, we learned what happened to him, and he got into Scientology. And it quite literally like destroyed his life. And he ended up like multiple times mortgaging his house, losing his kids, losing his family, and like basically just developed alcoholism and died in his truck one night. As somebody who's been in the Scientology chapel here in Vancouver a couple of times while extraordinarily drunk, because they give you free coffee and muffins if you sit down and listen to them talk, as long as you have like enough coherence to not sign any paperwork and fucking leave, yeah, that place is terrifying. Stay away from cults, kids. They're not a joke. We'll put it that way. Even if one is, like, partially run by Tom Cruise. You're looking to start Dwarf Fortress for the first time on Steam release and legit feeling like you might get overwhelmed, but you're excited for it. What's the most complicated video game you've ever played? Gazaga. Those aren't barrels? No, those aren't vases. They're pots. You can make pots out of glass, metal, and Tetris. Tetris is fucking great, dude. I love Tetris. Like, you can make pots out of glass, metal, or clay, or stone. And unlike barrels, they don't slowly wear down. So the problem with barrels, right? And I do actually have some barrels in this fort, not here specifically, but I do actually have some barrels. And most of them, like, you examine them and it's just like, they're like, here's some barrels. Okay, never mind. That's just like infinite stacks of barrels. Okay, none of these barrels are even I should probably just destroy all of these, actually, or sell them even. Anyway, those are all empty, but essentially, barrels degrade over time, and so rather than them degrading over time, I just use rock pots. Also, I can sell elves barrels worn. Anything made of wood will eventually fall apart in Dwarf Fort. Anything made of wood. So, like, here, let me go show you my beds. The thing is, this fort is hundreds of years old, so it doesn't really matter. But if you look at these beds, see how they have the X's? This object is heavily worn, which means I might need to replace my beds again soon. Furniture wears, any furniture. So like any kind, like wooden doors, wooden beds, but it takes like legit 300 years for them to wear to the point where they will fall apart, and like 200 years for them to wear to the point where the dwarves will start complaining about them. But I have actually seen the thought is frustrated or agitated after sleeping in heavily worn bed. So, I mean, it's a multi-level marketing scheme too, so that's why. Stupid. The hardest part after leaving is learning how to trust good friends and people. I'll tell you this, I have a really hard time trusting people because of the number of times I've been fucked over in this industry. Like, it's really difficult for me to tell. Like, if somebody pops in my chat and they're a streamer, and I know they're a streamer, it's really hard to tell if they actually are interested in being my friend or if they just want to network and then fuck off. And the sad part is in a lot of cases, it's the second one. And because of that, and also, like, when I talk to real people in real life, the conversation usually ends at, oh, you work in content creation? Can you boost my Instagram account? The number of... I had somebody actually at a bar recently, and I say recently, like 2 months ago, ask if I, like, after we'd been talking for like an hour, ask if I could boost their TikTok account or help them boost their TikTok account. It's like, I'm not sure anyone knew about woodware and moss and stone moss before Sathatos and Archcrystal. I certainly haven't seen stone moss, but... It burns, precious, nasty spyware, yes. It's funny, because like the people that I know who do well on TikTok don't like TikTok. The only people who like TikTok really are people who actively look at TikToks. Also, another thing about Dwarf Fort is bones from corpses will eventually completely degrade, but it takes about 150 years. So they will eventually just turn to dust and disappear, but it takes a very, very, very long time. TikTok doesn't actually pay you. TikTok can pay you if you are streaming on TikTok, but just for making TikToks, no, TikTok doesn't pay you. TikTok is paid because you use it, because they sell everything. You don't understand why TikTok videos loop, and you never will? I don't think there's any rabble. I think that's just a fact. I don't understand why they loop, and it kind of bothers me. I want to be able to jump around and pause and shit. You've been here since the start. You helped come up with the name for it, Stone. Butcher it for bones? You could do that, yeah. Could just let all the flesh rot off. See? This is a pot. I don't know what material it is, but it's a pot. God, this dwarf is covered in earrings and crowns. So many that I can't even find the dwarf underneath them. You know what, chat? I'm just going to read through this. Large silver pot. See, silver pot. But just check this out, okay? So this dwarf is wearing a hood, a cloak, a crown, or a crown, amulet, ring, amulet, crown, amulet, shoe, sock, crown, trousers, mitten. Hold up. Bracelet, glove, mitten, glove, shoe, sock, vest, shirt, amulet, pick. They're wielding a pick. Iron ring, amulet, crown, ring. They're carrying a figurine somehow. 2 figurines even. Earring, crown, amulet, bracelet, crown, earring, crown, another figurine, ring, earring, ring, amulet, ring, earring. God. Amulet, crown, amulet, 2 more figurines. I don't actually know how they're wearing them. Crown, bracelet, crown, cave spider silk thread. So that's stitches. Another figurine, a crown, a ring, an amulet, a crown. I haven't started over. This is still the same dwarf. Crown, ring, bracelet, amulet, earring, figurine, ring, earring. Another one, mica earring. Amulet, bracelet, earring, ring, crown, earring, ring, another figurine, a crown, a cap, and that's everything that they're wearing. How much does this stuff weigh? I don't know. This dwarf might be a little strong. I mean, this dwarf is in the military, which would lead me to believe that they actually don't have any strength listing. Assuming they're... nope, never mind. Not in the military. Also moving pretty quick, too. Some of it is hornblende. A lot of it was mica. Granite, which is also pretty heavy. Hey, Ricklebert. Still don't know when I'll get DF key. But you know what Blind does know? Blind knows that there are 2 missing spots on the leaderboard for bits. It only costs a penny to get number 2. If you happen to have bits on your account. Just saying, that's a bargain. Hell of a bargain. I'm always confused. Don't worry, Trizuka. Explain to me what this Gremlin from Air thing is. It's an in-chat joke, is what Gremlin from Air is. That's all it is. Remember me mentioning at the beginning of this series that there's a lot of new things that have been happening, like Outpost Liaison being general, for example. Thanks for the 47 cents, curses. A lot of new things have been happening, like the Outpost Liaison being a general, for example. What other notable new stuff have you noticed after having a fort this old? God. Now I'm trying to think, like, what is something that I noticed for the first time in this particular fort? This is the first fort I've ever had a faction basically forget their own songs and replace them with a different faction's songs. Thanks for the 48 cents, last crew. Married kobolds. I'm trying to think of things that I've seen for the first time in this fort in particular. I've definitely seen plenty of things for the first time in this fort. Like, I noticed a few bugs. Certainly a lot of unique events, but that's just Dwarf Fort. I always forget that I have that one, and then people use it, and then I hear, ha, gay, really loudly, and it's like, right, yeah, community, that was a show. That was a show. Thanks for the $1.69 Wild Peak, and the 48 cents Grew, and the 47 cents from Curses. The Cave Dragon was the other fort. Yep, Twitch chat is IRC. It's not that it can be accessed through IRC. It is IRC. You know, I'm going to do some garbage cleanup, which is probably going to piss a couple dwarves off, but I'm just going to take everything in this stockpile and we're going to dump it. Because that stockpile is mostly full of empty stuff. Gremlin for Mayor is a Longdeath meme that's stuck. And don't think about it too hard, it's fine. The song that's being used on the Gremlin for Mayor stream is a looped version of the song Drinkin' Industry that was announced as part of the soundtrack announcement for Dwarf Fort. And it's going to be in the Dwarf Fortress soundtrack. And yes, it does slap. And the Gremlin for Mayor countdown stream is run by Aquafunkalistic Bootywap and Diamond Destruct in chat. I think Diamond owns the account and Aqua's running the stream. And I don't know if they're going to do anything with it after Premium is out. I know they've been talking about, like, automated Fort AI stuff and, like, you know, Twitch plays Dwarf Fortress type things. But will it actually become something beyond that point? I don't know. Follow the accountants. Find out. Gremlin works in mysterious ways. All hail Mayor Gremlin. Maybe look at them. Moss grows on them. Okay, so these are from these were built in like the first 200 years. Mudstone brick wall. I'm wondering if that's something that was removed since. It's like this mudstone brick wall is like this stuff here is like 400-year-old walls. It's okay. Just be confused. It's a good status to be in. Maybe it's natural walls. Okay, those are all constructed. Let's find something that's not constructed. Yeah. Well, those are non-smooth natural walls. Yeah, these are basically as old as Longdeath, and I don't see any wall moss. It's probably something that got bugged out of the game a long time ago and never re-implemented. Ooh, I'm jealous. I've wanted to see Dark Tranquility again since I last saw them. Dark Tranquility puts on a phenomenal show. Last metal show I went to is I saw Monomarth when I was in Las Vegas. I don't know when I'm going to see another one. Good show, though. Monomarth puts on a fantastic show. Which is why I was tweeting about Odin owning you while I was in Vegas. One of these years, I really want somebody to go through all of Longdeath and build a wiki based on all of the events that have happened, because I'll be honest, I don't remember all of the events that have happened in Longdeath. Because there's just so much. Game is saving. Monomarth has a special place in your heart. They're a weird band for me because I don't listen to them. I really don't. But I've seen them live 3 times. And every single time I get an opportunity to see them live, I will go see them live again. Also, because chat has been moving faster than usual, if you ask a question and I miss it, just post it and at me with it. Twilight of the Thunder God is one of your favorite albums? Yeah, no, I mean, like, I've listened to them in the past, but, like, they're not a band that I will sit down and just listen to. But, my God, they put on a good show. Similar band is, like, Suffocation, right? Like, I don't ever listen to Suffocation, but every single time I'm given the opportunity to listen to go see Suffocation live, I do. Stone, heads up. We got humans delivering stuff, and hopefully we don't get attacked right at the same time as the merchants bring the stuff. You want me to just DM this one to you as well? I felt like such a metalhead in high school listening to them. Yeah, I listened to a lot of new metal when I was high school age. Like, I also listened to, like, the, like, kind of, you know, Viking metal a little bit, but primarily I was, like, a new metal kid growing up. Beast in Black. My favorite Beast-related band, though, is Battle Beast. I've seen them twice opening for Sabaton. Good shows both times. They've actually died a couple times on my map. They really have to have a lot of stuff go missing that they blame on you to go to war.
Your music playlist is cool as hell. I found a few new bands.
Any particular ones that stuck out to you? Last group? Listening to a ton of power violence bands? I've been listening to like industrial electro recently. Like I've been listening to a lot of like deathcore and industrial electro recently. It's the stuff that I can't stop listening to. Yeah, wrong Dwarf based game. It's fine though. There's plenty of crossover between Strike the Earth and Rock and Stone. Is there a way to separate clothes of dwarves, goblins, and trolls so that you can easily sell the non-dwarf stuff? Dwarf clothing and goblin clothing is the same size, so in that instance, no. And I have a bunch of enemies in cages, and I don't know what to do with them. You tried telling a squad to kill one, but they just gathered around the cage and didn't do anything. So you have to release them from the cage. You could set them to be put into a pasture and then tell dwarves to kill them. You could attach a mechanism to the cage and then pull a lever, which will release them, and then they will stab them. Or you can do what I do sometimes, which is just construct the cages outside, up high, and then connect mechanisms to them and release them, and they will just leave the edge of the map. Or you could just, like, throw them into lava or Adam smash them or whatever. You don't need to tell the dwarfs that? Yeah, that would be offensive to dwarf kind, I would say. Stone, we got tributes ready, so I'm just going to DM them to you. Cheat. Oh, hey, this one's much smaller. 1 silver whip. Yeah, it's been a year already. Time flying. Anyway, it's in your DMs. Speed things up. 5 grapes. Waddle, waddle. Because apparently this has just turned into some, like, infinite stockpile of just, like, empty pots and barrels, so we're just gonna crush all of them. I realize there's a few wine pots in there, which I guess I could, like, remove from the dump. But, like, widely, I don't care. Oh, I see a lot of those are also being placed in afterwards. Where did 4 hours go? Well, I mean, in the past. Also, I think in 10 minutes, AMA is going to kick up again. So if you have questions for Tarn, there's a link for you. And if anybody's wondering why slow mode's on, it's because we have had quite a few more people typing than usual, and I just kind of want to reduce spam. I want to keep chat readable. I'm expecting my stream to grow quite a bit over the next month. Because of, you know, Dwarf Fortress releasing in 5 days. It says 5 days in the API now. Ow, that's painful. In 6.5 days. So I'm going to be testing things like slow mode. I'm not going to ever turn on sub mode unless, like, you know, we get harangued by mean people. But I am definitely going to be experimenting with slow mode and whatnot. Looks like Baby Metal is going... That is going to be a weird crowd, dude. That's going to be a weird... You know, honestly, I have no interest in seeing Baby Metal, but I would actually show up in time for the opener just to see what that crowd was like. And also to see how many of them leave when Sabaton comes on. Because I love Sabaton. Sabaton is phenomenal. Do not like Baby Metal at all. It's just not my thing. Okay, so you like Pondering Gears. Hopefully this will help. Tygo's a little bit distressed, and I'm just hoping that Pondering Gears is going to help them. You forgot about Baby Metal? It's probably for the best. So slow chat doesn't apply? True, but it does help. Or, careful, I might remove it for subs too if it gets too busy. There actually is a setting which I saw earlier, which is like I can give subs a 3-second delay and non-subs a 5-second delay, which would probably like kill all problems with slow chat, or all problems with like high-speed chat movement. Oh fuck yeah, go do that, Mythy. Honestly, Sabaton is like some of the most fun I have at metal shows. Like I love seeing Sabaton. Every single time they're by, I try and go. I mean, you can spread Gremlin propaganda at any speed that you see fit in the Gremlin for Mayor channel where you're not in slow mode. I have a question. How many people have tried to sell view bots to Gremlin? And has Gremlin been conned into buying any view bots yet? There's like 3,500 people. I'm sure they could sell out a small venue. I mean, yeah, no, like, Sabaton is just, like, a goofy, fun time. I was watching another stream the other day, and somebody rated him, and he got a When the Winged Hussars Arrive as his notice, and I was very amused. I was like, suddenly Sabaton, what? Aqua's bot is overspilling the view bot. Oh, so the view bots just get lost in Aqua's bot spam? Gotcha. You know, I know that this is something that's probably not going to happen again post-release, but, you know, I would really, really like Zach to just put up, like, a monthly Let's Play on the Kit Fox channel where he just, like, shows a fort that he's been playing for testing purposes. Because I very much enjoyed Zach's short Let's Plays of just, like, or not really Let's Plays, but just, like, here's 30 minutes of footage, and this is all the new stuff we have. Okay, bye. I'd really like just, like, a short video from Zach once a month. Hey, the dwarves have managed to trade with us this year. Sabaton has a good Beat Saber playlist. I believe that people have modded good Beat Saber songs for Sabaton. Wow, this is such a small wagon set. Jeez. I've seen 3 of those, or 2 of those, actually. I haven't seen Morgoth, but I've seen Death, and I've seen... I'm not going to say the name because people get mad at me when I say it. I say it wrong. And 999 plus messages. Is it set to post like every 30 seconds or something? Hey, at least you have one really big fan, okay? Aquabot is your biggest fan. Aquabot definitely votes Kremlin. That's actually the biggest venue that I go to on a regular basis is 1,000 people, right? The venue that I generally go to is about 300. The venue that Sabaton plays at when they come here is 500. Although it's 350 if they don't do the balcony, and usually they don't have the balcony open. It's a pretty small venue. Because the balcony is just seating. When Let's Learn DF was ending, you thought it would have been cool to have that as a reoccurring stream to introduce DF streamers. It would be cool. But the thing is, like, its relevance will go down significantly, Metalhead. And I know that sounds weird, me saying that out loud, but like right now, it's the only channel that has streamed premium DF. And once anybody can stream premium DF, it's going to drop in popular. I mean, like, maybe when big updates come out, but outside of that, I am your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. There's much to share. We've updated your maps and civilization and world info. What requests do you have of our merchants? Because I didn't get to trade with you last year, like, there are some examples of, like, developers that did a lot of work with letting streamers stream on an official account. One prominent example of this is, Squad? The people who made Kerbal let streamers stream on there. But that was also, like, back in the day when games weren't as heavily streamed, right? Like, we're talking, like, 2015, 2016, 2017 era, where it was, like, games that you would think of now that just, like, always have people streaming had 0. We don't talk about that, Diamond, unfortunately. So, like, Squad was a good example of that because, like, they had a big audience and they would, like, boost you on their Steam page and shit. So, like, that channel got a lot of views. So it was a big deal being able to get a section streaming on that once a week. And a lot of streams came out of that and grew quite heavily from that. But these days, that kind of model is nowhere near as viable. You found the Let's Learn DF frustratingly slow for learning. I think they titled it poorly, 800M. I don't think it should have been called Let's Learn DF. I think it should have been called, like, People Teach Me DF or something. Like, made it clear that it's, like, not a streamer teaching the audience to play the game, which is what people are used to with that kind of naming. People are used to, if they made it, or, like, Idiot Plays DF or something, or, like, DF for Dummies or something. Like, there's lots of ways I think they could have titled it that would have made what that thing is a lot clearer. I wasn't talking about the game squad. I was talking about the developer squad, but I digress. Yeah, Watch Me Learn DF is what it should have been titled. I don't know what to sell them. I'm trying to sell all pots that aren't currently full of something. Trying to, like, lower down the number of pots that I have, because I don't need as many as I currently have. I want to make them out of metal anyway. Well, let's do that. Apparently I got one crappy quality spider silk that's degraded. Apparently we have hamster blood. That's delicious. Stay away from your hamster. They died naturally. I don't have custom earplugs, but I do have a set of those like $40 ones that are pretty good at blocking out the annoying frequencies that hurt your ears and just let in the ones you want to hear. But I will say that good earplugs are very important to actually enjoying loud live music. Tarn is back for the AMA. Yep, that's what I was about to go check. I literally just tabbed out to go look. I'm looking at his comments, sorting by new, and I haven't seen him, unless it's like a new thread. Literally just go to Amazon and type in good earplugs for concerts is what I do, and it works. Yeah, he hasn't started yet. I haven't seen any new ones, but on paper it should be back. Actually, I wonder. Got a bunch of bookcases I don't need. Are you distracting him with Richard Nixon jokes? What? Why? I wonder, I don't think it still works, but there used to be, believe it or not, the slap somebody with a trout thing used to work in Twitch chat. I don't think it does anymore. I know this does if you have a certain plugin. / shrug. Yeah, he hasn't started saying anything yet. I'm sure he's probably just reading and selecting something to respond to. I'm just over here trying to get my dwarves to sell stuff. Not for you, because you don't have better Twitch TV or Franker Face Z, I think are the two things that you need to make that work. Also sell slabs. I've thought about making like a memorial fort where it's just like I engrave memorials of my dead dwarves and then sell them. It's like, because you can engrave multiple slabs for each dwarf. It's like, it'd be an interesting sales pitch. I wonder if their value varies. You're a peasant? Well, that's unfortunate. You need to chill, so you'll be lurking for a bit? Well, thank you for returning, Magna. It's a pleasure having you around as always. Also, thanks everybody for the bits and the resubs today, by the way. It's a lot. It's going to be a interesting month next month. Are we truly Tarn watching? Pretty sure you're blind watching, actually. Let's see. Refresh the thing again. Hey, there we go. Just now. Somebody asked, oh, it's Crabman. Are duplicated RAWs still a problem as in breaking everything, or do mods later in the loading order that use the same idea for an ID for an object, example mod that creates creature dwarf without disabling the vanilla files, and replace and overwrite the definition of the previous mods in vanilla? Is there a way to disable and toggle certain raw files within a new mod package? From the workshop, for example, either downloading a more creatures mod from the workshop or having some in-game menu that lets you toggle, say, the mods amphibians off but keep the mods birds, or alternatively, some other solution that allows a single workshop subscription page to contain what is technically multiple mods so that granular mods don't post a million entities to the workshop. And Tarn's response is... it's the same. The difference is now that at least you can do select and delete to remove old entries without intervening with an intervening mod if you like. Nothing like this yet, and we did what we could, but I'm sure it's trickier without having a scripting language. We're still up for improving the format after launch. Sounds like there's going to be a lot of very granular single item mods on the workshop, but that's fine. Did Tarn Rickroll Reddit yet? Has Tarn ever, do you think Tarn has ever Rickrolled anything in his life? Because I would wonder. I Rickrolled a voice chat I was in recently. I went and plugged in my record player and put my single of Never Gonna Give You Up on my table and started it playing while my camera was turned off, and then everybody started like cursing at me. Just like immediately, it was like the fastest way to get yelled out of the room. Where someone Rickrolled Rick Astley himself? Yeah, you know, pretty much. One of my favorite uses I've ever seen from the usage of Rickroll was when Worm Online went viral on 4chan. And in like, it was like 2016 or something. It was like the third time or something that they'd gone viral on 4chan. And their lead community manager just made a post on their blog saying, hello, we've noticed a very large influx of new players. And we just wanted to note that we are a well-built community that is structured and treats each other with kindness and respect, and we just would like to inform you all that you have to please follow our very important set of rules. And here's a link to the rules, and it's a Rickroll. Anyway, apparently they did quite well with that 4chan pump. You got rickrolled in your living room. Rick Astley was playing in a local venue and you didn't realize it, so you heard something and opened your skylight and bam, rickrolled. That's kind of incredible. I could go get here. I'll show you. Oh, completely unrelated. When I woke up this morning, it was minus 2 degrees Celsius and, like, sunny. There's that much snow on the ground. Happy holidays, I guess. Anyway, yeah, no, I have this. This is an original. By the way. It's dated the year the song came out. 1987. Yeah. It's got 2 sides. A side is just the song, and then B side is the instrumental. But B side is basically unplayable because I think somebody just stored it like on a table or a counter. So, snowshoeing. Actually, I'm gonna go ask Tarn if it's snowing down there. I'm gonna go be very relevant in questions for an AMA. I can't get this back into it. I'm gonna go put this away. Back in a sec. All right. Also, I think I'm gonna go do lunch in a minute here. I'm just gonna finish trading. I'm just gonna go throw this into the AMA because I'm all for asking relevant, important questions. Since this AMA has started, it's snowed, I don't know, 9 centimeters in Vancouver. What's the weather like down there? Question mark. There we go. Very important question. Zach might not be there because they were expecting a snowstorm, and Zach is indeed not physically present. Well, I mean, it does say, I'm Tarn Adams, aka Tony One, so I was expecting Zach to not be there in the first place. Time to mute Gremlin for mayor again? I mean, yeah. You know, I think some people might genuinely miss Gremlin for mayor when Gremlin for mayor, like, goes offline after the game releases. Which is kind of funny to think about. So because I did say that we would do it today, after I come back from my lunch break, we are going to go and explore and see if we can find the bottom caverns, because I haven't dug that deep yet. What do you mean, why not keeping what in the negative? About 2 to 3 centimeters down there in Seattle? Neat. It's also, like, weirdly windy up here. Like, looking outside, it's like it's snowing sideways. I have to go pick up my meds tonight, which is gonna suck. Like, I have to walk to the pharmacy in a fucking snowstorm. It's the most Canadian thing I could possibly do. Yeah, I'm in the greater Vancouver area. British Columbia, Canada. Well, technically I'm in Surrey, but fucking who cares? Let's keep scrolling, keep scrolling. Turns out a lot of people live in Vancouver. And nobody actually lives in Vancouver, because no one can fucking afford to live in Vancouver. Oh, why not just run it into the negative? I don't know. Sorry for not picking up what you meant there immediately. Yeah, I don't know. I would think they'd turn it off. I gotta find something else to do with it. There's actually, like, a lot of streamers from Vancouver, believe it or not. Like, Vancouver is Hollywood North, but in a lot of ways it's also Los Angeles North. It's one of the best places to live if you work in this industry. If you work in content creation and you live in Canada, it's like, The two best places are either Montreal or Vancouver. So, just how it happens that I was born here. So. Which is why, like, my brain, like, has a weird malfunction every single time I hear Linus from Linus Tech Tips say Wannock when he's referring to their server, because that's where I grew up. It's like, nobody's heard of Wannock except for Linus from Linus Tech Tips, apparently. Oh, they're from Langley or whatever. It's a small community, honestly. Like, it's kind of funny, Gus, because, like, I'll go into, like, a smaller Dwarf Fortress stream, like, no offense, but, like, I'll go into a channel with, like, 15 viewers or something, and I'll just see my chat. It's just, like, everybody from my chat's just, like, transplanted into somewhere else, you know? Which is always cool. Always a big fan. See my emotes everywhere. Like, honestly, one of the coolest things for me, like, as somebody who's been in this industry for a really long time, one of the coolest things recently for me about the release of Dwarf Fort is watching the Kit Fox streams and just seeing my emotes constantly flying by. There's something really fucking cool about that. Like, really goddamn cool. And it's not something that I get to see very often. It's kind of like, oh, this must be how all those speedrunners feel during GDQ when it's just like walls of their own emote. It's the neatest thing ever. Just checking a few things. Got a weird flurry of comments. I'm trying to figure out where they came from. Like just YouTube. It goes by quick. I'll say this. It feels like they announced Dwarf Fortress is releasing in a month, like 3 days ago, and we're on the 29th. So, like, this month just went boom, gone. Like, flew by. Okay, that's it for trading. And wait, hold on a second. Are we storing seeds here? Beg your fucking pardon? Maybe it's just because there's already seeds in those bags. Have to go. It's just 6 days, less than 15 hours. Yep, it's coming up soon. Started animating some DF stories a while back. You need to finish those up. Yeah, dude, get on that. Get on that, man. You've got a phone call earlier from some bloke and have phone appointments with that weren't scheduled, and their questions were strange, and then they realized that they called the wrong person with the first name. So fun fact, my dad's first name is Mike, right? He's a Mike. The house that I grew up in had a landline phone, like many houses did back then. And the phone number that we had was one character different, like one number different from the local volunteer fire department, okay? And the local volunteer fire chief's name was Michael. So very frequently we would get random calls asking for Michael. I'd give them to my dad, or my mom would give them to dad, and then he'd immediately hang up. All the time. All the time. So I know exactly what you mean, Stone. It's the weirdest goddamn feeling. All right, so chat, I think I'm just going to let you guys follow these dwarves. If anything terrible happens, the game will pause. I'm going to go take a real quick lunch break. Okay, so I'm going to get up and I'm going to go make me a sandwich, and I'm going to eat that sandwich, and then when I come back, we're going to continue playing. Now is a good time to like go get a cup of coffee or something, or like eat a snack, or do what have you. Because we're doing this scheduled ads bullshit now, I'm going to start an ad break right now, and then that'll run. So the first minute and a bit of it will be ads anyway. Doors are just going to be running around doing their thing in the background. I'm just going to make sure that Mayor don't want anything. Mayor don't want anything. Perfect. Or go to bed if your name's Diamond. So if you're peacing out now, I will see you tomorrow, normal time. And otherwise, stream's going to continue, and we've still got, like, we're halfway done. I would estimate looking at the time right now. So yeah, we're about halfway through stream, and stream's not going to be stopping anytime soon. That sucks that dwarf there seems to be dying from depression. Been there, done that. It's not fun. Anyway, I will be back in a couple of minutes. You guys have one job though, which is I could get a round of beers. That'd be awesome in the chat. And if you happen to have sound commands, now's a good time to use them to entertain the stream. And to respond to that question, Tubbins, according to the Steam API on the back end, the game will be releasing at 1400 hours UTC, which is 7 a.m. Pacific time. Vessels, nuclear vessels. I'll be back in a couple. Beer beat. All right, I return. Hey, hi. Hello. What's up? Back from foodstuffs. Food's been consumed. I was a hipster today. I had 2 pieces of toast with avocado on it, a little bit of pepper and a little bit of salt, and as well as yesterday, or last night rather, I made a little thingy of seared onions and mushrooms and stuff that I put on top of it, and garlic, which was very tasty. So I was a dirty hipster today and had hipster food. Looks like we're still dealing with this pile of empty bins and barrels. Or not bins and barrels, barrels and pots. So no combat logs, good to see. Nobody's dead, good to see. An animal has grown to become a unicorn. I hope that was a baby unicorn before it grew up into a unicorn. So that's why I'm not a millionaire. Oddly enough, you want to know why? I had avocado for the first time since like the beginning of the year. And the reason I did was because they were on clearance and I could get 9 for $6, which is I think the cheapest I've seen avocados. Like the little bag of 9 for $6. That's like the cheapest I've seen avocados since like 2015. So I haven't had avocado in ages. It's like a rare treat at this point. But like they were barely ripe and it was a little while ago. So like they've just been sitting on my counter. But yeah, obviously that's why I'm not a millionaire. Actually, no, the reason I'm not a millionaire is I didn't buy $200 worth of Bitcoin in 2011. Not a rhinoceros? I mean, it would be very strange if, like, a unicorn grew into a rhinoceros. There's that much snow outside, Pablo. Here, I'm actually going to post a picture on Discord. Just an off topic if anybody wants to go take a look. Second. There. Picture of snow. It's taken from my patio. It's also like weird. It's like we're getting really close to the what's it called? The like longest or the shortest day of the year for here, so it's like the sun's already going down. That's all from this morning. Gotta go brag to Kiri about it. Indian summer there, it's about 50 F. Huh. Yeah, that sounds like a number. Now people are just like posting pictures of their balcony. Well, that's cool. Ooh, dude, I should make some like winter guacamole. I might actually do that. I got onions too. I got red onions. I got all stuff. Could totally do that. Yeah, but you could probably write a script to send a message in Slack after a certain amount of time. You haven't ever enjoyed avocados and sushi on their own? They seem dull as plastic to you. It's healthy fats. That's actually really good for me as somebody who needs good healthy fats. And I know that there's like the saying of there's no such thing as healthy fats. Yes, there is. There's natural fats and then there's unnatural fats. And it's one of those things like straight up like back when I had a family doctor, I don't currently, but back when I had a family doctor, she used to always tell me specifically, eat more avocado. You need it. Okay. Yeah, I've got chilies. I got my chilies. I've got red onions. I've got garlic. I got peppers. I got hot peppers. I got basically everything I would need, really. Yeah, I could absolutely maybe making a guac over the weekend. Gotta go buy some chips. Do I have lime? I don't have lime. I have lemon juice, but that's not lime. I'm making you hungry? Well, I mean, I just ate, so this seems like a you problem. You were prescribed fish fat by an endocrinologist a long time ago. Something to do with you being in a diabetes risk group? Yep. Fish fat is another one. Natural fats. Like, you can straight up just buy, like, fish fat in pill form. Hydrogenated vegetable oils and trans fats are the best. Only in America. Nowhere else in the world. Just America. But, I don't know. Let's see if Tarn's responded to any fun questions. Let's take a peek. A second multiplayer question. Hey, Tarn, I first started playing DF back in version 0.28. Wow, that's a long time ago. And I've not made a proper fort in a few years. Given the central role of succession forts played in the community and the Steam release, does the Steam release open the door to integrated support for that playstyle? Sharing around a save file isn't difficult, but it's a bit fiddly. We're not going to do anything that requires direct multiplayer stuff, but it is possible that Example Workshop might support more types of uploads as we go that make it a little easier. Uploads as we go. That might support different types of uploads as we go. That might make it a little easier, although in that case, the world would still be a static starting point. Yes. I can tell that Tarn's just like on the defensive when it comes to multiplayer. All ultra-wide works. Lots of questions about music. I mean, it's okay to have bad fats occasionally. Like, you know, if like once every couple weeks or months you eat like a full box of Kraft dinner to yourself. No, it's not gonna happen, Owlman. Like, just 1,000% it's not gonna happen. But it's also like one of the most asked questions that they get. It's like, it's not in the plans, it's not something they desire to make, and it's not something that they have interest in making, yet it's still one of the most requested things because, you know, it's like, it's like the joke question of just like, now add sex, you know? It's practically a meme. You're in trouble? Hi, Trouble. No, wait, no, you're in trouble. I don't know who Trouble is, but I hope you bought Trouble a drink first. There you go. I changed my joke in post, and it's still funny, right? Editing jokes in post doesn't work. Also, editing something while it's on post is quite difficult, because then you need to catch the postman. Nothing quite like breaded, deep-fried stick of butter. I mean, you know, you can do that once a year and not die, maybe. Dinner, but no drink? Oh, no. I was like, fuck. I don't know. I eat absurdly healthy, so I'm not, like, real. I am for... one of my favorite, like, things that I ever saw was, one of the funniest things I ever saw was just, like, a statistic that on average, type 1 diabetics have some of the healthiest diets in the world because we are literally forced to or we keel over and die. I'm trying to coordinate a thing in the background as well currently, so. I really wish that you could like sort Discord conversations based on group chats. Sort the difference between group chats and like one-on-one chats, because I'm trying to find a particular group chat and it's just like gone. I'm saying living type 1 diabetics eat healthy. That seems like a distorted sample to you. Ouch. You know, multiplayer is never going to come to Dwarf Fort or RimWorld. Both of them have functional multiplayer mods, though, which is kind of funny. I mean, Charn changed his opinions on fecal matter after the decade of memes, so maybe Dwarven bonking and... Dwarves start fucking in 2032. That's when dwarves get nasty. 15 years in or so is too late for multiplayer. Oh, for sure, yeah. I wonder, like, though, if there would be some way to, like, mod it so that you could use Steam Play Together to just play the same save locally. Or through LAN, I guess, technically. I wonder if you could make that work, because Steam Play Together does some fucking witchcraft to make certain games work. Like games that don't have online multiplayer, but just have local multiplayer. I said 2034, but it's you missed the whole line of jokes that would make that make sense. Don't worry. It started off with talking about multiplayer and other things that won't be added to Dwarf Fort, and then it was mentioned in chat that Tarn used to be against Team Poop and Manure, and now he seems to be on Team Manure. So at this rate of us convincing him to add things to the game, that in like 7 years maybe we'll dwarves will start fucking. We're just fucking around. Don't worry about it too much. This is why this is an adults-only rated stream. Yeah, no, absolutely. Like, if you can do it with TeamViewer, like, isn't that kind of how Steam Play Together works? Yeah. I mean, like, I'm wondering if that could be made to work. Just to make those people shut up. Yeah, no, I know. But there are clear issues with them doing it properly and making... I mean, most of them just, like, run Dwarf Fortress on a server and let you all remote in. That's generally how they end up working. In fact, like there's a video on my YouTube. It's funny. Every now and again, people ask me about DF multiplayer, and I just link to the video that's already on my YouTube channel of DF multiplayer. What are you carrying? A dyed thread. So something that I said that I would do, chat. This is kind of a historic moment. I'm going to the bottom. We're gonna start digging down. Because I haven't found the third cavern layer yet. Which is kind of insane, actually. It's time to dig a little bit. They just need to... It's one of those, like, hold hands, have baby kind of situations. Listless, there's no physical intercourse. And if you make me elaborate more than that, just go read the fucking wiki. Not too deep, just deeper-ish. Because we are going to be taking a long break from Longdeath. Well, no. That's not true, because male dwarves can be gelded in combat. If someone has good enough aim. Just don't worry about it, Uncle Gus. Don't worry about it. It's fine. People listening in audio only are just very confused right now. Don't do that. That bad. Okay, now we can start digging. That almost got awkward. Chat's having way too much fun right now. Taking a big break requires a cliffhanger. Damn right. It is true. I'm pretty sure there's a page on the. Isn't there just like a page called reproduction? Like most. Checks wiki. No. Ugh. Should I take this out of context? I'm on the breeding page for Dwarf Fortress right now. Breeding requires 1 or more adult females and 1 adult male of each species at a time. Recommended cages and or restraints. I'm just gonna leave it at that. That's it. I'm not gonna read any more of that page. That's good enough to know. I know what it's talking about. It's talking about livestock, but my God. I'm gonna just like stay off the Dwarf Fortress wiki for a bit now. Educate you? No. Go Google it. Sup, Cowboy Bill? Oh my God. Oh, my heart. It's funny though, because the wiki's out of date. Sometimes you require multiple males. Ugh. Oh, Jesus Christ. Can you for that? That's just, sure, fine if you insist. It's the meat industry page for whatever it's worth. Meat industry, hashtag breeding. Ugh. I mean, here it is. It requires 1 or more adult females and 1 male of each species. Recommended cages and or restraints. I definitely missed the part where they just dug down. It's just the recommended cages and or restraints is just the funniest fucking thing I've seen in a minute in that context. God, welcome back, Norstat. Jesus. A Longdeath alternate universe? I mean, there's a save up right now, and it should still be addressed. Although the thing about the save... Oh, not that. It should still be there, which is this. Yeah, it's just an orphan file. I just need to rename it, but I haven't yet. Anyway, this is the Longdeath save. It used to have like 10 times the downloads, but then the FFD went down. But yeah, you could go download this, but that's before I built my war defenses because it's before we got attacked. So you might have to build war defenses. Plenty of humans are too, but I guess we're just livestock now. Sorry, that was just way too funny. Coming back down to earth now. Depends on how you interpret it, I suppose. Metalhead. What are these? Jasper opals. Really hoping they'd be diamonds, but... I haven't dug down in Longdeath in a very, very, very long time, so... This is uncharted territory, shall we say. Oh, God. You're putting it in your out-of-context quotes on Discord? Do you have, like, a room on a Discord server that you're in that's just for out-of-context shit? Because there's a lot of really good stuff. Actually, here, since we're just talking about dumb shit on the DF wiki, I'll show you my personal favorite. So this is the Batmen page, which are obviously humanoid bat people. They are most likely to target the dwarf, whose comedian trait attribute is the highest level. They are exceptional detectives, and given enough preparation time, they can defeat any foe. Their default identities are a secret, and if you turn this off, their chasm will flood your fortress nobles instead. They breathe in space. They can breathe in space. They are vengeance and they are the night. Their parents are dead, and they do not eat nachos. They prefer to eat hot dogs instead. Possibly one of my favorite parts of the Dwarf Fortress wiki, which is just the Batmen page. Is genuinely amusing. It's just a bunch of Batman jokes. I mean, it's truly hilarious. Obviously peak comedy. Speaking of, time to go read some more peak comedy distributed by you into my chat room. On the Discord in the Add a Word Stories room. Now, since I read these earlier, there's not that much. So if you're in my Discord right now, go jump into my Discord and get the Add a Word Stories room going. Just make sure that you only write one word at a time and let somebody else write before you write again. And I'm going to now read, get smiled at for not doing evil spaghetti. Beneficent llamas make wonderful noises in the spring season. Beatific scenes are awake and happy. What is wrong with you? Subscriptions scuff minds. Don't you tourniquet. Windy passages sound like scary flatulence. Worst smell on... Got him. Check the Cheetah Man entry next, please. Cheetah Man? Turns out I was spelling cheetah wrong. There will be no Cheetah Man, because the dwarves saw what happened last time and decided it would be unhealthy for the game's functionality. No mid-air dying was implemented either. Additionally, Cheetah Men have no relation to any edible, puffed, cornmeal, cheese products. Sweet Armok, they tried to warn us, but it is too late. Animal variant peoples of Cheetah Men who can be found in savage tropical grasslands. They spawn in 1 to 5 individual groups. They're not too aggressive, but may pick fights with dwarves when they get too close. They are fast. I had a were-kangaroo once jump over 5 Z levels of wall. Sup, Fog? Nothing. 5 Z levels of wall, I tell ye. Just one of the scariest things I've ever seen. It's like a were-cheetah vaulting my wall. Or not were-cheetah, were-kangaroo vaulting my wall. Okay, so that's Magma Sea. So maybe I missed the 3rd cavern layer. Yep, there's multiple different ways. Not so much in this fort now. It's too old. But in normal forts, you can get random musical performance groups being like, hey, can I hang out in your fort? And you can be like, yeah, man. And then they can be your friends. Or alternatively, the fort sleep? Well, cheers, man. How many dwarves were lost? Not that many, because most of them were underground in the, what do you call it? Actual fortress, underneath a bunch of hatch covers. So I just locked the hatch covers and it wasn't too much of an issue. I did lose a lot of livestock, though, that were on the surface. And they toppled some things, but then it was trapped inside my walls because when it turned back into a human, we just stabbed it to death. You must say a pilk. I'm not even sure what that is. I haven't seen that particular clip that was mentioned in that chat. The thing that I was referring to wasn't a cheetah. It was a kangaroo. It was a were-kangaroo. If I said cheetah, I said the wrong thing. I apologize. All right, let's dig this way. Oh, Pepsi plus milk. Okay, I know I have heard of that. Actually, Coke and milk is a Japanese thing, which I used to do when I worked night shift at McDonald's, and people would look at me like I was a crazy person. Take one of those milk to goes, pour it into a large cup, and then fill the rest of it up with Coca-Cola. It kind of just makes vanilla Coke or vanilla Pepsi. It's kind of nice, actually. Yeah, it's a pretty common thing. It's actually quite common around here. There's several like pre-mixed brands that will make like a dark cola fizzy milk drink that you can buy at most grocery stores here, because we have such a large like Japanese population. It's one of those don't knock it till you try it things. Like if you like Coke floats or even like root beer floats, you might like it. Sounds like a were cheater. Pretty much, yeah. Oh, did I land on the Where Cheetah page? Ah, whatever. I'm not going to just sit here doing dramatic readings of the wiki anyway. I kind of want to be paying attention to where I'm digging. Yeah, no, I mean, like, it's like a less sweet Coke float. Like, if you like the flavor of a Coca-Cola float, you'll probably like milk and Coke. But yes, it is a weird sounding thing. Hearing the weirdness of DF got you excited? Yeah. No, I know what you mean. Pickle juice and milk? Yeah, that sounds repulsive. I can get behind a pickleback, but... Also, Fog, I haven't said a proper thank you yet, I don't think so. But thanks for doing all of the promo video stuff for... or the assets for the promo video stuff for the hot potato. Because that thing did real well this year. Like, it's a little bit ridiculous. To the point where now we're, like, putting out feelers to maybe do one with Dwarf. Fingers crossed we can make that happen. Already got some interest from people that would be cool to have interested, so... Ears open. But yeah, as far as the Steam release goes, like, that's going to be a big deal. It's going to be super cool. I can't wait. All right. Okay, so that's one cavern lair. Not cheating, you're cheating. Okay, found the caverns. Caverns. Discovered. On layer 144. I'm wondering if that's going to be fixed, actually. That's something that I'm... Oop! It's very close, actually. See how you can see those? Those are trees. Is a warm fish milkshake. I'm good. That seems like a stomach emptying therapy method. Spring potato DF, maybe. Maybe. If the interest is there and there's enough people streaming it, maybe. That sounds Finnish. Or actually more Swedish. Fish milkshake. That seems like some sort of crime they would commit. There we go. All right, so let's just seal this off. We finally found the third cavern lair in Longdeath. Let's seal her up. After all of these years, chat. We finally found the third cavern lair. Ain't that cool? Whoop. I'm seeing hungry head, bones, voracious cave crawlers. That looks like troll blood. Lots of troll blood. Hungry heads. Stuff's died down here. Of course, reachers. Expected. Minecraft cave noises, yeah, pretty much. Looking for footsteps of things moving quickly. Gorlax. More dead Crundles. And one of the merchants have given birth to a boy, which I will check in on in a moment. I would really just like to see those constructions get done. Without anybody running off into the caverns, because I really want those caverns to just not be accessible, because who the fuck knows what's going to come out of them. Oop. Oh, come on. God damn it. Okay. Fuck. Stupid, 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 stupid. Stupid, 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 stupid. All right, now that I've finished calling this dwarf what it is, now we wait. And done. As he steps through. Is more fun? Sure, but I don't need fun in a fortress that I want to keep alive for 1,000 years with very limited dwarf supply. So sure, yes, more fun. But also, I don't care. That's not the point of this fort. This is not a fort about normal dwarf fort fun. Hey, Dwarf, why don't you just deconstruct it? I guess I mean it, too. Yeah, you just go deconstruct it, that's fine. I was under the impression that the Dwarf Fortress equivalent of entering the back rooms is just like my maze that I built, but... Or actually, no, spawning into a mountain home that's in a mountain range that's underground that has no access to the surface is the equivalent of that, which I've done. All right, so now that you're out, heading to work to go get ready to freeze your feet off in the snow, have a good rest of the stream, and the night goes well. Try to stay warm and dry when I head out later. It's not too far. It's only like 3 blocks for me to get to the pharmacy, but... But you have a good day at work, Maverick. Don't work too hard. Keep your toes warm. I have very, 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 very warm... like wool socks, so I should be good. I should be good. Waiting on a motherboard to show up. You're really thankful that it'll be here this week, not to miss the DF Steam launch. Yeah, not having a computer when DF launches on Steam would suck. Oh, I'm sitting here going like, why is this taking so long to get done? Game's paused. Duh. All right, Jimmy Tibby's coming to construct building. I'm wondering how many crazy dead critters we're gonna find down here. Because there's gonna be at least a few. And before we just find like a family of dead cave dragons or something. Because this is easily the oldest cavern layer I've ever broken into. Easily. No question asked there. So I guess we're going to dig around in this layer and just smooth and peek through and see what we can find. Also, cross-eyed. Any other fort? Sure. This one? No. This one I have to be careful. That's something that there would be And it just hit me that you know it's coming because it's the first. Yeah? Well, no,
How was earlier not my anniversary, but now it is.
Did you
Twitch,
refresh?
sort it yourself.
You have to refresh to get your anniversary. If you don't refresh, you don't. I saw the thing pop up next to your name, I think. Oh no, you did you subscribe? Because you gifted 3 subs. Yeah, no, you didn't actually pop your notification until now. But you did, in fact, gift subs earlier, and I saw your hat appear, and I remember stating out loud, if you want the notification, you gotta refresh. Speaking of anniversaries, stop audio.
Hi.
How's things? How you been? How's Crossbeats been? We've dug down to the deepest cavern layer for the first time. And we're exploring some uncharted spaces around Longdeath, which is very exciting. Let's actually just kind of turn this a little quicker. Let's go down to here, because I can actually see where I'm digging. Be a little bit more careful. Also, and go this way. Probably also connect these here. Don't go too far there. I don't know where that's going to begin and where it's going to end. But Audio, how you been, man? Thank you very much for the 66th on 3 sub. Work is bad. You know, somebody said something similar to me in a Discord server that I'm in recently, Audio. And I went to the YouTube clipping feature and I made a clip of "Work Sucks, I Know" from that one Blink 182 song and linked it at them. I would link it at you or play it on stream, but I would get DMCA'd, so I'm not going to do that. No, you are not seeing clown cars nor candy. You're seeing the 3rd cavern layer. Growlcore, this game's very easy to wrap your brain around. It's just a matter of, like, realizing how it conveys information, right? This is a cave system underground. It's like one layer of a Minecraft cave, and I'm digging out different things here underground with these little tunnels, right? If I go up, what the fuck is slow mode and what did you miss? It doesn't change anything. It just makes it so people who aren't subbed can only type every 3 seconds to minimize spam, because in case you are me, you will notice that there's 120 people watching right now. We had 180 earlier. Chat was moving a little quick, so to just like make it readable, I put slow mode on. This is something I've talked about doing immediately when chat gets busy for years. This is another cavern layer. This is a more completely viewable one. And if I go up even more, this is a maze that I built. And then these are the surface layers. Every single one of these is like one layer or one map of RimWorld, essentially. But because the game is 3D, the layers interplay. That's what you're looking at, Growlcore. You can't wrap your brain around it? Well, grow brain bigger. Problem solved. Anyway, we have a baby we need to name. And since there's a newbie who knows nothing about Dwarf Fortress here, might as well just give it to them. Welcome to the fort, Growlcore. Good job on the Tato. Bada! Says Growlcore. He is grouchy when caught in a snowstorm. As somebody who's currently in a snowstorm, same. He is 11 days old, born on the 3rd of Opal in the year 437. He has his sideburns are clean shaven, and his very long mustache is arranged in double braids, and his very long beard is arranged in double braids, and his very long hair is braided. He has a recessed chin, and his nose bridge is concave. His cobalt eyes are close set, and his hair is ecru. His skin is sandy taupe. There is a minotaur in the labyrinth, yes, but he's in a cage. He likes saltpeter, zinc, and white jade, tea, wood, and giant eye leather, and armor stands, and amulets, and chains, and donkeys for their stubbornness, and cardinals for their coloration, and the sound of the prim pedal, and the sight of the aquamarine of quintessence. When possible, prefers to consume custard pie, and custard apple cider, and yak's milk, and absolutely hates moon snails. Personally, he sees that the attempt to maintain dignified and proper behavior is vain and offensive, and disregards tradition, dreams of mastering a skill, doesn't stick with things even if minor difficulties arise, and he is rarely happy and enthusiastic. He is convicted by this as he values parties and merrymaking as an abstract concept, and has little interest in joking around, is brave in the face of imminent danger, this is one hell of a baby, and has little interest in joking around. He doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing his mind, and can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand and become somewhat rigid when he's angry, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. As for gods, his parents are Lykot and Minkot, and he worships Lokir Ildor, who is the spear of incineration and a deity of the ignited creation, most often takes the form of a female dwarf and is associated with valor, war, and fortresses. You also worship Shin Russet Amber, the Red Rocks, also known as Shin Altakun Engen Angid, or whatever the fuck, who is the deity of the ignited creation, takes the form of a male dwarf and is associated with jewels and wealth, and once cursed the vampire Zalora, who still lives in my walls to this day. Glorious tale. Now we shall follow the digging. Yeah, I know. My Aquafunkalistic Booty Whap and Diamond Destruct in my chat are running it. Coach Monster. If it's Gremlin from Air, that's us. We did that. Definitely wasn't like something that we all just came up with. We're like, hey, it would be funny if... And then 20 minutes later, there was a stream running, and we're like, well... That's going to run 24/7, and then Diamond, who was running it, was like, yeah, no, I have to take this laptop to work, and then, so we got it running on a server headless, and, yeah, now it's running 24/7. But also, hey, Coach Monster, what's up? But yeah, no, I think slow mode's just gonna kind of be a thing in chat from now on, at least until like you know, if we have an hour where there's nobody speaking for 10 minutes, then yeah, I'll turn down the chat speed. But like a good couple of times today, there's been points where it's like I can't keep up with chat. So when that happens, I need to, you know, turn on slow mode, because we've just had enough people watching, fortunately, which has been really nice. It's been nice to have these kinds of numbers. I haven't had these kinds of numbers since RimWorld left early access. What do I think killed the creatures? Well, let's see. I've been settled here in this fortress since the year 5, and it's the year 437, so time. probably. But other creatures, generally. But I'm mostly looking for bodies of interesting creatures. I'm kind of hoping we see some dragon corpses, but you never really know. The greatest predator time. Exactly. I'm calling Father Time for nothing. Papa subjective. But we're gonna be peeking through these. I mean, most dwarves are gold diggers. So RNG, how ready are you for premium? And is premium going to be your freedom moment where you can like stream Dwarf Fortress on days other than the weekend? Or are you gonna stick to that like necessary need? Boom. Nope. Okay. There we go. Look at all that jasper opals and kimberlites. Rock crystals. Oh, that's cool. Let's pause. Peek around. See what we can see. More cave crawlers. Dead cave crawlers. More dead crundles. More dead reachers. No dragons yet. More dead crundles. On whether or not you should eat cheese pasta or make cheese pasta? Why would you need to weigh in? Why is that even a question? Yes, you should make cheese pasta. Poor Gorlak. I want to know what happened here. Just a bunch of hungry head... Oh, okay. Where's the actual hungry head's corpse? Just a bunch of hungry head teeth. And then just, like, troll blood here. Maybe it just, like, punched... The hungry head's, like... Teeth got punched up, but it didn't actually kill the hungry head. Okay. More kimberlite. Sad. Lots of kimberlite, but no valuable gems so far. Let's also take down here. This weekend thing was from a time when no one was streaming Dwarf Fortress and you had people sad that they missed a weekday stream and confused that their dwarves are dead, so you limited it to Saturday like a moron, and then programmed your semi-automated Dwarf Fortress tracker and then started doing VODs, but then never thought to like expand back out from Saturday, so you got the common sense of a bipedal cat. Yeah, no, I get it. I get it. For those of you who don't know, let's use this thing. RNG streams Dwarf Fortress on Saturdays. So if you're looking for Dwarf Fort on Saturdays, maybe other days of the week, allegedly, if the other days of the week exist. Currently they don't, but maybe they will someday. Yeah, you might get some RNG talking about things almost as nonsensically at as high a pace as me. It's funny how Dwarf Fortress streams are just kind of like that. It's like usually just like Dwarf Fortress streams that are fun are just like a person who manages to talk faster than they can play a video game. It's just like, what do you need? Okay, nonsensical dialogue that goes at 200 miles a minute. Sweet. 200 words per minute maybe would make more sense in that sentence. 200 words per minute that is not like thought about or comprehended. And then the result is just like everybody gets comments on their videos saying, why are you talking about politics every time I tune in? It's like, well, because I don't think about what I'm saying and I just kind of talk about what chat is saying. And if chat happens to be talking about, I don't know, politics, then I'm going to fall into subjects that you don't like. Tune into the stream and put me on a different subject and see what happens. Could be magic. You're going to be unavailable this Saturday? Wow, you're breaking your own Saturday rule? Okay. Well. Anyway, go watch RNG. He's cool. Literally one of the oldest DF streamers that I'm aware of. It's like RNG and Cupo. It's just fortressing? Yeah. A lot of Dwarf Fortress streams are just chatting streams with dwarfs in the background. Speaking of forting, cool answers from Tarn. Okay, last one he did was 25 minutes ago. Because it's done, so. A lot of questions about modding tools. Also, I think we can remove slow mode right now. No. Yay, fast mode time? I mean, you're free for a little bit. I mean, you're a mod. You're immune to all this shit regardless, Clino. This, you know, this is one of those situations where it would just say, everybody is typing. Or 15 people are typing. Open the gates! Let the chat be free! Well, it's just because you guys aren't moving fast enough that I need you guys to. "116 people are typing." I'd be willing to bet that at least 40 of those 116 people are sleeping right now, or AFK, or not actually paying enough attention to type. That being said, I challenge you, chat. If everybody types at the exact same time right now in the next minute, actually, let's just get a round of beers. If every single person from that 120 people watching type, maybe I'll consider turning slow mode back on. But if I have to tell you guys to type, we don't need slow mode. That's the actual reality. But thanks for lurking, everybody. Appreciate you guys. Slow mode was necessary earlier, but at this point, it's fine. Worky lurky? Yeah. A lot of people went to bed when I took my lunch break, which frankly is good. People should sleep and not stay up all night watching my streams. It would be real inconvenient to get raided around now. It would be nice. I like getting raided. We got the raid from Canadian Pagan earlier. Oh, it's good. Don't worry. Play Mountain Blade. Have fun. It's good. I can read everything in chat. Hey, Subatomic. You are permitted to watch my stream and not speak. I know this might come as a surprise to some people. So far, just Crundles, Trolls, Heads, Reachers. Nothing super exotic in these caverns. You got the blood. Yeah, it's just a lot of Reacher blood. Flesh ball blood. Gotta avoid those. Fortunately, no cave blobs. I hate cave blobs. Cave blobs are actually one of my most hated things in Dwarf Fort. Just because of the permanent effects that they can have on your dwarves. You're often told that you're welcome to not talk? That sounds like a negative thing. No dingo men in caves, none spotted so far. Nothing living, even. The naked bulldogs are on the higher levels. One thing. Cave blobs, when they die, they release a gas, which basically gives your dwarves permanent nausea, which is a huge debuff. Which actually reminds me of the time that somebody was talking about in the RimWorld versus Dwarf Fortress thread on the Steam forums about how they prefer RimWorld's disease system, and then someone else commented, they're like, yeah, I personally prefer the Dwarf Fortress disease system because, like, you know, it doesn't just randomly happen and it's unavoidable, but all my dwarves got infested with this weird sickness from a forgotten beast, which caused them to all explode into piles of gore, which was very memorable. It's just like, yeah, I've had that happen once. I've also had dwarves just like swell up and turn into giant swollen masses and then eventually go back to normal. I've had all their skin rot off. You've never had an explosion disease? Usually what explode usually is like they swell up and then they just bleed out immediately into like a puddle of blood. It's kind of, they don't literally go or anything. A screen shake. They just kind of like swell up and then they just bleed out suddenly because all of their infections burst, basically. I've had that happen. You didn't have the rotting? I've had like all like them suddenly just all rot to death immediately, which is like disturbing as hell. There was one time also I had them all start rotting, but they didn't die. Like they all started rotting, and the only thing that actually happened was they all went to the hospital, and then like they just had the rotten bits of skin cut off, and then they just went back to being dwarves, which was funny, which makes me kind of wish I checked like their fat first to see if like they got skinnier. Anyway, Dwarf Fort, it's a video game, fun for the whole family. Yeah, I've had forts get wrecked by disease. No, the best way to lose weight in Dwarf Fortress is to set yourself on fire. We've been over this many times. I mean, that might have been a good way to lose weight, but I can't confirm. Setting yourself on fire, though, is a very effective way of losing weight. And you like filling the silence and people aren't being mean. It's just mostly friends giving you the heads up that, hey, you're rambling reminder. Well, in Twitch chat, it's very much appreciated. Thought I saw a capital I for a second there. Some sort of mess happened there. Oh, blind cave ogres. That would be one. That would explain all of the blood. So all of this stuff, you know, going on behind the scenes while I'm playing. All of these fights. Over the years, all these bodies. It's a dark, dark thing. Oh yeah, I know, Owlman. Well aware. That's fun. My streaming is very relaxing and enjoyable. Yeah, I know. I was just more wondering if I actually needed to turn off slow mode or not. It's totally fine. You're more than entitled to just chill and listen and not say a word. It's not something that's required to watch. So do not apologize. Enjoy your lurks. One thing I will say though is the Rimworld versus Dwarf Fortress depth discussion on the Steam forums is either A, being extremely well moderated by people, or B, weirdly amicable. Like, no blood seems to get drawn in that thread, unless I haven't gotten deep enough into it yet, but people seem to be, like, weirdly nice. What do I consider my biggest threat to this fortress? Stupid mistakes and me not paying attention for this one. But to a fortress in general, usually just not paying attention to something, because there's so much going on a map in Dwarf Fort. Like, once you have like 200 dwarves, like, let's just say it's a normal fort, right? The biggest chance something goes wrong is that there's just like a random wild animal outside that just like eats a dwarf, or like you're not prepped and you're digging around in the caverns and then suddenly a particularly scary forgotten beast shows up, or maybe you're all outside and then a Titan shows up. You know, maybe you send out your military right when a siege shows up. Like, it's hard to say, and it's pretty dependent on which fort, especially because like the odds of certain things happening is quite low. Everyone's waiting to see who fires the first shot, Wild West style. Yeah. My favorite example, though, is there's somebody in the thread who is using Longdeath as an example as to why Dwarf Fortress isn't good. It's just like, the fact that I'm capable of keeping this fort alive for like 1,000 years with, you know, not minimal effort. I'm definitely like trying specifically to keep this fort alive. Like, the entire playstyle of this fortress is just longevity, right? So I'm like not doing anything risky, playing it safe, being careful. And this one person tried to use that as a negative thing. Like, the fact that I can do that is a negative. And to which I retort, tell any creative Minecraft player that being able to just keep a world alive for 1,000 years is a bad thing. Tell any creative Minecraft player that. Because is this the same thing? No, but it's a similar thing. Yeah, it's a lot of like lack of preparedness, or like, although at the same time, like, the biggest risk to your own fortress is yourself, really. It's forgetting something. It's being absent-minded of something. Go to my Discord RNG and then scroll up in the Dwarf Fortress talk room, the DF talk room. Were creatures are really easy to avoid with a couple tricks, but they're very destructive to inexperienced players, which is part of why they're fun, I think. Fortunately, I haven't forgot that in a while, although actually... It's hard to tell if my clothes are good right now because there's so many frickin' crowns! Yeah, we might actually need to make new clothing soon. Loyalty cascades? Loyalty cascades don't happen super often. Loyalty cascades actually are completely avoidable in a lot of cases and require player input to cause. There are a few things that can cause loyalty cascades without the act of the player, but those are very unlikely. Like, I don't have problems with loyalty cascades. The main thing that causes loyalty cascades actually is telling your dwarves specifically to kill one of your other dwarves, which you can do while they're berserk or tantruming. So if a dwarf is running around tantruming, you can tell your dwarves to go kill another dwarf, and that will almost assuredly cause a loyalty cascade. And I've seen people streaming this game while lurking in other channels, having a dwarf tantrum and then telling their military to go kill them, and then being all confused when their entire fortress goes up in flames. Because dwarf fortress relationships are fun like that. Lock the door is the trick, Metalhead. What do you do about those berserk ones then? Just let the dwarves kill it. Do not hit S-A-K and tell your military to kill them. Just let dwarves beat them to death because the rest of the dwarves will win. I've never actually had a dwarf go berserk and then them kill more than one dwarf. But if you tell your military to kill them, then everybody who is friends with that dwarf will then consider your military to be on the other side. And then your military will then kill all of those dwarves because those dwarves all considered the basically they go fuck the cops and then, you know, go after them essentially. Which is, you know, fuck the cops. Every man rise up, but like at the same time, it's not great for your long-term fortress longevity, you know? Cyrelac, what up? It's good to see you. Breaking the law, breaking the law. Exactly. But also, like, you know, it's a bad idea for your fortress's longevity. Huh? I mean, more like its creators don't do that. They embrace the edgy stuff in that game, right? Like the edgy, they just give the players tools and say, well, the players did it. In Dwarf Fortress, there are certain things that have been removed from the game because the people who made it don't want the players doing those things. Or at the very least, removed to the point that they are no longer achievable without extensive modding. Which I think I know what you mean. But at the same time, like, you know, if what you need out of your video games is eating people and sending sending children with machine guns to war, I don't want you playing this game. Stop arguing about which one's better. You're the weird one. Like, genuinely. I mean, if you want to do a run like that once just to say that you've done it in a video game, cool. Fine, whatever. But like, and if you want to mod Dwarf Fortress so that you can do all kinds of terrible things, cool. I don't want to hear about it. Like, and that's just kind of how I feel. Maybe I'm a bad person, but like, if you have weird violence fetishes, go have your weird violence fetishes and wank off in the corner where nobody can see you. That's fine. Dark ghoul were creature? I don't believe I've ever seen like I'm assuming you mean like necromancer character were creatures. Yeah, it was just really weirdly worded. I mean, they don't police the community, but they do nerf things that are abused that are disgusting, which they did, right? If anything, RimWorld polices its community because every single time a fun strat is invented by its community, they nerf it into fucking oblivion to the point where like FG mentioned something when she was talking with Tynan about if you take human meat and you put it into a nutrient paste dispenser and have it dispense into another nutrient paste dispenser, it removes the debuff of human meat. And I wonder how long it's going to be before that gets patched out now, because FG mentioned it. It's like, meanwhile, Dwarf Fortress, the most effective defense against the vast majority of foes is a drawbridge. Just because something is fun, if something is fun and effective, it doesn't immediately get nerfed out. So if anything, I would consider that to be policing their community. Oh no, how dare you have fun with our video game toy? But you wouldn't feel good to see a bunch of journos only talking about the most fucked up stuff you can do in your big art project? I mean, I wouldn't feel comfortable about that either. Like, at all. Worst nerf ever was them they took waterfall elevators out of Minecraft? I haven't played Minecraft in maybe a decade. They took waterfall elevators out of Minecraft? Really? Wow. It annoys the hell out of you in games when you come back after a few months to find that they patched out all the fun wonky things. I mean, it's just like, you know, if Zack and Tarn were like the RimWorld team, and like nothing against RimWorld, like RimWorld's a fine game, but if Zack and Tarn were like them, drawbridges wouldn't be usable as weapons, and minecart shotguns wouldn't exist, and like water pressure would have been fixed ages ago. But because it's like goofy as shit and allows for some really weird stuff, or like also probably the ability to make computers with vampires would be patched up by now. You know, Dwarf Fortress would no longer be Turing complete. Minecart shotguns. So if you take a bunch of stuff and you put it in a minecart and you roll it down a hill and it slams into a wall at high speed, it will, and it lands up against a fortification, it will eject all of the items out of it at ludicrous speed. Basically, you know, speedy thing go in, speedy thing come out, speedy thing go down, speedy thing keep going. When it hits walls, it just continues flying. What are we ranting about? I'm not really ranting about anything. What's up, dude? Basically using switches and pressure plates, you can make Turing-complete computers in Dwarf Fortress with levers and vampires. Which is using vampires to pull them, because they never go insane and, like, we'll just pull the levers forever and follow orders immediately. You're stealing that? It looks so much nicer than just, like, flat corners, hey? It's like, I don't generally like building, like, big square boxy things, but because we're, like, just exploring a cavern, like, might as well, yeah. Over on this side, doesn't look good. Alright, well, we've explored most of it, so let's peek around our areas that we're missing. We're missing this area? Mostly this side, hey? Yeah, which is why I don't use quantum stockpiles.
This is madness! Madness.
Let me just show you something real quick. Yeet. Heyo, hobo. How thing? This is Armok Invaders. It's a functioning port of Space Invaders in Dwarf Fortress. This video is extremely sped up, but this is what I mean when I say computers in Dwarf Fort. This is the best visual example that I'm aware of a functioning computer in Dwarf Fort. Cool old guy went there now. Oh no, that's sad. We'll just wait until he's through the ad. This video's pretty short. Don't ask me how they did this. I have an idea, but it's not a very sound theory as to how they did this. But yeah, this is... I think it's probably a whole bunch of Z levels of the computer. I haven't looked at the full thing. It's to keep the employees fueled. So, yeah, that's an example of, you know, a computer in Dwarf Fortress. You know, honestly, I would love to see Marcel actually play Dwarf Fort, but dude's nuts. He would get so much out of Dwarf Fort if he played it. But because, you know, he doesn't. Not much for him here. Get that smoothed. And there we go. We have now explored the caverns. Which is pretty rad. I don't really want them to go down in there because I don't want them to see all those bodies. I'm going to kind of keep an eye and see if anything spawns in here. But due to the fact that I'm not seeing any dead cave dragons, is very disappointing. Disappoint. How long am I thinking about streaming? I stream for 12 to 14 hours when I stream. So I've been live for 7 hours and 45 minutes. How do I stay sane with streaming that long? This is my full-time job. How do you stay sane with any full-time job? Also, you are implying that I'm sane. Also, to actually answer that question, copious amounts of weed and a healthy amount of whiskey. Good question. Yeah, no, Clino is the one you should be worried about. I'm generally in the clear. Vampire? God, I wish. Life would be so much easier if I could just eat people. Also, I feel like if I were a vampire, I could just go to like nerd conventions and bite people and just like sip a little bit, and I'm sure many people would be into it. Life would be so much simpler if I was a vampire. Like, I'd just go get a job at some weird burlesque club or something. Actual vampires! I'm sure there'd be a market for it. Had to be something. It's like, how do streamers stay sane? Weed and alcohol. You know, this reminds me of oh man, I was watching a friend of mine stream, and he was doing some sort of like massive marathon where he was like sleeping and running reruns. He was doing an uncapped subathon. So he'd been streaming for like, it was like 18 hours that day or something. And somebody just like popped into his chat. He's like, "You've been live for 14 hours, or it's like 42 hours or something." He goes, "Yep." He goes, "How are you saying?" He goes, "Well," and he just reaches off camera and pulls up a pint of beer and goes, "Now that you ask." It's just like, yeah, welcome to this industry. But yeah, I don't know. It's like any other full-time job. It's kind of funny, like, because my team runs the Hot Potato Charity Marathon every year, which is a RimWorld event. It's 5 days long, and it's just 5 days of charity. And my mom was comparing it to those telethons that used to happen, where like you'd have a host on TV talking about something live for 3 days straight. And they'd take like 2-hour breaks and stuff to like go take a nap, but largely they were just live for many hours, nonstop. And honestly, that's not too dissimilar from what I do at times, where it's just like, yeah, I just talk to an audience. Telethon, old school. Yeah, totally. But like, that's not too dissimilar from like what we do with charity marathons, right? Where it's like, oh yeah, it's 35 people in a row, go. In fact, if anything, I would say our system is healthier. Also, why is there so many dead unicorns in my pile? What happened to my unicorns? The fuck? Okay, we need to slaughter unicorns because they're starving to death. There's not enough for them to eat the food, so they are diving? Wow. Dying of starvation. Diving of starvation. That's a word. Babies included. Yep, slaughter them all. I haven't eaten at a McDonald's in 5 years, and I won't ever again. I worked for McDonald's for 8.5 years. I will never eat or pay for food from that establishment ever for the rest of my life. Always interrupted Red Dwarf. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Go all Twilight, what, and get all sparkly? Yeah, that's when I would just retire from the industry and live off of what I'd made, Similar to, people not being into John Carpenter films anymore, so now he just plays video games and cashes checks when they remake his movies. Actually reminds me of one of my favorite John Carpenter quotes of all time, which was, actually not him, but it was his kid, who works kind of as his manager, right? A games journalist who I listened to in a podcast reached out to John Carpenter and said, "Hey, we're trying to get like local celebrities and like famous people to do top 10 favorite games lists on our website. Would you be interested in taking part?" And the next day he got a response from John Carpenter's son that said, "Yeah, Dad would be into that." And then the next day got another email saying, "Yep, Dad's down," with no other signing or anything. Just, "Yep, Dad would be down." To which we learned that he's a really big fan of Assassin's Creed. Kind of makes me sad. You'd think that John Carpenter would have better taste, but apparently he doesn't. Although it did recently lead to him in an interview saying, "You know, I really like Dead Space, and I would make a movie out of that if they let me." Which makes me wonder now, do you think John Carpenter's going to play Callisto Protocol? No, we're not talking about an engineer. He meant the show Red Dwarf on PBS. I've seen a couple episodes, but I haven't seen enough to really say whether or not it's a great show. This is difficult. As if this dwarf tantrums, that could cause some problems. We didn't have TV at home growing up, so we had VHSs. So I was allowed to watch one VHS a week with my sisters. So a lot of those shows from kind of that era of PBS, I just straight up missed. They just didn't exist. And I didn't learn that they existed until years later because, you know, I was way off, you know, watching Disney VHSs and Star Trek VHSs and some old TV. Like, you know, I've seen a lot of episodes of Hogan's Heroes because they had it at the library. I missed out? No, I didn't. You could think that I did. I just had a different childhood. Did I miss out on that regard? No. I mean, we got to watch Gilligan's Island, which was also at the library growing up. Trying to think, what other like random old TV shows and sitcoms did we watch? A lot of Gilligan's Island and a lot of Hogan's Heroes. A lot of Corner Gas. We had, like, I think it was the first 2 seasons of Corner Gas. I've been told is a lot like Letterkenny, which is why people have been telling me to watch Letterkenny recently. What did we watch? When we were younger, obviously, like, recorded seasons of Mr. Rogers and shit like that. Which, by the way, they need to put Mr. Rogers in Fortnite so that, you know, we could just have the Ultimate Showdown in video game form. Which is, I'm sure, what everybody really wants from Fortnite, right? It's just make the Ultimate Showdown of Ultimate Destiny. And if you don't know what the Ultimate Showdown of Ultimate Destiny is, then you didn't have a childhood. And if you were an adult at that point, then you were a bad adult on the internet who only looked at serious internet stuff. Mr. Rogers versus Mr. Rogers with a lightsaber versus Goku with a machine gun. And Mr. Rogers is riding on a motorcycle. That might actually make me install Fortnite. No, it wouldn't. But I would look up videos of it and laugh to myself. I would cackle to myself. That or they should just, like, go full balls and just put Mr. Rogers into Modern Warfare, or not Modern Warfare, Call of Duty Warzone. Wait, Goku's been in Fortnite for, like, 2 years. Goku's been in Fortnite for a long time. And yes, as Goku, you can pick up a machine gun. And just, like, brrrr, as Goku. Call of Warfare Modern Fortnite? Yeah, that's a video game title. I'm sure it'll take off. As always, Disney films, legit. They were all of the Disney with Ghibli films, and your father didn't understand how you got into anime. I never got into anime, and we had a bunch of Ghibli films, so. My ex got me into anime briefly, and I got out of anime about as fast as she got me into it. It lasted about 2 years. I watched all of Dragon Ball and all of Dragon Ball Z and a bunch of other random stuff. And then after that, I watched the occasional thing. But now I just might as well not exist as far as I'm concerned. I'm sorry, what? Did a giant... Hold on. Did a giant cave spider just fall off a cliff and go splat? A giant cave spider just fell off a cliff and went splat, chat. That's very funny. Hey, Lunatic, if you have any questions, give me a shout. The giant cave spider's right first leg takes the full force of the impact and is smashed into the body into an unrecognizable mass. An artery is... I want to know how long this spider has been stealthed on the ceiling up here. Because it landed right here, right? And where's its body? I don't see its body. It might actually still be alive somewhere. Yeah, I don't see its body. So either it literally got eviscerated into nothing, but it fell from up here. Meaning, how long do you think it was sitting here before it like it walked from there, basically. That's a floor. So it was climbing down the... How long do you think it was stealthed on the ceiling? That is incredible, actually. Every now and again, like, I'll see, like, crundles and shit falling off that, and that makes sense, but, like, a giant cave spider? Really? They're legendary climbers. That's what you get for being so... Well, here's the thing about Dwarf Fortress, right? Insects and spiders especially are very delicate. You want to know why? Spiders are hydraulic. So you put a hole in them and then all of the liquids leak out. Meaning that they're very fragile in Dwarf Fortress. Because if you just prick them, they will just... and just die. I thought it was one of those flying spiders. Thought it was a jumping spider. There is a detail that I really want in Dwarf Fortress that doesn't currently exist, though. I really, 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 really wish that giant jumping spiders could transport water on their heads. Because for anybody who's arachnophobic, close your eyes. I'm about to show pictures of spiders on stream. But, this is one of my favorite facts about jumping spiders. Is they carry driblets of water on their head. Look at this. They're the best. Like, look at that. They carry their water. Like, look at that. Like, literally, they will pick up bits of water and put it on their heads. Yeah, jumping spiders are adorbs. It's an afro. It's a bubble fro, yeah. Now we're getting to people's fan art, but like... Yeah, no, they jumping spiders are adorable. Like, this one with the bugs in its bubblet's even funnier. It's like it's got a snack and water. This one's good to go. But, yeah. That and the bottoms of their feet look like cat paws. What's up, Dwarving? No, so there are certain, like, species of jumping spiders that will specifically pick up water and put them on their head as a, like, specifically, like, jumping spiders that come from drier places where it doesn't rain as often. It's literally like a water source. It's a water bottle for them, basically. You know, I would be depressed too, Tygo, if I also had killed 18 people. How old are you? 85? God damn. Such a young dwarf still. Oh, yeah, no, totally. Oh, I totally missed the part where these guys showed up again. Apparently, we're all the way up to spring again. That might also have been partially why so many of my unicorns just keeled over. 38 dwarves total, 48 with the merchants, so actually quite good. Some of the best populations we've had in a while. But yeah, it depends on the species. Dwarving. I'm not a spider person, so I don't know specifically, but I do know that it specifically depends on the species. Did it fall again? Oh my, I found it. Speaking of spider, there's its corpse. It fell the rest of the way now. It's a mangled skeleton. In fact, there's the water splashing, you see? Right there? That mist? It's the water from it tumbling the rest of the way down. F's for Spoder. Am I amped or hesitant for Steam release? I am fucking terrified, but not for the reason that I'm worried about the game. Like, the game will be great. I'm not worried about that. I am just fucking terrified from a business perspective. As somebody who makes his living playing this game, I am fucking terrified, but I will be okay. Had one and it was really shy around you. But she had some videos of them playing, and you've been interested in trying to keep one as a pet yourself. A lot of pet stores will just sell them. Like, you can get them for, like, they're not expensive. New people are new viewers. It's not that. It's, I've streamed for a very long time, Curtain. A very long time. Last month on the 17th, when I had Tarn on my stream, actually, was my 9-year... Or earlier this month, yeah, on the 17th of this month, was my 9-year celebration of streaming. So I've been streaming for 9 years as of that day. So as of earlier this month, I've been streaming for 9 years. And I've been through many game launches. Every single one, the same thing has happened. I've done really well leading up to the launch, and then everybody jumps over to the game and streams the game, and then my channel just gets utterly clusterfucked and buried. And I've then just, like, dwindled off as everybody else takes over the directory when they show up. Every single time. I'm terrified that'll happen again. It's happened like 4 or 5 times now in my career over the years of me streaming different games. Maybe this time it won't. Maybe this time it will, and I'm terrified it'll happen again. So it's like, it's not that they'll hurt me necessarily. I might get boosts from it. It all depends on how well I do, right? And a lot of that depends on who people tune into, right? So I'm terrified just from a business perspective, because this is the way I've built my channel over the last few years, probably the last opportunity I have for something like this. At least the last one in the next good long while for something like this to go well. So it's kind of very much feels like an all or nothing kind of situation, and competition is pretty tight. So I think this time will be different. Quill doesn't stick to a game for very long. Quill will show up for 2 weeks, and then he'll go do something else. Yeah, no, which is why I think this time might be different, but it doesn't change the fact that my anxiety... So I live on the first floor of this building. My anxiety is in the top floor right now. Like, my anxiety is up there somewhere, which is why my bong's been getting a lot of use recently. But, like, you know, I'm getting by, and I'll be okay. You want to know how I'm feeling on it? Of course, then there's also the, like, you know, general terrified feeling of, like, what if everybody buys it and plays it and hates it? You know, but I'm sure that's more concern for Tarn, less concern for me. So... Well, I mean, like, Etalix was saying that he's dedicating a whole week to it, right? Like, yeah, no, the first week's going to be busy, and I'm going to be streaming every single day of the first week. So, we'll see. We'll see. Sal or Drongo? Drongo's got Bitfest right now. Also, he's doing a birthday marathon, so I'd go use it on Drongo. Nothing against Sal, but, like, go help that dude out, because he's on Bitfest, and it's, like, literally his birthday. So Go help that old man out. We're doing clothing. Although something I can announce, which I'm excited for, is the next time I have Zach and Tarn on, which will be a couple months after launch, probably not till like February, if I had to guess. I'm gonna give them a good solid open space to just like release the game, patch the game, and then chill before I pester them to come on the stream again. The next one that I do, I'm going to be bringing on Waylon. Waylon Snedker, who's the developer of Odd Realm, because I think that would be a very interesting conversation. There we go. Clothing reset. Let's go. Yeah, he's on right now. I think he's playing 7 Days to Die. I think. Old clothing. I don't understand how gripped by crippling shyness and frequently depressed is a strengthening game, but okay. So +1 viewer. Well, thank you, Lenatico. I mean, like I said, my concern is probably misplaced, but it doesn't change the fact that my brain tells me to scream. Regardless of if it's right or not, that's what my brain says. So people ask how I'm feeling, and that's how I'm feeling. I think the game will do just fine. I just hope that I can grow off of this because, you know, I've spent the last 3 years like squeaking by, you know, like, yeah, there's 110 people watching right now, right? And we had what, like 140 at peak today, 150 or so. And to put it bluntly, we had about 100 less like 3 months ago. So you know, that is a very legitimate, like, not fear necessarily, maybe the wrong word, but like, that's what my brain thinks about is like, I want this increase to go up and I want it to stick somewhat. You know, like, there's a guy who streams RimWorld named Disnoff, right? Before Disnoff was, when he started streaming just RimWorld, right? He played RimWorld before it was out on Steam, and he had like 30, 40 viewers, right? 40 to 50 on a good day. Pretty consistently, he would stream RimWorld a couple days a week, right? Then the game announced to be coming to Steam, and his views went up to about 100. Then the game released on Steam, and he went up to 250 to 300 for a little bit, and then back down to about 150, and then sat at 150 for a good couple of years. Then he did really well with They Are Billions when that came up, and he had a few thousand concurrent for a couple months, and then went back to RimWorld, and instead of having a few thousand concurrent viewers, went back down to about 500 concurrent viewers, and then he slowly dribbled back down to about 350 to 400 pretty consistently, and then RimWorld hit 1.0, and since then he's been at 800 to 1,000 viewers consistently ever since. That's what I hope is going to happen. Maybe not quite that numbers heavy. I don't know if I can hold that, but that's what I hope happens. Another example is there was a guy who used to make Risk of Rain videos. He'd make videos of Risk of Rain 1. And he also would do other video games that were similar, but vast majority of his views came from Risk of Rain 1 and Risk of Rain 1 mods. And he had about as many subscribers as I have on YouTube, right? About 12,000. It was like 10 to 14,000, somewhere around there. And then Risk of Rain 2 released, and within like 3 weeks, he had about 200,000 subscribers on YouTube. And now I think he's closer to about 500,000. So it's like, I've seen enough people just get like wild success from launches like this and communities similar to mine that I look at that and I go, I hope I can replicate that because my God, that would make my life so much easier. Like right now, like I get by. Like I pay all my bills. I'm not losing money. I'm not broke. I'm not rich, but I get by. But there's a difference between getting by and doing well. And getting by is like good enough that, you know, you can pay your bills and function, but like also poor enough that like I get money stressed on a pretty regular basis, and I hate having to like harangue my audience to you know, fill up leaderboards because I'm like below my minimum to make rent and bills that month for the first half of the month and shit like that. So that's where the stress comes from. And if that's too dumpy of too much information-y, I apologize, but it's just kind of the truth. Friend of mine just DM'd me about camping gear and worried about being cold. So I respond with, remove the blankets from your bed, open your window all the way, and sleep next to an open window and see how cold you get. If you don't freeze overnight and don't need to put another blanket in it, it's a good enough piece of sleeping kit. Because he just bought a new sleeping bag and he's like, I don't know if it'll be warm enough. We'll see you when we see a fog. Cheers. Thanks for everything you do, man. For the, like, hot potato arts, because that stuff was fantastic. It really is, Stone, yeah. Really is unfortunate. Let's see how Tygo's doing. Good thoughts after a sparring session. Hang in there, Dwarf. That's a good way to test it out. I mean, I'm telling you, it's just like if you're worried about winter camping gear not being warm enough, try sleeping in it in your house. Somebody's clothing is in tatters and it isn't irritating. Jimmy Tibby was near a fine seat and likes this. But yeah, that's why I'm scared. But as far as the game goes, because that's probably what the question was about originally, I think the game will do just fine. It's not quite too big to fail at this point, but Dwarf Fortress is at the point where games that are comparable levels and wish lists and follows, overnight, the first night, have 80,000 players around similar price points. I very much expect the game to do absolutely fine. It is significantly higher up on like the Steam coming soon stuff than even RimWorld was when it released. Like it was ahead of Darktide up until right before Darktide came out, which is also a good example. I mean, how many people are playing Darktide right now? Yeah, Darktide has, what, 1,000 people in game right now? Yeah, the all-time peak was 79,000 people playing it. Although I think like there's, yeah, I think they just turned the beta off, which is why it's so low. But like when the beta was open, like they were peaking at like 75,000 players a day, which is like, it's down for maintenance. Okay, that explains. But like that game was the 14th most wishlisted game on Steam. Dwarf Fortress is the 15th. So I'm not worried about the game selling well. The game will do just fine. It'll sell great. Zack and Tarn will be millionaires. It'll be fine. That part's not worrisome to me. I'm a little bit worried about long-term reception, because if like it comes out and people hate it, which I don't think they will, but if it comes out and people hate it, it might hurt the game in the long term, but in the short term, I'm not worried about it at all. Like, it'll be fine. It'll be totally fine. Most of my concerns are, how well is my channel going to do? Speaking of concerns, Bellinair, thank you very much for the raid. Chat, can I get a round of beers? Bellinair and Raiders. How is that Factorio-looking thingy you were playing? How was that? How was stuff? If you guys want another channel who's going to be playing Dwarfs, go follow Bellinair. Bellinair, good people. Welcome, Jack. Hey, Raiders. Yeah, I think so too, Metalhead. I think so too. I mean, hopefully it'll just end up on a similar trajectory to RimWorld, where it just kind of keeps selling. You know, that's the ideal goal. That's what you want. You had a ton of fun. You started making the fanciest asteroid spaceship colony. Is that thing multiplayer, or were you playing by yourself? I glanced over at your stream a couple times today, but I didn't actually get to a good look at what it was. What was the name of the game again? For anybody in chat who might be interested. You think that you can play it multiplayer? Okay, so you were playing single player thing. It was like a first person like base buildery thing, Astro Colony. Yeah, let's go look that up. I was kind of curious. This thing? Okay. It is kind of neat looking. Okay, I like black holes. That looks pretty rad. Neat. Okay, it does have online co-op. Building shit in space. Cool. Satis Raftery. In space. Satis Raftery in space. Yeah, there you go. The experts said it has multiplayer, but you gotta have everyone on all the time because you can't load a multiplayer game as single player. That seems poorly conceived, but I guess I see why. You know what that sounds like to me? That sounds old-fashioned. Straight up sounds very old-fashioned. Game's rather rough around the edges. Yeah, it looks like it. Got heart, but it's not quite there yet. Yeah, well, early access, right? You know, honestly, that's probably what people have said about Dwarf Fortress for years. It's got heart, it's art, but it's not quite there yet. So, most exciting thing we saw in Fort today, Belle, is we saw a giant cave spider fall off the ceiling and go splat. Not quite. We've had a few fun things happen today. Humans attacked us. Some traders got burnt. You know, good times. Literally, though, like that cavern is like 60 Z levels, and so now I'm just wondering about how long was it like sitting up at the top, like stealth. Aquafunkalistic booty wap is dejected, wearing old clothing. They're being able to acquire something. Parks of martial art. Do you want to join the military? I mean, we can get you in the military. DF is already at peak level. I was saying that's what a lot of other people might be saying about it, but true. Dwarf Fortress is already at peak level game, which means it'll only improve from here. So Dwarf Fortress releases in 6 days. Still hard to believe. Still hard to believe for me. It's like Mary Poppins, let's go fly a kite. I don't know what you're on about, dude. The newbies don't think it's at peak level, then that's them. They have RimWorld or whatever they play these days. Yeah, no, totally. I mean, it's like if at the end of the day, all of the arguments of Dwarf Fortress versus RimWorld bullshit that I've seen, it just kind of always comes down to okay, don't play it. That's fine. There's other games for you. Like literally, just yeah, don't play it. That's fine. That is a-okay. I hope that people liking RimWorld and people liking DF just means Odd Realm will sell better, because Odd Realm doesn't sell well enough. It makes me sad that Odd Realm doesn't sell well enough. Because Odd Realm is a cool as hell game. I've just never quite had the views on Odd Realm to stream a lot of it. Means one day I will. One day I will. If you have any questions, Pepper, shout. Okay, I think we're just going to kind of give the dwarves a little bit of a break. You know, that's how I feel about most things. I can't wait until I'm more baked. You got your friend for you got your copy, but maybe what, Odd Realm? Get them Dwarf Fort. Although Odd Realm is a really good like palate cleanser for Dwarf Fort. There we go. Got Aquafunkalistic Booty Whap on the wrestling squad now, so they can learn to wrestle and get all the benefits out of being in the military without actually having to kill anything. Basically just like Dwarven CrossFit. Never finished clearing up that... there we go. That looks better. Instead of having like 200... plots in each spot, we just have a few. Well, that's much better. Hey, Propane. Or Prophet, rather, not Propane. I completely misread that. What's up, dude? It has, in fact, been a long time. If it's the Prophet that I'm thinking of. Because I used to know a Prophet, but it's been a long time. Looking at chat logs. Yeah, okay. No, it has been a while. Jeez. Any developments on Gus's life? Were you even in this fort? I was gonna say I'm pretty sure Gus was just yeah. Gus was in the other fort. Gus is in Stonewater, not in Longdeath. Because here we have a Growlcore, Gravestench, Rolf, Curses, Airy, Brella, Poimu, Mr. Mac, Annette Jam Jr., and I'm pretty sure most of those were before you even started. 4 deer steaks. Dang. How's Blind doing? I didn't have anything that good recently. I just had a pretty simple sandwich for lunch, but Blind's doing all right. Blind is very stressed about next week because Dwarf Fortress is releasing, which means I have a lot of work to do starting next week. It's going to be a very, 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 very stressful month for me. You're pre-quit? Okay, hold on a second. I'm not even gonna touch DF till it has Steam graphics. I'm pre-quit. I'll show myself out until I show myself in. I didn't realize the release date was announced 12/6, not so far. Yeah, literally next week. Reading that is like almost rap lyrics. It's like, I'm not even gonna touch DF until it has Steam graphics. I'm pre-quit. I'll show myself out until I show myself in. That sounds like something somebody would write for a song. Like, that doesn't sound like a sentence someone would speak. So sorry, that was difficult to read. Like, doesn't it say, I'll show myself out until I show myself in? Like, that sounds like some fucking Drake lyrics or something. You just noticed Odd Realm is 30% off? Odd Realm is 30% off on Steam and Itch, is it not? Because holiday sales. Yeah. Is it 30% off on Steam? Okay, no, it's not 30% off on Steam, but it is 30% off on Itch. Most of Steam is 30% off. Yeah, because holiday sales. No, that's full price on Steam. Your Yeezy. Oh, no. But Blind's doing all right. Blind's just stressed. Blind is looking forward to next week, and Blind doesn't know why he's talking in third person. I'm looking forward to next week. It's going to be exciting. Hopefully I get key before release. Then I will be less stressed. Once I have key and can play the thing and can record it, I will be significantly less stressed. Significantly. But till then, I'm going to be like kind of on my toes. You put a few token efforts with DF back in the olden days, but the ASCII is a challenge and you're not a creature of visuals. Yeah, that's right. It's a game that like you get accustomed to quickly when you play a lot of it. Curtain, thank you very much for the brand new subscription at Tier 1. Enjoy the ad-free viewing and the dwarfy emotes. And chat, can I please get a big round of beer going for them? Prophet, the current DF session is going fine? Did I apply for a streamer key? Yes. But let's just say I applied for a streamer key 4 years ago. So we'll say that I applied for a streamer key when I went to PAX West in 2019. And then also PAX East in 2019. And also like specifically to say hi to Kit Fox. And let's say that I also did that again when I literally just got on a bus to go hang out with Zach and Tarn 2 months ago at PAX West this year. So yes, I've been requesting DF keys for a long time. I've caught multiple planes, in fact, to try and get DF keys. That is a fact. I've flown multiple times. 4 years ago, they announced it. I have proof. I don't message Tarn every morning. No, just some mornings. Okay, 3 years. 3 years ago it was announced. March 13, 2019. Shortly before I went to PAX East. Also, worth noting, game trailer, 416,000 views. I'm pretty sure Clinodev's the one that messages Tarn every morning. Goes, please release the game. The trolls are getting too hairy. They need to shave. I can't keep them out of the fort for long. I mean, what? You thought about applying for one, having streamed DF maybe once a year with no audio? I mean, free video game. Go ahead, why not? Go apply. You'll probably not get one, but like, that's generally how I feel about most keys I apply for. I probably won't get one, but like, apply anyway. I know I've actually sent it off to a streamer who I know who's streamed Dwarf Fortress twice and is from Brazil and doesn't even speak English. And they were passing it around to all their friends who also play DF, so, you know. Go apply. Why not? There's a reason it's public, I'll put it that way. 4 years of point and release, they didn't even have blink iframes back then. I don't think they've ever had blinking. But now I want dwarves to visibly blink on the tiles. Removal is non-trivial and might have a hive mind warm-up for DF Plexity. Hive mind warm-up for DF Plexity. I'm trying to translate that. Wonder what the odds are of DF actually going massive or if it's just kind of going to land and do decent sales. Okay, I'm going to do my standard, I'm going to draw a lot of lines between things bullshit for a second here. All right, so you see this? This is Dwarf Fortress, right? This is the Steam database. This is a website that pulls from the Steam API and displays it in a way that's understandable to normal brains. We're going to look up RimWorld for a second here. RimWorld currently has 23,000 concurrent players. Its review score actually went down by 0.10%. and has had 60,000 total players of was their all-time peak. 23,912 players right now, and currently, this is the easiest stat to go by. The game is followed by 508,514 people. Right? They've been just under 500,000 for quite some time, but with the release of Biotech, they bumped up above 500,000. Okay? Another game that's worth looking up is Factorio. Okay? Factorio, 10,000 people in game, 34,000 players all-time peak. They have 348,000 followers on Steam, right? So these are followers specifically. So these are people who went to the Steam page, let's just say Dwarf Fortress as an example, go to the Steam page and clicked on this button, which gives you little pop-up notifications whenever there's an update, right? Right? Okay. So, because of that, right, those two games. Dwarf Fortress, currently, on Steam, is the 15th most wishlisted game, okay? And has 120,000 followers, right? Now, a game that's very easy for me to point at because it was the 16th most wishlisted game and then fell down to the 18th most wishlisted game was this. This is a Chinese game called Nobody the Turnaround. It doesn't look very good. It doesn't have great reviews, but released just a couple days ago. It released on the 17th of November, right? 13 days ago. And when it released, it had 82,000 players the first night. It's $5 cheaper than Dwarf Fort. And currently, actually, if I go back to that game, if I scroll down, it has a few more followers than Dwarf Fortress currently has. Also, these guys claimed that they were on over 1 million wish lists, which has been confirmed by Tarn that they do not have 1 million wish lists, but they are close. They're in the ballpark of 1 million, but they don't currently have 1 million. So, if this random, not very good looking Chinese game with bad reviews can have 82,511 players in the first day with comparable pre-release statistics, so can Dwarf Fort. That's just me being a stats nut and staring at games that are releasing. I'm guessing no official sales number being quite big. I want to say that Factorial has sold 2 million something 100,000 copies, hasn't they? I'm pretty sure it's like over 2 million. And RimWorld is getting close to 3 million. Dwarf and Zach and Tarn told me something at PAX, which is in order for them to break even and for this whole venture to be worth it, they need to sell at minimum 20,000 copies per year. So I think they're going to sell 20,000 copies in like an hour, maybe even the first 30 minutes. Per year was what Zach said. So, and also another dumb stat that's really easy to point at is this little game. The Wandering Village, admittedly, is $5 cheaper than Dwarf Fort's going to be on launch. Sold 100,000 copies in the first week. This is a pretty okay town builder on a cute dino Tamagotchi. Bit of a god game, bit of a city builder, bit of a just kind of a chill game. So this game's not great. It's not terrible. It's fine with a really good theme. This sold 100,000 copies in its first first week. In fact, I think they still have. I can scroll down until I find it. Where is it? 100,000 copies sold in first week. I don't know what a Xenoblade is. Well, I mean, I do, but they're not on Steam, so why is that relevant? Yeah. Or is it the on a back of a giant monster thing? Sure, but I'm just looking at recent game releases that did really well that were like, and Wandering Village wasn't even in the top 50 highest wishlisted games on Steam. Wasn't even. I mean, it sold pretty well. I mean, like, games don't need to be in the exact same genre. There's one game that's sold really well in the same subgenre as Dwarfort, and that's RimWorld. With the exception of maybe Space Haven, but that's closer to The Sims in space, even. And all of these games have crossover audiences. City Builders, RimWorld, Dwarfort, they all have massive crossover. Yeah, I've heard good things about Against the Storm. I haven't played it, though. Like a run-based town builder thingy. But yeah, no, I just... Dwarf Fortress will do just fine. I'm not even remotely worried about it selling. Yeah, I haven't played it, though. I do need to play it, but I haven't played it. I don't know what that's going to look like. Tarn has said many things about it. Yeah, it'll still be similar, but like I think the file namings have changed, but like I don't know. I can't I don't know. Clino might have an answer, I don't know, but I certainly don't know. That would be something that you'd need to ask in like a Future of the Fortress or Tarn's AMA that just finished. There might even be an answer about that in the AMA. Could do just like a control like Shift F. Try and find it, but who knows? Someone is just posting a 7 days till launch thread, and they're going to do a 6 days till launch thread every day. It's kind of funny. But yeah, no, I'm not worried about the game selling well. The game will sell just fine. It's funny, like all of my concerns about the release of Dwarf Fortress are purely me being selfish. It's just like, I'm worried about my own success. The game will be fine. Not even remotely worried about the game. The game will do just fine. I'm worried about whether or not I can capitalize. But, you know, even if I don't, I'll still be here. Imagine self-interest. All right. You're going to go pick up equipment. Kid's mad there isn't enough tables. JK, this is exactly the same game as RimWorld. Uh-oh. Why is there blood on the ground? Or did someone spill booze? Lolilol did get hit by a... Oh, cool. This is, in fact, helping. How's Tygo doing? I can't really do too much right now because most of my dwarves are training currently. Still could be better. Let's keep the hobby squad training and get the main squad off of training. Let them all go get new clothes and work in clothing because they're all just going to run in and they're all picking up equipment, which just means they're all getting new clothes. He'll call the genre dwarf-like. I really hope that they just start calling it, or continue calling them colony builders, because calling something a something like is just moronically poor marketing and horrendously shitty way of referring to genres. And all it really does is it tends to just bury other games. So no, they shouldn't call it that. It would also just enable a lot of other crappy marketing of games that are nothing like Dwarf Fortress. Dwarf-like Royale? I mean, that's just arena mode, man. Thanks, Clino. So yeah, no, it's just like really something I hope doesn't happen. I hope they just continue calling them colony builders. Dwarf Fortress is weird because it's got, you know, the colony builder mode as well as the single player RPG mode, which is kind of what makes it stand out. But hopefully there's just more of that in the future, you know. Anything particularly interesting come out of the AMA, Cleno? Or was it just kind of a lot of the same stuff? Because I saw a lot of the same stuff. Also, ads coming up in 40 seconds. Heads up, guys. You just assumed 99% of the playtime was the colony builder? It's not true. 99% of the time for casual players, sure. Not for people who've played a lot of the game. There's also a portion of the community that only plays, what's the word? Adventure mode. So think about it this way. If you're familiar with RimWorld and Kenshi, Dwarf Fortress mode is kind of like RimWorld. Adventure mode is kind of like Kenshi. Imagine having the two. Like, you kind of just get both. Also with a history readout of your entire world's history. Almost as much as DF? Well, why not play both? Play Kenshi and DF. See how my message came across as that? I'm hoping that this game gets so known for detail and quality that high detail and quality becomes known as a dwarven attention to detail and quality. I hope that the word craftsmanship gets removed from the dictionary and replaced with craftsdwarfship. You keep reloading and looking for nonsense. Are people posting nonsense? Have you found any good nonsense? I still think shady publisher and sellout crap was possibly my favorite recent local nonsenses. Just calling Dwarf Fortress's publisher shady is the funny thing. I mean, the unofficial Discord is my Discord, clearly. We don't speak of the other one. Let's go into the other one and do a Control F for racial slur, and that's why we don't speak of the other one. Did they have to call them shady? The fact that they're a publisher? I'm not going to go into it, but there was a person who I was arguing with over the weekend in my comments section on YouTube, which, you know, is my first mistake, right? Eventually they gave up, fortunately, but talking about how shady and how they were salty that the game was going to be for sale now. Or how a version, not even like the game, but like a version of the game is going to be for sale now. Which is hilarious. Like, how dare you be mad that more people are going to get to play the game that you love? Because for some reason, some people in parts of the world and around Earth don't seem to understand the concept that cost of living is higher in some places. No, that's somebody else. That's a long time ago. When I went to PAX West in 2019, I was speaking with Victoria Tran, who's the now community manager at little indie game studio Inner Sloth. They make they're a meme factory that produces Among Us. Anyway, so she works there now, but she worked at KitFox before. And I was talking with her, and I asked her, I was like, because there was a group of us, we were all just kind of talking about dwarfy things, and I can't remember who asked. It might have even been me. It was, what is the strangest thing you've seen on the Steam forums so far? And she said someone threatened to pirate the game because they refused to pay money for something that should be free. And the concept of pirating Dwarf Fortress is the funniest thing I think I've ever thought about. Like, imagine considering pirating Dwarf Fortress. It's like threatening King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard that you're going to pirate Polygonal Wonderland because they released 30 albums in 1 year, And Polygon Awanaland, for reference, is public domain, and they released the masters for free. Yeah, it's because it comes from the old 4chan community, Ricklebert. You know, the kinds of people that think it's okay to not moderate people, and free speech is that. But just like Elon Musk, we know that that's not true. How'd you feel about him? I feel like, Metalhead Fusion, if you were to listen to King Gizzard, I would say listen to... I would say listen to their most recent one, which is Mushrooms and whatever the fuck. I can never remember the full title. It's like Iron Lung Mushrooms and something or another. But I would just say... I mean, they're a band that you can dive deep into. I would say listen to Flying Microtonal Banana. And... Let me just grab you some links. Oh, wow, they've put out 2 albums since then. Fucking, I can't keep up with these guys. That one. That one. I don't know why it said it's 2. There's only 1. And that one. And maybe Flying Microtonal Banana as well. Those are my favorite King Gizzards. But, like, this band releases a lot of stuff. It's kind of a problem. That's not even all their albums. They're very prolific. I refuse to get heavily into them because if I actually got heavily into them, I would have no money ever because they release so much stuff on physical record. They're creative. They're all over the place. They straight up put out a pop album last year. Like, just like weird synthy shit. Like, it was just like, yo, we released a Turkish house album. It's like, you did a what? You didn't know such a server existed, and now you're a bit sad. You know how there's a certain YouTuber who's very popular, who a lot of people like, who a lot of people think is very funny, named Seth. Whenever he comes up in my chat, I just try and change the subject, because that's the kind of people that kind of community... No, I don't. I know nothing about Turkish House. I've heard some of it and can identify it if I hear it, but I know nothing about it. Anyway, whenever that person comes up in discussion, I just try and go, flip, change subject, because that's the kind of community that those types of people cater towards. And I want to keep my channel as free of that as possible for as long as possible. Ideally, forever. It's like, I believe that people should be allowed to, you know, say things, but at the same time, there's certain levels of conduct and general respect for other people that I like people who watch my streams to have. It's not even got anything to do with political correctness. It's just a matter of being a decent fucking human being. Which is also part of the reason I've been stepping away from Twitter for a while, because Twitter's just getting worse. Twitter was pretty okay for a while there, and then suddenly Twitter is just like... But now I'm like, hey, Mastodon, you pretty cool. Not even trolling the Caves of Cud community, it's just like making themselves look embarrassingly gross in front of the Caves of Cud community. You know what's funny is it still happens too. when it comes to Caves of Cud. And like if you follow Brian Becklew on Twitter or any other social platform, you'll pretty frequently just like occasionally see a Steam review that's like, ah, yes, I know where you came from. It's even better because it's like 500 hours in game, very long review, negative, reason negative, you can't play as the Nazis. It's like, you know what you also can't play as them? Call of Duty! That's actually not true. There are some World War II. I'm pretty sure World at War let you swap sides, didn't it? I'm pretty sure there was missions where you played as the Germans. Anyway, I don't know. Well, it's not even a matter of it just being toxic. It's like, dude's reviews are extremely well presented, well written, and well done. I just don't think he's even remotely funny. You're off to do year-end work? Cheers, man. You have a good year-end? But yeah, generally it's like, every now and again there will be people who really like me and the stuff I do who also like that particular other person. And it's really funny because whenever I bring this dude up and I start talking about him, there's almost always one person that just like silently slinks off into the night and never tunes in again. Like I've lost, maybe not a lot, but a good handful of people who enjoyed watching my stuff purely for the fact that I think that dude is a concern and a problem. Which I think is a little sad. Genuinely think that that's a little sad. I'm not going to state what specific server it is, but it's one that tries to look official that isn't the KitFox server. Everything is politics, and politics is fascinating, you know? So I got a YouTube comment recently saying that they like watching my DF update videos but can't watch my stream because every time they've tuned in I've been talking about politics. I just want to say one thing. Dwarf Fortress does an extremely good job simulating cultural bias and racism. Just with the dwarves' personalities. You just have to be careful enough to read it. And very quickly, if you pay a lot of attention to it, you'll notice that dwarves are one of the most tolerant species in the game. Every now and again, you'll get a dwarf that doesn't like those who appear unusual or live differently from themselves, but they're still tolerant of it. I do not know the name, no. Metalhead. So, you know, I love discussing this stuff, especially when has interesting gameplay. Meaning. I want to get that squad training again. I'm just not certain I want that dwarf training with a weapon. They do tantrum. Oh yeah, I've played Eco. Little bit. Makes me pretty motion sick, so I can't play it for very long, but I have played it. Eco is neat. An interesting, if not entirely positive experience. I like watching Eco when streamers play it because it's usually just like, streamer, the ultimate emperor god king, and tiny little pathetic servants that do everything that they need. Is usually how that ends up going. It's like, oh, what is this faction? Oh, this is a military dictatorship with one streamer running it. And then it's just like, bitch isn't in line, beat him. It's usually how that goes. Yeah, Eco's a neat game. I actually got to speak with the guys who work on that game once at PAX. And literally they're just like, yeah, this was originally supposed to be an educational tool, but we couldn't get grants to make it to sell it to schools. So instead we've made it into a video game, which is a fascinating way to make a game. Yours was like racing to build the town hall or whatever to create the charter or whatever. Yeah, no, totally. Yeah, no, the official KitFox one is fine. The official KitFox one's great, actually. The official KitFox Discord has a screaming room where all you do is you type in It's a good room. It's one of my favorite Discord servers for that stupid reason. Hey, Tolis, what's up, dude? They know their audience? Well, Discord shit. I mean, my Discord has a count to 1 million room, which is more of a exercise in our own frustration with each other than anything else. And like a weird team building exercise. Less than a week to go? Yep. Less than a week until everybody here will be $30 poorer. Well, maybe not everybody. Most people here will be $30 poorer. No, because we're very strict about the rules of it. Too broke this month, sadly. I'm wondering if Dwarf Fortress's release is going to be $90 poorer because you're going to give it, buy a couple copies. I'm wondering if there's going to be a Discord thread of people just gifting copies to people. There might be. I remember when, what was it? I'm trying to remember the name of that video game. There was a game that I streamed a bunch of, and now I'm just blanking on the name of it. Surviving Mars. When that game released, there was a thread of people just gifting it on the subreddit to people. So you feel okay? Well, I mean, if you're too poor to buy the game, like, focus on yourself, dude. At least 3 copies for Christmas. I mean, both of my sisters are getting Dwarf Fortress for Christmas. I just don't know that many people personally that would want that for Christmas, so. I mean, I theoretically, I guess, could gift a copy to my mom, but she doesn't play any video games, let alone Dwarf Fort. Spider silk trousers for Christmas? Yeah, go make your own masterworks, gosh. I kid, though. I generally give people baked goods for Christmas. People get fudge from me. Nicely wrapped container of fudge. I make a few batches of different varieties of fudge, and then people get different kinds of fudge from me. Maybe tea. I'll get a copy in their stocking. You know, I'm so sad. You know what my biggest disappointment about this was, actually, about the release of Dwarf Fort, is that the official Fangamer announcement, as it's come out that the merch is going to be out like roughly a month after launch. It's like sometime in January the merch is going to become available. I'm so sad because I really, really, really wanted to just be like, Mom, can you buy me this beer mug for Christmas? Thanks. But unfortunately, I'm sad. And used for modding the subreddit. Oh, really? Huh. More you know. We used to use IRC to mod stuff like that. Interesting. Neil, what up? How you doing? Neil, did you apply for a Dwarf Fort key? Hey, welcome back, Brim. Hope work was good. That's a blast from the past. You want to know something funny? We're talking in IRC right now. Twitch chat is IRC. Just a really, 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 really fancy IRC. To the point where, like, you can actually connect to Twitch chat with an IRC client. You're doing well. You've applied for Keek. Good. Good to hear, man. My favorite person who I know who applied for one was Arch Plays Stuff, one of my teammates, who applied and left the note on it that if I don't stream this game for at least 50 hours, Blind will kill me. Help, he knows where I live. Which, yeah. I don't know if the PR company knows who Blind is, but there's something funny about that to me. Let's go make another round of obsidian, shall we? Ah, so you've got priorities. I get you, Neil. Me have a dwarf? No. So with this fort, it's weird. Normally I would just be like, yeah, absolutely. But this fort is very old. And so because of that, every single one of the permanent residents of this fort is already named. But what I could do is I could give you a merchant, which isn't a permanent member of the fort and probably kind of old. But aside from that, no, I can't give you a dwarf. So it's very difficult to actually get a dwarf in this fort if you want aid to be a dwarf. Oopsies. There we go. I was just going to move down here to see if the lever had been pulled, but it has been. You'll wait for Stonewater. We'll be playing Stonewater tomorrow. I was doing for 9 hours. Probably not going to play Stonewater tonight. Probably just going to do like another hour and a half to 2 hours of this fort. I know that it's been like a long session of this fort, but this is also the last Longdeath session I'm going to do probably for a couple of months. So what kind of like the plan is I will be playing this fort for like another 2 hours probably, and then probably just do some cheese runner, and then I will be ending, and then I'm going to go pick up my meds from the pharmacy before they close. Actually, how much snow is there outside?
Cheese for everyone!
At a glance, there's about that much snow outside. So, that'll be fun. So I get to put my boots on for the first time this year. But yeah, that's kind of that's the plan. Is to go do that, and then tomorrow we'll do Stonewater, and then probably some Zero Sievert in the evening. Love snow, need more. I like snow. Snow's nice. Why do you know? I saw somebody commenting, I think, on the Twitter post about it. Why is this somebody that you know? I know. Because I saw them saying, hey, I designed this, yay, or whatever. Is there snow in DF? Yeah, where it's cold and wet. But yes, snow. There's snow, and it can pile up. It snows in small amounts in this fort even. What time of year is it? Midsummer. See some snow soon. But why do you say, oh, why didn't you stay anonymous? Why? I don't know. Now I'm confused. Why is it a bad thing that someone says, hey, I did a thing? I'm just confused as to why that's a bad thing. As you said it like it was. But yeah, snow is one of the reasons I like settling in temperate northern biomes. Because water freezes and then it snows. And it's real cool. You should make up a few physical copies of DF Premium at work. They look like those slips that came with the physical releases of games, and they had the key for the free month of Xbox Live or something in their DLC. I mean, that would be a cool little gift packet. I know that like a couple people have made like mock-up DF cases that would fit with like hold on, let me just take a real quick search of the subreddit. But I know some people have made basic case designs. Not finding it though. Whatever. My single search on the subreddit has proven not super fruitful. So it would be easy to whip together? Gotcha. Okay. Hey, Disco, what's up? December 6th appears to have nothing important in case that day disappears into a mysterious void for you. Assuming YouTube guides shall be a thing for you on that day. The game will have a full built-in tutorial, and it doesn't look like anybody's getting early copy. Ethanist. So, there will be YouTube guides, but give it 48 hours after release, unless something magical happens. But, like, I can tell you, I don't know when I'm getting key. So, and I'm one of those people that would be making those. Nope, there's an in-game tutorial. It's simple, but it's an in-game tutorial. It's basically like you open up a menu and it does like, it walks you through the camera movement stuff and explains Z levels, and every time you open a new menu, it shows you what the menu does and tells you what to do on that menu on that particular screen. And then you can choose to, see it again once you've closed it. Like there's a little tick box saying that you've read it. I've had several times various places designed a shirt you think doesn't fit. I mean, that shirt certainly fits. Also, generally when somebody gets hired to make DF merchandise, if they're good at their job, they go and research what the game is. In quotations, because imposter syndrome and 75% of your job is... I mean, I'm a famous internet personality. Just making changes. Yeah, no, I completely agree. I'm not an influencer. I hate that term. It's like, I'm trying to think of like a good comparison. Niche internet's micro-celebrity. My favorite way to describe my job to people who don't understand it is I'm extremely famous in extremely specific places of the internet. By that, I mean I'm not famous at all. Yeah, but... So an influencer is somebody that exists to benefit large or medium-sized or any size companies to increase sales, and that is it. I like to think of myself as a content creator. I also don't really like that name, but at the very least with content creator, I can feel okay about saying I make content on the internet that has advertisements on it, because that's what content creator means. Influencer is like literally a marketing puppet, and I don't like to think of myself as a marketing puppet. I don't like influencer as a term. I really hate it. It just makes me feel icky and gross. At the very least, like, I can kind of feel okay about content creator. I mean, though, I did influence you into trying DF again, though. I think that is true. But I don't know. Unfortunately, because I stream on the internet and, like, give you an idea. I haven't taken a sponsorship for a video game this year. And I've been trying to do as little of that as possible, even though there's good money in it. But I've tried to do as little of that as possible. I'm going to kind of continue to try and do as little of that as possible because it kills your integrity as somebody who makes things on the internet. Because it's just like, suddenly it's just like, if I'm getting paid to play every single game that I'm talking about, then it's just like, I mean, like, a friend of mine through Twitch has one of the best takes on it. He says, I'm a presentation artist. I run a show. And you can watch my show if you want. Is how he refers to it. And I think that's the best way to do it, but like, if I say that I'm an internet presentation artist, no, people are just gonna look at me like I'm a psycho. Unfortunately, like, this entire medium is an illegitimate art form because we're used so heavily as marketing mouthpieces. And it's a very soulless way to look at an entertainment medium. You know, people don't look at radio DJs as marketing mouthpieces, even though they read ad segments every, 10 minutes on air, right? It's like, we're independent media. That's really what we are. And we all run our shows differently. Some of them are full of ads. Some of them are mostly crowdfunded, like mine, right? I mean, yeah, I guess I make money off of YouTube ads, but that's not because the advertiser's paying me directly. That's the platform paying me for using the platform. Trying to monetize everything? Yep. Like, every now and again, somebody who I know will be like, hey, Blind, you could make more money if you did this. I'm like, I take the same stance on that thing that I take on NFTs. Not everything needs to be monetized. Which is like the whole, like, I guess, thought process behind NFTs is that everything needs to be monetized. I thought I would say the only thing everybody has in common is the fact that we come from the same basic species, but it was a sponsorship tournament of a new game. You were the only one to beat the game, and you invented a strat that was OP live, and the company ignored you and didn't use your video, and like they said, they proceeded to go to yours afterwards, and the one strat seemed to work. Here's the thing, right? Did you sign a contract in advance? Because if you didn't, then yeah, absolutely, they're gonna ignore your shit. But no, like, the number of sponsorships I turn down each week is like... Yeah, and that's why Patreon and Coffee and all the other options to keep streams funded exist. Speaking of capitalism robots, has anybody here seen the robots that they have, like the customer service robots that they have in Walmart now? I haven't seen one in Walmart because we don't have them here, but I've seen videos of them. Are just a monetized scam? Oh yeah, no, totally. It's because there's only a few of them out there in the wild. They can, like, scan products for you and tell you the price. They can show you where things are in the store. Yep. Anybody want to go to Walmart and push these over? I'm just saying. Let's go have a robot tipping party. It's probably a really good way to get fined, actually. Also, completely unrelated, but how long until... We're getting close to 6969 on Gremlin for Mayor, so keep an eye. Walmart probably? Oh yeah, definitely Walmart probably. They're broken half the time now without them. Yeah, I really want to just like go up to one and just like have some gum in my mouth and take the gum out of my mouth and just like jam it over one of its sensors and just see what it does. It will be more successful penalizing than cow tipping. Oh, probably, yeah. Except at the very least, unlike cow tipping, it's not animal abuse. We're parroting and making fun of Walmart. Let's put the dwarves into celebrate zone so that we can just hang out up here for a little bit. Why would you hurt poor milk doggos? Well, normal cows aren't milk doggos, okay? Normal cows are milk horses. Mini cows, on the other hand, are milk doggos. Although I don't even know if you can milk a mini cow. I want one of these. But I'm not even big on pets, but imagine having a dog that mows your lawn. Like, holy shit. I want a mini cow, man. Also, before somebody makes the joke, I'll make the joke, which is, yes, this is how sliders are made. Oh, yeah, no, totally. Cows are super chill. Like, look at that. Baby tiny cow. I want a mini cow. Or rather, I don't want a mini cow. I want to pet a mini cow. I just want to walk past one and pet one. You don't have grass gifts? No. Yeah, pretty much. I don't have grass. But that huge cow? You mean like Indian? Like cows from India? Because Indian cows from India, like those big white cows that they have, are humongous. If that's what you're referring to. I don't know what you're referring to, though, specifically. It's to other... It was Australia? I mean, of course it's Australia. How's the stream been so far? Pretty fun. No complaints. How's your day been, Taylor? It's the last Longdeath stream. We dug down to the 3rd cavern layer. Maybe not the last Longdeath stream, but the last Longdeath stream for the time being. We dug Ozuvi down to here. And obviously all the way through here a long time ago. And today, we extended our digging to here. Have you ever seen a moss cow? I mean, I've seen Russian propaganda videos, so probably. Levers need to be pulled. DJ Boom Boom Shrimp. That's it. Aside from that, you'd have to ask Gremlin. I'm not Gremlin, and I'm also not a speaker for Gremlin. I've just read the basic brochure, and it just said, levers need to be pulled. Man, it's not even a 4090. What a crappy cow. Get with the current generation, RNG, please. Pull the lever! Vote Gremlin! Exactly. Something, something, toothy grin. So there's someone somewhere. Oh, I see. For some reason, depressed dwarves just get stuck when you turn on a burrow, unless they have access to the burrow. Drives me nuts, and I don't know why. It's a weird pathing bug. Specifically seems to happen with depressed dwarves. Go read about the unknown algorithm. Read about YouTube, Pilot. I'm sure it'll be fine. It concerns an algorithm for dividing one number into another, with the possibility of yielding a remainder. Your screen isn't even HD? Wait, what, really? I mean, I have a 3070 that I just bought, and it's driving 3 1080p monitors. 3 months a new hat. I know it's the cop hat. I can't remember when you get the cop hat. 2.5 years as the cop hat. So I don't know how long 30 months is because I'm too lazy to do math. Yeah, that checks out. 2.5 years would be 30. Because 30 divided by 6 is 5. Yeah, so you've been either giving me money or someone gave me money on your behalf 30 times. You'll get the 6-month hat for free thanks to gift sub, and that's the one that you want. Well, I mean, Animal did go a little batshit this morning. But yeah, I think I'm going to take this streaming week a little easy too. I don't think we're going to stream as long as we have recently for this particular week, purely so that like I will be very well rested for next week, because I think that that's important, right? I mean, let's be like, we are in pre-release, but at the same time it's like I don't think we're going to do any 14-hour streams this week. I think we'll keep them around 10 and a half hours. Maybe closer to 11. You should buy him a coffee or a beer. I can tell you for a fact Animal doesn't drink alcohol, which is probably why he can afford to do all that. Well, I mean, I normally only stream 3 days a week, right? So I have to get all of that time in 3 days. Which kind of is a lot of time, you know? That's a lot of miasma. You know, I can't wait until the mini-map is usable. Cannot wait. You know, Dwarf, you can go socialize instead of running around cleaning, right? No, it's just from meals that got dropped. It's from prepared unicorn brain and rotten cow sweetbread roast. The military sometimes drop food on the ground when you, like, enable them / disable them. Because they pack food with them. Like a Hot Toys 6th scale Doc Ock figure that won't even get here until late next year. I mean, I can show you what I waste my money on. This is heavy. Ow. That was my knee. This is the kind of shit I waste my money on. Yes, this is a boombox from the 1970s. Yes, it works. I recently replaced the motor. Now the tape deck works. Also, did you know that in this game, Miasma is technically a living creature? It has animal AI. Which is kind of funny. Do I use it? I used it a couple times over the summer. I put the 24 D-cell batteries that it uses, which makes it very, very, very heavy, by the way. And put some 70s tape, or I put some a bunch of 70s stuff into my pocket. The Blues Brothers soundtrack specifically, a couple Led Zeppelin tapes, and a few other things, and then wandered around outside playing it. Got some really funky looks at the park, which is funny because, like, you know, a lot of normal people these days, right? They take their stupid Bluetooth speakers that sound like garbage and put them in their backpacks, and they walk around playing whatever the fuck. I got a lot of weird looks for doing what I was doing, and there was people with Bluetooth speakers in the exact same area. Nobody looked at them funny. That's a lot of money. How long does it last? So it doesn't have the batteries in there right now because I'm paranoid that they'll leak. But I'm still on the first set of 24, and I would say I've used it like 5 times in public for a good like 4 hours a piece, and it still runs fine. I haven't checked the batteries, so none of them have died yet. But yes, it does take a whole lot of D. I did in fact say 24 D-cell batteries. But according to my dad, a long time. Also, the radio on that thing's phenomenal. It picks up things at an extremely long... I can pick up radio stations in Seattle, not in my apartment, but if I'm outside, especially on a hill, it'll pick up, like, several different Seattle stations. Not KEXP, though, unfortunately. My other radio will pick up KEXP, and that's because I have 8 meters worth of FM antenna wrapping around the ceiling of my apartment. So I can pick up KEXP. Even though it's pretty far away from me. Put the batteries in backwards and it's a radio station. I don't think that's how that works, but I appreciate the input. How much did it cost? Not including batteries? $200, but needed some repairs. Which is actually not a bad price for that unit. A bit overpriced. It was kind of an impulse buy. I just like saw it pop up on Craigslist. I was like, what? And I bought it. Which happens sometimes. Usually with vintage audio gear. Although I have bought and sold some vintage audio gear. I also dumpster dove for audio gear once, and I sold it. I think Stone's asleep, so I will just screenshot this. I could show you the one that I dumpster dove for. I still have one of the two. But it's just like a late 90s Panasonic, like all-in-one radio amplifier, phono amplifier, CD amplifier, cassette deck amplifier, also has a CD player in it, also has a tape deck in it. Yeah, I dumpster dove for it, and yeah. No, I mean, the other dumb shit that I spend money on is like, this was pretty dumb. Worth it, though. Has a crank. Anyway. Third tribute. Yeah, third tribute. It's been a long stream. Cheers, Danley Scott. We'll be on tomorrow. Thanks for hanging out. Playdate. It's a playdate. I said I whispered you the clip you wanted for your shoutouts. Discord. I can't even remember what I did. I just made like a noise into my microphone and sent it to you. Play date, D-A-T-E. So just go to the website play.date. Here, I'll put it in chat. It's literally that, play date. You'd love a reel-to-reel player. Those are very cool. There's a person in my Discord who hangs around in the chat sometimes, but literally never says a word unless I add him. Crocodile. Who hangs out in the music section of my Discord. Ask him anything about reel-to-reels, and he'll show you like the thousands of dollars worth of gear he's got. Like maybe even tens of thousands of dollars worth of gear that he's got. Hey, a vile force of darkness has come. Great. The enemy have come and are laying siege to the fortress. It's the second siege of the stream. He really likes his reel-to-reels. All right, so the dwarves are already locked inside, which means Tribute's not going to be happy. Let's hope that we can let them out. All right, Stone. I will screenshot this for you once again. Giving you lots of paperwork for the final pre-hiatus Longdeath stream. And breastplate, scroll. Oh, wow. They brought a KV-born and Annie-goat. What's up, Death? Yeah, less than a week. So the Kid Fox Twitter account this morning tweeted it 1 week, exclamation point. And so all day today, I've had that Bare Naked Ladies song, "It's been 1 week since you looked at me," stuck in my head. Like, just can't get it out. It's just there. There's no getting rid of it. Anyway, that's a bunch of people. Hopefully they actually hang around a little bit instead of just booking it into the fort. I hope that these guys can leave. Or are you guys taking them? I can just let them out. Just let them out. Let's see if I can just let them out. I want them to just be able to leave. Come on. Crocodile Rock a reference to something? I mean, that's just there's a lot of preset voice modulators that make you sound like GLaDOS, so that doesn't surprise me too much. Also, like, it is designed by Teenage Engineering, who make a lot of synthesizers, so. Oh, it's beyond that point. Heathenist. Oh, that's an Elton John song? Yeah, but I wouldn't know. I don't know much Elton John. I can tell you that for a fact. Like, I'd probably recognize it if I heard it, but not an Elton John person at all. All right, let's scroll down. Let's hope they make it out and don't take some dumb alt route. You know what? I just want AI to get to the point where we can just have, like, those 3D assistant companions like in Blade Runner, so that I can just delete Tinder off my phone and give up on life and just never leave my house again. I just want AI to get to that point, but without data harvesting, which is impossible. Someone hasn't seen the new Blade Runner. Well, not new anymore, but recent-ish. Blade Runner. There's like a whole side plot to that movie where, like, dude's in love with his computer. Anyway, good movie. I recommend watching Blade Runner 2042 if you haven't seen it. Especially if you like slow noir films, which I do. I expected it to flop. Like, straight up, I expected it to flop. I knew it would flop. But you know what? It's okay that it flopped, because it got made. And, you know, honestly, I'd prefer that they make Blade Runner 2042, tie up that franchise with a good ending, and just, like, let it sit and die, than not releasing it, or than it releasing and doing well, and then immediately some publishing company is going to be like, yo, so we're going to be making Blade Runner films in the Blade Runner, air quotes, franchise for the next 10 years. So I would rather it just dies and be a flop than be a runaway success. No, we don't. You don't want to interact with Twitter? Or Tinder. Yeah, you're better off for it, let me tell you. At this point, I interact with Tinder as like a weird science experiment, and I keep downloading my data and looking at statistics, and it's just like to the point where not quite to the point where it's like I'd write a book on this shit, but like I understand how people have because of how psychotically those apps are destroying our society. All right, there we go. Humans are booking it. Well, it's not that the flop was good. It's I expected it to flop. I expected it to flop. Like, there's no way a Blade Runner movie is ever going to be successful. Just flat out. And also, we do have, like, the past few years have been some of the best years for hard sci-fi film ever, really. I mean, we have the entirety of The Expanse. There are Expanse movies in early pre-production. We've had things like Arrival. It's a little bit of a time ago now, but we had things like Annihilation, also Ex Machina, same director, although that also was a while ago. We had Dune Part 1, which, as much as I hate the fact that it's a Part 1, wasn't marketed as a Part 1. At the very least, we have a solid Part 1 adaptation of a Dune movie. So I don't know. I think as far as hard sci-fi goes, it's been a really good couple of years, frankly. A really good decade for hard sci-fi. I mean, fuck. I don't know if it's sci-fi, but like, we got a new good Mad Max movie in the last 10 years. I'm happy, frankly. What, do electric sheep have dreams, Brim? What? I haven't seen it, Aqua. Don't even know what that is. Orville's one of those series that's weirdly expensive / hard to watch in Canada, so no thanks. To wield a CPU on your brain? You really want to pay to upgrade your brain every 4 years when they put out more threads? I don't want brain implants. Thanks, I'm good. Yes, really. I have to subscribe to cable television, or alternatively get a streaming service within Amazon that's $20 a month. Those are my options. That's like, yeah, no, fuck that. I have like no interest in watching it because of that. I don't know. When it comes to TV recently, I've just been watching Hell's Kitchen. I've just been in like zero brain capacity, like shitty reality TV mode. I heard good things about Andor, but I absolutely refuse to give Disney money. It's just never going to happen. I'm never going to give Disney money. Do not care. Even if they're making some of the best Star Wars that's ever been made. I do not care. I will not give Disney money. It's like, I think that in the society that we live in, we have to pick our battles of which giant corporation we support. And for some of us, it's Amazon. I buy stuff from Amazon and I use Amazon services. And for some people, it's Disney. And I refuse to support Disney. Hi, intoxicated. I'm blind. Speaking of intoxicated, now I'm suddenly tempted to go get me a glass of whiskey. I never watched Rogue One. I watched Solo: A Star Wars Story while extremely high, and it was fine. I watched Episode 7 and fucking hated it, and I made it halfway through whatever the one they put out after that one was, Episode 8. Made it halfway through that, turned it off, and I haven't watched a Star Wars thing since. You're not even muted right now, Brim. The correct thing to say would be, hi, blind, I'm Brim. Because I am actually blind, and I don't think you're deaf, because you seem to be able to respond to what I'm saying. Unless you're just really good at reading subtitles, which is true. We do have subtitles. You've never seen a whole Star Wars movie? Honestly, at this point in your life, I think that that's probably for the best, Raticide. I think that's probably for the best. Yep, same. Boom Boom Shrimp. That was where my childhood died. I was a big fan of that shit at one point, but... What's up, Celeroach? You said that leaving the theater. Did you make it to the end of the movie, though? Because if so, then you did it better than me. Twitch has subtitles? I do. Turn on closed captions. I explained this to somebody earlier. Whenever it decides to load. Quiet! Load your ship! Yeah, these. Click this. See? But the way it works is every single time I speak, my OBS uses a plugin to ping Google Text-to-Speech and then displays it on the stream. Turns out, be efficient. Very few streams actually have it. It's like it's an OBS plugin that you need to install, and like not a lot of streams use it, but it's a good plugin when it works. You can also, like, the streamer can also opt to allow people to translate it into different languages, so you can also run Google Translate over it. So, like, somebody who streams in French, for example, could have English subtitles. Oh, it's really bad at accents, which is why it's hilarious on Bellinair's stream. Because Bellinair he's from Finland, right? So he's got a lot of rolled R's, which I can't even do his accent, but it's just like it's a lot of rolled R's. Gets 99% of what he says wrong, and it's just added comedy. But like, for people like me, it's very useful. But yeah, unless like OBS has just updated, I've had subtitles on my stream for over a year now. Or closed captions, as they're technically called. And Twitch has had support for closed captions extensions for quite a long time now. Nope, they're not a meme. So my right eye doesn't work at all, and my left eye has severe tunnel vision, and I have floating blind spots. I've been legally blind since birth. Before you ask, no, there's no cure. No, there's no operations or surgeries that could fix it. And my eyesight is degrading and gets a little bit worse every year. And eventually the blackness and the void will completely encapsulate and I will cease to see. Which is why I get like so annoyed at me when people make blind jokes at me. Because it's a thing that I deal with every day. Why don't they ever refill those? Well, blindness is a spectrum, right? So I'm legally blind, meaning I qualify for partial disability and am unemployable in a lot of fields. Meaning, one of the reasons I had such a hard time finding jobs when I first moved out was because most restaurants won't hire you, especially at the front as a wait staff. Most, or large portions of trades won't hire you. Anything that's considered like physical labor probably generally won't hire you because you're considered a liability. What am I going to do if it gets to that point? I'm already doing what I'm planning on doing, which is watch a lot of porn, so I've got lots of stuff to remember. What else are you going to do? Continue to exist, generally. Smoke a lot of weed. I mean, watching porn's difficult if your eyes don't work. So that's what I intend to do. I don't actually have an honest answer to that question, so that's my joke answer. I don't know. Genuinely. Don't know. Hope I am able to, you know, still have some sort of like content career, like podcasting or something. Was I applying at 5-star restaurants? No. There are no 5-star restaurants close to me, for one thing. I mean, it's not like I'm going to be blinded, completely blinded 6 months, dude. Got like 15 years-ish left. And that's if my eyes keep degrading at the same rate that they are right now. But who knows? Hard to say. Technology is advancing, sure. Slowly. You don't have to. Under the brim. That's my concern, not yours. I really hate when people start discussing theoretical fixes for it, though. So I'm just going to ask you guys to leave the subject. Like, it's something that I'm okay with talking about, but it's just... There's nothing more frustrating in the world than being told, here's a theoretical fix that might work in 20 years. It's like, I don't fucking want to think about it. Just don't worry about it. Move on. It's like talking... It's like telling somebody who can't walk that, yeah, maybe one day we'll have functional robot legs for you. It's like, sure, yeah. I don't fucking care right now until it's a thing. Might as well be science fiction right now. And just like science fiction, real life fucking sucks most of the time. All right, so what am I doing here? Slamming these doors. But no, I would never meme about disabilities. That's called being ableist. That's also a bannable Twitch feature. Just for reference. If you make ableist jokes, you can get removed from this platform. There we go. That's that door shut. And that door shut. And now I can pause my noise machine. Turn on the bangers. What's the biggest embark size you've ever tried? You've never tried more than 4x4? 12 by 12, I think? And yes, it lagged. Because I think each of the tiles can spawn different types of creatures, right? So if you do a 4x4, it's like 4 different sets of wildlife can spawn per layer. And by that I mean like 1 for ground layer, 1 for cavern layer, 1 for other cavern layer, 1 for hell. So if you increase that, it kind of expands the possible entities you can have on the map at a time by quite a bit. Might need to roll back changes if it causes the apocalypse or unexpected depression. Turns out a lot of jokes are made in bad taste, and what can be considered bad taste for one person can be good taste for another person, right? I find ableist humor to be disgusting. And that's basically the long and short of it. So, no. But, you know, if I'm around friends, people that I know real well, and I make fun of myself, that's kind of a different context. But publicly, as a public-facing image, I have those tags as disability tags. Because that's what they are. Which is also why you get the warnings, Hannah, for lag when you embark on large embarks. Yeah, well, I'm a entertainer, not a comedian, right? And chat, you're not comedians either. You're audience. And it also turns out that a lot of humor isn't funny. Simple as that. It's got nothing to do with politics at that point. You have to make a joke that's funny. And a lot of jokes just aren't funny. But then again, I also have a really dry, bland sense of humor, so... But yeah, no, Heathenist, I don't agree with you. I agree with the first part, I don't agree with the second part. Yeah, some things are better left unsaid in a public forum. No wonder you find me entertaining. It's funny, because I live in a rainforest. You live in a desert or something, Soldier Henry? Man, it sucks to be this human. Look at this. Caught between magma and magma. The only people who have the right to discern what is ableist humor is, are you directly mocking my disability? Right? Which is also why I get weirdly touchies when people make diabetes jokes. Because it's just like, that's not funny. That's my life. It caused chronic pain for me and hurts every single day. You wonder if they're going to work better in the Steam release? Well, I mean, the game runs better with every release, so probably. I mean, again, I won't know until I've messed around with it, but... It's hard to say, really. It's a fun thought, though. The thing that I'm wondering about isn't, like, will they run better? The thing that I'm wondering about is, will the game save and load quicker? The answer is probably yes, but that's a thing that bothers me about Dwarf. It's how slowly saves load sometimes. Yeah, there's always some improvement. There's always some improvement. There was some pretty, like, drastic improvements with the most recent update, actually, which is 47.0.5. Like, even that one had some pretty noticeable improvements for frame rate. Like, a fort that I was playing at the time, like, almost doubled in frame rate, so... Saves take long enough that when I was watching Giant Waffle streaming Dwarf Fortress for the first time, he tried to do a save, quit, and restart to, like, change something about his game settings, and almost immediately Alt F4'd when he got to the save thing. Like, literally just went, save, and then Alt F4'd out of the game. Crashed it, and then couldn't figure out why his save wouldn't load. And it's like... Buddy. Anyway, what's the deal with conifer forests not being conifer? I know that Toady is from the SeaTac area, and I can't read PDX on anything other than Paradox Game Studios, but yeah. But your conifer forests have no ferns? I don't know. It's a good question, actually. I never thought about it. You can Alt F4 DF if you start hard, if you try hard enough. Yeah, I figured you meant like Portland or like Portland, but like I read that as and I'm just like, I can't read that as anything other than Paradox Game Studios. Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. I think Tarn's answer would probably just be like, yeah, I know the game's imperfect. Because like that's probably the answer, but like, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, what's the DNX stand for in that? Like, I've heard people refer to Portland as that, but to me, it just means Paradox Interactive. You have no friggin' Okay. I mean, FSV is another or PFSV is another term for Pacific Fraser Valley, which is where I live, technically. I don't live in Vancouver. I live in the Pacific Fraser Valley. I mean, one nuke could take out all of my backups, because I'm pretty sure the server space I rent is in Seattle. So if you were to nuke Seattle, it would take out me and my backups. He said it was like several very specific lightning strikes or 2 nukes could take out all of Dwarf Fortress's backups, so his backups are imperfect. Yeah, fake Vancouver. The Couve? Really? All I know is our Vancouver has a higher population and is more famous, thus it's real Vancouver. Although, we have Seattle Street up here, for whatever that's worth. Also, like, most of the areas in the greater Vancouver area are just clones of places in Great Britain, like Surrey, which is where I live. New Westminster, Abbotsford, all places, Richmond, are all places from Great Britain. So 2 nukes means everything's nuked? Pretty much, yeah. You armchair want to move to Portland or Silicon Forest in Pacific Northwest somewhere? You've never heard of PDX? Where would you want to move from? No city is perfect. That's the thing that people need to... You know, it's actually kind of funny, like, seeing people from Vancouver up here complaining and bitching and moaning about how much Vancouver is, like, gone down the shitter recently, and it's just like, look up any major metropolitan area right now. They all suck. Like, they all, like I was watching videos the other day about, like, certain European cities just, like, going downhill due to, like, abuse of Airbnb and, like, rampant homelessness and inflation costs and cost of living going up. And it's just like, then I see people here talking about how they want to move to Europe because it's so idyllic. And it's like, bruh, there's no such thing as a perfect city. Why? Because people live there. And people are imperfect. All I know is that Vancouver has literally everything I want. It has campable mountains, backpackable mountains that are accessible via public transit, and also an ocean. Multiple islands, many different, like, places that I can go that are close by that feel like vacationing. Lots of great skiing, lots of great hiking in the summer, lots of great camping in the summer and winter, and a great craft beer scene, and not enough light nightlife. That's, like, my only real complaint. Grass is always green until you get there. Yep. And you want to see this wilderness that I speak? Hold on. Let me show you something about wilderness. I've shown these pictures on stream many times, but, like, that's me putting my Twitch partner water bottle on top of Mount Seymour. Last winter. Let's see, what else do I have? It's walking up Mount Seymour to go winter camping this spring. I guess it was kind of winter camp because there was still snow everywhere. But this was, like, almost in July. That was the same trip. That's me watching the sun come up at, like, 3 o'clock in the morning. You can tell that, like, it's warm out and not winter anymore because I'm wearing a bug net. Because there's a lot of insects. Let's see, what else can I find? Me hiking up Garibaldi with my dad. That's me. That's Black Tusk up there. We're on Garibaldi Peak. That's Garibaldi Lake. This is like a 40-minute drive from where I live. And that's my dad. And that's just me playing with my camera. And that's more of me. So, you can see my skinny-ass legs. Another good shot of Black Tusk. Fewer insects and stupidly high mountains. It depends on the time of year you go up. Go up in the spring. Yeah, there will be bugs. There will be bugs. My mom and dad almost died because of Mount St. Helens. True story. They were camping in the park like a day before it blew. They were literally driving out of the park as it blew. Timing. Yep, I almost didn't exist. You would be so scared to climb a mountain? Why? It's like walking up it's like walking up an escalator. Fucking metal camping trip. Yeah, they camped on a volcano that exploded the day after. I want to do Mount Baker real badly, though. It's on my bucket list. And before you ask, no, I don't stream my backpacking trips. My backpacking trips are my own entertainment. My knees are shitty, too, and my body wants to fall apart. And you know what? I do it anyway. It hurts the next week, but you know, it's worth it. Mountain is a hill plus one. Exactly. It's a slightly bumpy, steeper, taller hill. Okay, there's still a few humans in there that need to die. Just like most on Earth. Caving scares the shit out of me. Although, actually, I'm down to go caving as long as I can stand. If I can stand in the cave, I'm down. If I can crawl through a thing, I'm okay. The second it's like, all right, now inhale and pull. Nope. No, thank you. If I can stand or crouch in cave, I'm good. Recreation equals entertainment. You're borderline anti-religious these days and you still get it. Many people call it spiritualism. It's what we need to be happy apes or whatever. I am not religious in the slightest, and I think what you just said is bullshit. I think that our brains need chemicals which give us happy thoughts, and you acquire those by being in the environment that we're supposed to be in, like outside. I like chemicals. The best kind of drugs are the ones that our bodies make ourselves. Like adrenaline. Adrenaline's pretty great. Until you heard about, what was it called? Oh, okay. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Soul Shiner, yeah. I mean, all spiritualism is believing very heavily in earth lore so that you feel better about things that you do in your life. It's just an excuse to do certain things. Runner's High is amazing. It used to be amazing for me. I don't really get much of a runner's high anymore. I used to run half marathons, and I used to be, what's it called? I went to Canada Summer Games as a backup and BC Summer Games many times, as well as nationals for sprint kayaking, which was a good time of my life, but I never want to be that in shape again. As great as it can be, the pain can never really be compared to anything. Even like, especially now that I have like, chronic pain issues, it's not something I ever want to do again. It's too much work. Earth connectedness? I mean, I don't think connectedness is a word. Rolf, what up? It's good to see you. Morning? What time is it over there? It's gotta be like fucking fuck off o'clock a.m. What? You judge yourself harshly? I judge myself harshly because, like, I'm incapable of operating like a normal human being, but almost 420? Smoke them if you got them. 4:20 a.m.? Gosh, weekend's getting started early. PM? Okay. Well, then definitely smoke them if you got them. Unless it's not legal, in which case, then post memes on the internet. It's almost like there's a few people in the same time zone here, Nax. Or in this case, polar opposite time zones. It's medical. It's medicinal. It's medicine. Oddly enough, like, my reasoning for smoking as much weed I do is it negates my night terrors so the neighbors don't call the police on me when I scream in the middle of the night again. And because it stops you from going into REM sleep, so like I literally can't have night terrors, which is lovely. So it quells the nightmares, and it also like is a great pain management tool. Worth it, frankly, as far as I'm concerned. What kind of night terrors? The kind where you thrash around in your sleep and scream and bite your tongue? Oh, absolutely. Under the brim. Absolutely. Lots of things are bad for you, but what do you prefer? Getting the police called on you late at night because you're screaming in your bed and your neighbors can hear you in the apartment that you live in? Or, you know, just kind of going without REM sleep for like 8 to 10 days at a time, which is generally what I do. But then they didn't follow up. Yeah, I scream. I get it due to various things, but the only real fix for it when it comes to night terrors, to my knowledge, is just figuring out the source of the stress, and I haven't found that yet. And I've talked to a good number of psychologists. We came back to the stream from packing a bowl to pot talking. Yeah, well, this is a stoner friendly stream, as we've said for years. Here's the thing, right? My night terrors aren't actually scary. Like, at all. Like, I generally, like, don't notice anything. But at the same time, like, because, like, my ex used to wake me up when I would have them. So when my ex lived with me, it was fine because she would just like jump out of bed and then just like wait until I stopped screaming for a moment and then just like jostle me awake, which generally worked. The problem is now I don't have anybody to wake me up, so I actually have like hurt my hand and shit in my sleep. Like I woke up once and like all of the fingers on one hand were just like bruised, and I had like this blue bruise on my hand, and there was like my bedside table had moved. So I must have like slapped my hand against it multiple times because like my hand was just hurting and everything had fallen on the ground. Shit like that. It's fun. I'll also usually bite my tongue, so I'll wake up with blood in my mouth. Yeah, I don't know. It's just something that I try my best to avoid now. I will occasionally detox from weed, like maybe once every 3 weeks or so. I just won't smoke for like 4 or 5 days, and then I'll start dreaming again. And then once I feel rested and functional again, I will go back to it. Microgreens have no place in this Christian Minecraft stream. Fortunately, I'm not Christian and we're not streaming Minecraft, so. It's not as bad as screaming. I mean, sometimes they'll be connected to straight up nightmares, but like what night terrors are is they're your subconscious waking up while your conscious is still asleep. It can also cause like sleep paralysis and stuff. It's quite similar, but essentially like what it is it's your body becomes awake while your brain is still asleep. Wait, hold on a second. So how is SimCity Christian then? I'm confused now. Also, Dwarf Fortress has lots of religion in it. So it's like I don't necessarily like have nightmares during night terrors. Sometimes I do. Like I've definitely had night terrors on nights when I'm dreaming and the dreams are not pleasant, but no more unpleasant than my dreams usually are. Sleep paralysis, you wake up and you're present. Night terrors, you're not, is the difference. So like I've had sleep paralysis in the past, but not in years, not in a very, 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 very long time. Sleep paralysis is like when you wake up and you can't move and you're like incapable of waking yourself up. You can't say anything, you can't speak, and you usually hallucinate. It feels like, yeah, it's like your body's heavy, you can't move, and people generally have, what's the word? Like panic attacks and whatnot. But, you know, I live in Canada where weed's just legal, so. And I've told Hobo how much my weed costs here, and his response, I'm pretty sure it was literally just, fuck you. Which is like, yep, you know, fair. Because weed is quite affordable up here. Highly expensive. Okay, it is an ounce of weed, which lasts me about four to 5 months, depend on how much I'm using, because I use vaporizers and I don't combust. An ounce of weed for me usually ends up costing me around $60 ish. If I buy like super fancy stuff, maybe closer to 100, but that's in Canadian dollars too. So for Americans here, subtract about 30%. For an ounce over here? Yep. Yeah, that's why Hobo's response was just like, fuck you. So, to give you an idea, like, I'll spend significantly more than that on a single bottle of whiskey that'll last me a month and a half. Like, I will spend like $80 on a bottle of whiskey or a nice bottle of vodka that will last me a good month. So it's like alcohol is significantly more expensive. Like, don't even start talking about how much it costs for some people to buy like a 24-pack of beer every weekend. But if something wakes you up with a loud enough noise, you'll wake up in PTSD. Have you ever had exploding head syndrome then? Because you say loud noise. Screaming, trying to fight an adrenaline, scared the crap out of some of your friends. Yeah, I mean, PTSD is a hell of a thing. I don't really deal with much of that, but like I've never been in a situation where PTSD would be caused. The first psychologist I spoke with said that there was a pretty good chance I had some like adolescent PTSD, which is just like PTSD from childhood, but they said it was probably mild. Feels so out of touch these days. CAD and USD were pretty closer to parity those days. Yeah, no, it's generally just like subtract 30%, and that's the US dollar equivalent. You've had it a few times. Exploding head syndrome is something that I deal with almost nightly. And usually when I start getting exploding head, it's like, all right, it's time to detox. I need to take a break from cannabis for a bit, because I start getting exploding head when crafts is what I need. I start getting exploding cannabis when I need to get some REM sleep usually. Exploding cannabis would be awesome. Sure. You're happy to wake up? Good dreams? You're sad it was just a dream? Yeah, the problem is I don't get good dreams generally. 200. Like Pop Rock. I'm sure somebody's made like a Pop Rocks edible before. That has to have happened. 1000% that has to have happened. Looney Tunes flashbacks of exploding cigars. Probably not the best idea. Well, I mean, like, I don't know. Candy edibles are a thing and quite popular, so. What, Pop Rocks? Cannabis Pop Rocks? I'm pretty sure the worst taste in human history is probably just some... I was gonna say, you know, I'm not gonna say it. It's fine. I was gonna make a dig at somebody on the internet, but then I'm just like, you know what? How about I don't? Why don't I just don't do that? Bong water's pretty bad. Yeah, okay, actually, I've never drank bong water, but you need to convince your doctor to Pop Rocks. Gummy bears is hard enough, I guess, Raticide, right? Wait, I'll just... Wrapping back around to night terrors for a second, look up a couple of cases where people have killed their significant other in their sleep. Without waking up. That's the kind of night terrors I've had in the past. Where, like, I get violent and shit. So, yeah. Want to avoid night terrors if and when possible. Although, fortunately, I don't think I screamed in my sleep at all when I was in Vegas, because I'm pretty sure I smoked enough weed for that to not be a problem. It's definitely happened. Cosmic. How do supports work in DF? When should you be using them? Only if you are cutting off an entire section from all of its supports. So as long as there's one block holding it up, it's fine. And she started punching him back? Well, yeah, she should. Wake the dude up. From the pipe that you have right now? Sounds like you've overfilled it. Also, I don't know if you noticed, Hobo, but before I left, I cleaned your bong water. That was the last thing I did before I left, is I swapped out your bong water. Because I was getting tired of looking at it. I was like, I can see it through this thing. You're welcome. It's like a habit I have. It's like if I hang out with another stoner and they haven't cleaned their bog water, it's like the last thing I do before I leave. Yep. Scariest thing in the world is my own brain. You know, this is like the benefit of streaming way too long hours every day, is by the end of it, you get like weirdly personal discussions like this shit. Which is probably why some people don't like my streams, because I just sit here and babble. I've made weed-infused butter, and I've made weed-infused olive oil. And sesame oil. All delicious, by the way. Weed is basically weed-based candy brittle. So there's a candies and sweets shop that's kind of famous that's in Amsterdam. And they basically specialize in that kind of thing. Well, you have to pre-cook it before you do stuff with it. So with like candy brittle, if it's decarbed, which basically means it's been baked, then you can basically do whatever you want with it. So you like, I make weed fudge. Sometimes it's very good. Pull to stabby dead. You know, I know what this lever does. I just don't remember naming it that. Quality. All right. Well, let's get lava whoosh pulled, lava drain pulled. Get yourself a handheld vaporizer. Stop smoking it. This is my advice to any stoner. Get yourself a handheld dry vape. Stop smoking. And then save your vaped weed. Because vaped weed can be cooked with. I'm going to show you something that's illegal in a lot of countries. I'll be back in a second. Twitch, please don't ban me. This is AVB. Already vaped bud. You can cook with this. The thing is, like you said, tastes very bad. Which is why you cook it into things that you won't taste it. Can't cross the border with that, no, definitely. So, I make this into fudge. You don't taste it. You don't. Add it to my 1-minute tutorials. I'm going to be remaking all of those when premium comes up, so. Haven't added to that list in a while for that reason. But thank you. Oh, I know, but I have to clarify. Twitch, I'm in Canada. Don't ban me. I'm sure you're fine too, yeah, Max. But here's the thing, right? When it comes to weed, all cooked weed tastes bad. That's why people always make like weird candies and shit, so that you don't taste it. Like you could just like eat a handful of that shit and be high for 5 days. But, like, you might vomit halfway through it because it does taste bad, which is why you have to put it in super strong flavored things. That's why people make it into brownies and stuff. Yeah, just like literally grind. I use a mortar and pestle and grind it into a very fine powder. Cheers, Rockwell. Sounds like a fun gig. You make weed beverages? I've had a couple THC beverages, or like weed-based like drink mixers. The problem that I have with them is none of the ones I can buy here are strong enough. The next series, no, I'm never gonna do like a cooking stream or anything. Not something I'm into. But every single one that I've found is either 30 milligram or 10 milligram. I need about 100 to notice it. So, as cool as they are, nah. Would I eat weed someone else vaped? Yeah? It's like double cooked. It's not like they're salivating it. I've smoked a blunt somebody else has smoked, so why not? Yes, but it's cooked and then it's cooked again. Like, I literally passed a joint around with Hobo when I was in, like, Vegas multiple times. So it's like, if you do that, like, why not? Also, it's like sitting in a jar for months. They're not very strong? Yeah. So, like, which is why I don't generally deal with edibles. I find that, like, edibles end up, especially, like, store-bought edibles are, like, don't have enough potency to really have much of, like, a noticeable effect for me. So, in order for edibles to be worth it, I need a much higher potency. Also, I really don't want them using these. So, you know what? I'm going to just... those. We'll figure out something else for that. Clearly, you don't know how the inner workings of, like, my vaporizer is, but, like, trust me, it doesn't go into your mouth. That's not how that works. It's like you put it into a compartment that goes through a thing that goes through a coil that goes through a piece of thing that I connect to a piece of glass that then goes into my mouth. It's like saying that you wouldn't eat food out of a kitchen because somebody else touched it. It's like, well, okay, well, there goes every single possible, like, restaurant option you have all of a sudden. You got the DaVinci IQ. I have an X-Max 2 Pro, which is my daily driver, but I also have a Tiny Mite 1. And I also have a Volcano. I have 3. Although I don't generally use the Volcano because it's like using a bulldozer to play in a sandbox. It's like complete fucking overkill. The enormous balloon thing, yeah. The thing that fills up a balloon with vapor. Yeah, it's like, to me, I have it as on the odd time that I have somebody over who also uses one, it's like a hell of a activity for an afternoon. But like, for just myself, yeah, no, I don't use it very often. Unless I'm like celebrating or really bored, which it's been a while. Mm-hmm. That's why they're so successful. Not the Plenty, actually, now that I think about it. Because, like, I know the Plenty is medically approved here. Like, they have the Plenty in hospitals, which is fucking wild to me. Downtime? Well, down the rabbit hole indeed. My hair's been tied up all day. Hold up. This entire chat's just a bunch of vapor ents and I didn't even realize it. Maybe not the entire chat. Large portions of this chat are a bunch of vapor ants. Vape Nation? Nah. Vape Nation are people that, well, watch H3H3 for one thing. But no, people who preach Vape Nation are people who use nicotine vapes. Vapor ents are people who use weed vapes. You don't even speak pot? Well, you call it pot for one thing. Nobody calls it that. You want to get a magic flight box? If I actually was the sort of person who checked baggage on a plane, I would have flown down there with my Volcano. Just for the fucking hell of it. You don't get the appeal of H3H3? I never found them particularly funny, to be honest. Good old jazz cigarettes. What, Reefer Madness. Also, I thought jazz cigarettes was when, like, you mixed tobacco and weed. You know, honestly, like, this is, like, a really random thing to state, but one of my weirdest experiences ever in this industry was realizing that I was smoking weed on a patio with a bunch of with a BBC reporter and a bunch of game developers at a convention. And also just, like, a bunch of Twitch people. It's one of the weirdest, like, realizations I've ever had in this industry. I always thought that jazz cigarettes was when you mix it. I might be mistaken. But, like, that it was a way of, like, hiding weed because you just put it into regular cigarettes and then you just walk outside being like, yeah, I'm smoking a cigarette. What? Why are your eyes so red? I'm smoking a cigarette. I don't even smoke cigarettes, though, so. Sure, hobo. The tobacco made you feel ill. Yeah, I've never fully understood the appeal of cigarettes because I've smoked them a couple of times, and every single time it's like, I just want another cigarette. Seems like a bad habit. And then I just kind of stop. Oh, we're dealing with that obsidian now. Dwarves have stuff to do. And I generally, like, I have this approach to things where it's just like, if I do a thing and all it really does is it makes me want to do the thing again, I probably shouldn't be doing the thing. Six more days, Frosty Mug. 4 days. No, not really. It has copious amounts of alcohol, but the dwarves don't have any psychoactive effects. No, if you want accurate representations of psychedelics, play Caves of Cud. There is a sequence in Caves of Cud, pretty late game, which is possibly the best representation I've ever had of psychedelics in a video game, and it's really hard to explain without you experiencing it. Yeah, no, totally. Whereas, like, I don't generally smoke weed. I'll occasionally smoke a joint because why not? But, like, I usually just vape, and it's like 2 hits and I'm good for the evening. It's like, done. All right, I can just, like, lie on my sofa now and listen to music. No, okay, so there's normal Cud, and then there's Caves of Cud. And the Fungi Kings. And Clank, or whatever his name is. I think it's Clank? Mushroom Man? You have to eat a mushroom to meet him. It's, there's a sequence in that game that is, the most accurate representation of, fungal psychedelics that I've ever seen in a video game. Yep. Cud's very good. To the point where, like, I actually audibly asked chat, wait, am I high? What the fuck is happening? Is this supposed to be moving? What the fuck? It's really cool. Like, straight up, it, like, warps your entire UX and everything. Like, it's cool. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Spartan. Yeah, you have to eat a mushroom in-game, yes. Not a real-life mushroom. In-game mushroom. But yes, you eat a mushroom in-game to find a thing in a specific area. And in that, as you go through that area, things start changing in the UI and the way the world is laid out, and things start appearing and disappearing, and stuff starts shifting subtly that makes it feel weird and off. It's so fucking cool. Bought 1 glass of beer, it was $13.50, and now you're no longer at your end of the year function. That's almost as much as I spent on a single beer in Vegas. That's a lot of beer. Yeah, so God, I haven't played Eternal Darkness in a long time. That game was cool. But yeah, welcome back from your end of the year work function. All right, chat. So it's early winter in Longdeath, 6th of Moonstone in the year 438. We have 39 dwarves. Population's gone up by 2, apparently. I missed the second one. Apparently we have an unnamed baby. Oh, would you look at that? When were you born? 3 months ago. Jeez. Huh. Sell them for half of that? That seems like a pretty solid thing. Yeah, you did ask if you could have one. I was about to ask if you were still around, but yes, you are. So Boom Boom Shrimp, you want one here. So boom. Oh, no, that's a D. Boom Boom Shrimp. You can have one in Stone Rot Water too tomorrow. Within the last season, he was grouchy. After being caught in the rain, you're the son of Nieko and Deadlius. You're a worshiper of the spear of incineration and a faithful worshiper of Shinras and Amber the Red Rocks. 3 months old, born on the 26th of Galena in the year 438. His sideburns are clean shaven and his very long mustache is neatly combed. His very long beard is arranged in double braids and his hair is clean shaven and his somewhat short nose is upturned. His hair is a crew and his skin is sandy taupe and his eyes are cobalt. Hates oysters, yeah. Likes real light. Black bronze, red spinel, clear glass, giant tapir bone, the color saffron, picks and mittens, and tables, and the words of the key of outrage, and when possible, and the sound of the prim pedal, and when possible, prefers to consume blue jay, hake, and tapir cheese, and peach cider, and single grain wheat seeds, and hates oysters, as we said earlier. Personally, is somewhat disgusted by romance and finds artwork boring, and dreams of raising a family, and only rarely feels strong cravings or urges, and very rarely develops negative feelings towards things. He tends to be a fair bit stubborn in changing his mind about things, and generally finds himself quite hopeful about the future. He is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he enjoys the company of others, is somewhat quarrelsome, and is bothered by this, since he values friendship. He tends to be swayed by the emotions of others and inhales sharply when he's angry. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and is starting to work slowly due to its scarcity. That's interesting. There isn't enough work, so you're starting to do it slowly. You're also being carried by your mom still, because you're a baby. You're a baby. Is baby, though, so of course no romance. Romance might grow as age goes. Also, hey, White Dog, what's up? But, chat room. I've been streaming for 10 hours and 40 minutes, and it's 7:40 p.m. The pharmacy closes at 9. And it's snowing. So I think I'm going to actually call today a little shorter and not do any cheese runner tonight. Which does mean today is a little on the short side. But I will take us out with a very brief tune. But don't just run away because we're going to raid somebody.